Settle down, guys. We're about to begin. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the New York City Council hearing on the Committee on Criminal Justice. At this time, please silence all electronics and do not approach a dais. I repeat, please do not approach a dais. If you need any assistance, please contact the sergeant and we will assist you. Thank you for your cooperation. Chair, you may begin.
Good morning and welcome to the fiscal 2026 preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Criminal Justice. Thank you to the Criminal Justice Committee members for being here. I'd like to welcome Commissioner Lionel Mangley Liddy, Commissioner Juanita Holmes, Jasmine Georges Yella, and additional leadership who have joined us here today. My chair's objective for today's hearing is to discuss how the mayor's budget proposals for these three agencies provide the resources for the ultimate goal of closing Rikers and transitioning to the borough-based jail system, while focusing on holistic criminal justice reform policies and ensuring people have adequate diversion programming to reduce recidivism and keep people in their communities. In the fiscal 2026 preliminary plan, these three agencies have a combined total budget of $1.3 billion, which supports 9,914 budgeted positions. The plan includes several changes, including funding for newly budgeted positions, infrastructure repairs, and increased funding for food and uniforms for people in custody, among others. I intend to ask about all of these changes today, in addition to some additional areas of concern. First, in an effort to reduce the daily risk of harm, injury, or death at Rikers, we should be focused on programs that divert people from the island, expanding alternatives to incarceration as a primary step in reducing the population of detainees, and furthering our commitment to close Rikers. With contracts, funding estimates, and anticipated timelines in place, I look forward to discussing the status of the borough-based jails plan. In particular, I'd like to hear about the transfer of land parcels on the island to DCAS, making way for renewable Rikers. More concerning is the possibility of ICE office operating on the island, and I look forward to getting answers from DOC regarding this plan. I also want to dig into DOC staff operations and deployment. Numerous reports from oversight bodies have reported the constant disregard for protocols when deploying staff, particularly when de-escalating and touring the facilities. While visiting Rikers, Chair Nurse spoke with many detainees who were not getting to their medical and court appointments on time. Challenges with DOC and attrition rates are nothing new. In the preliminary plan, the budgeted headcount remains significantly higher than the actual headcount, with 1,498 vacancies as of January. The rate of new uniform hires, staff hires, has not outpaced the number of separations since the installation of the January 2018 officer class. Despite such a high vacancy rate, Rikers continues to have the highest ratio of officers to detainees in the country. I'm interested to hear DOC's plans to reduce headcount as the population of incarcerated persons lowers and the transition to borough-based jails begins. The Board of Corrections must have the resources to provide oversight, charter-mandated oversight of the jails, and maintain minimum standards. This plan reduces BOC's budget by nearly 4%, and it is now more important than ever for the board to have the resources to be able to recruit and retain staff. Lastly, I want to spend some time working through the Department of Probation's organizational restructuring and discussing the optimization of programming, as well as how the department is supporting their staff through these changes. I also want to thank our committee staff for their hard work: Counsel Jeremy Whitman, Legislative Policy Analyst Natalie Metzler, the Financial Analyst Casey Leisky. Apologies. Thank you to Chair Nurse's Chief of Staff Samori Torre and Legislative Director Ryan Hickey. I'd also like to recognize my colleagues who are joining us here today, Councilmember Marte, and if no one has noticed, I'm Majority Leader Amanda Farias, and I am interim chair for Chair Nurse in this committee. And Councilmember Caban has joined us by Zoom. I'll now turn it over to committee counsel. We will now call representatives of the Department of Probation to testify. We will be hearing testimony from Juanita Holmes, Commissioner of Department of Probation, Tanya Cawley-Scott, Deputy Commissioner of Department of Probation, Albert Culler, Deputy Commissioner of Department of Probation, Patricia Williams, Deputy Commissioner of Department of Probation, Razwan Mirza, Chief Information Officer of Department of Probation, and Deidreana Peter Ken, Senior Program Director of the Department of Probation. Can you say your name into the mic and your title?
Yes, hi, Commissioner Holmes. There's been one change made to the dais. Deputy Commissioner Tanya Corley-Scott won't be here to testify. In her place, Associate Commissioner Antonio Polano.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Department of Probation panelists, please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? All right, thank you. You may begin.
Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair. As members of, and members of the council, I am Juanita Ann Holmes, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Probation. I'm joined here today by Executive Cabinet, Deputy Commissioner Albert Culler, Patricia Williams, General Counsel Bridget Hamblin, Chief Information Officer Roswar Mirza, and Senior Program Director Deldrina Petergan, as well as the Associate Commissioner I just mentioned, Antonio Polano. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the critical work of the Department of Probation and our preliminary fiscal year 2026 budget. The New York City Department of Probation serves as New York City's principal resource for community-based rehabilitation and accountability. As one of the nation's largest alternatives to incarceration, we play a vital role in public safety. Guided by our 5 pillars: recidivism, employment, education, housing, and mental health, we are committed to breaking cycles of criminal justice involvement by connecting individuals with necessary services tailored to their core needs. These preventive methods begin with personalized intervention. There is no one-size-fits-all. A true methodology identifies the specific individual's needs of each client with a focus on sustainable outcomes. It is DOP's belief that this process will empower those under our supervision to live a productive, law-abiding life. In fiscal year 2024, the Department of Probation provided supervision, investigation, and intake for over 32,000 cases, a 7% increase from 30,000 in fiscal year 2023. Specifically, we supervised 15,778 individuals, a 4.5% increase from 15,101 in fiscal year 2023. Conducted 8,879 investigations, a 2% decrease from 9,078 in fiscal year 2023. Provided 5,469 inter services, a 21% increase from 4,514 in fiscal year 2023, and adjusted 1,859 juvenile cases, a 12% decrease from 2,120 in fiscal year 2023. These numbers are more than just statistics. They represent lives touched, futures reshaped, and a safer New York City. For fiscal year 2026, the Department of Probation has a preliminary budget of $114.5 million compared to fiscal year 2025 adopted budget of $113.9 million. Of this amount, $82.2 million is for personal services, $32.3 million is for other than personal services, $93.6 million is in city tax levy funds, $14.6 million is in state funds, and $6.3 million in intra-city funds. The Department of Probation remains committed to using all revenues effectively, ensuring that every dollar furthers our mission in transforming lives while promoting public safety. Central to the Department of Probation achievements are our most valuable assets, our employees, uniform and non-uniform, from executives to our maintenance workers, who all play a key role in our clients' success. Upon my appointment to the New York City Department of Probation 2 years ago, I was tasked with overseeing the agency's efforts to ensure efficient and effective management of probationary services, as well as to enhance transparency and facilitate data-driven decision-making. This responsibility, compounded with attrition and the absence of meaningful technology emphasized the need for a comprehensive dashboard that would consolidate key performance metrics and provide real-time data analysts. This dashboard will offer insight into probation trends, resource allocation, recidivism rates, and will assist with informed policy recommendations. By harnessing advanced technology, the agency aims to enhance transparency, accountability, and the overall effectiveness of the probation system. Increasing the budget for probation services is essential to improving public safety and promoting successful rehabilitation and reintegration of individuals under supervision. With additional funds, we can hire additional staff, which will directly address the current overwhelming caseload, facilitating a more personalized, effective supervision, enhance clients' support, reduce recidivism, and promote better outcomes. Technology will also assist with tailored program allocation, guiding the programs needed, and more importantly, identifying the best locations to serve our clients. In addition to the aforementioned, the Department of Probation is also tasked with ensuring that our clients are living a productive life. With the understanding that unemployment plays a significant impact on this particular aspect, the New York City Department of Probation has partnered directly with several vocational training providers in the areas of commercial driver's license, emergency medical technician, electrical assistance, and more to come. This direct collaboration affords the Department of Probation the ability to identify the client's fundamentals needed to maximize successful outcomes. Also, the Department of Probation has been met with an increased workload, such as the Conditional Release Commission Supervision, Future Electronic Monitoring Unit, Risk Assessment Unit, along with a need for in-service training. In the face of these challenges, the Department of Probation remains committed to supporting public safety. Lastly, the Probation Officers in Title series carries out the bulk of this life-changing work. However, as a result of attrition, our budgeted headcount currently reflects a deficit of 31% or 189 probation officers. This deficit creates a huge increase in client caseload management in both adult and juvenile supervision. Nonetheless, the Department of Probation is committed to aggressively recruiting and hiring. As a result of new training needs, the Training Academy curriculum has advanced from 3 months to 5 months, projecting a time frame of 3 years to reach our current budgeted headcount of 612 probation officers. This is inclusive of unforeseen attritions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. My team and I are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start preliminarily with questions around changes in the plan. There were $87,500 transferred from DOP to MOCJ in this plan, along with one position. Can you explain the responsibilities of this position and why it was transferred?
Finance? What position are you referring to? Because my finance person is not familiar with that.
It was a new need that was listed, pardon, at $87,500.
Oh, was that, when was that listed? Is that recent?
Is that the January plan?
Oh, that was part of the January plan. So that might have been a position. We have a probation position assigned to a task force with MOCJ. So that may be related to the probation person's position that was requested.
Okay, it's listed as a new need. Was there a vacancy or was that just a newly created
I believe
title?
it was a vacancy in
Okay.
MOCJ.
$4 million was included as a transfer of funds from ACS's Raise the Age of Responsibility to the Supervision and Treatment Services for Juveniles programs. Can you explain the reason for this funding transfer?
So I'm not familiar with that. Can you explain that? Can you ask her to repeat it?
I'm sorry, but can you repeat the question?
Sure. $4 million was included as a transfer of funds from ACS's Raise the Age of Responsibility to the Supervision and Treatment Services for Juveniles program.
You can speak. So I'm going to have the DC of Juvenile speak to that. She's from
Sure.
Good morning, thank you for the question. Those are SJTSP funds from the state, so ACS is the agency that holds the money, but it's also appropriated to programs here at probation.
Okay, and the plan also included a decrease of $2.47 million that would be transferred from DOP to ACS, but in the same budget line included 30 additional headcount positions. Can you explain how these positions are being funded and what their titles are going to be?
I'm gonna have to defer to our finance team, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I need to do additional research on those positions.
Okay, and then just lastly on this item, when we spoke to OMB, they implied that the funds were being transferred from DOP to ASC, then returned. Do you have any insight into the transfer and why it was occurring?
Again, the same situation.
This sounds like maybe possibly it's related to our state plan. It probably has something to do with the state plan.
Okay.
And part of the state plan is naturally there's funding that we get from the state. There's also pass-through with ACS. I don't have all the particular details, but I know there's been times where we've had funding that was not used, and ACS requested at one particular time if we were going to use it or not, and that funding is being used. And I can actually defer to my chief information officer who's using that funding for programs for our young people, such as Google, AI, things of that nature. So if you want to speak to that, what that extra funding is going to be used for.
Yeah, so we have, thank you for the question. So we have 1.5 million that was allocated for the modernization of, rather than, in addition to other programs we have. So we thought that STEM and AI should be added to all these things. And that's where the program is, to bring our Juve to a latest and greatest technology also. So that's where we're spending that 1.5 million.
Okay, we'll follow up with these questions just so we can make sure and clarify that that's the transference of funds that we're looking at from the state down or the response needed, but appreciate the follow-up.
Yes.
Commissioner Holmes, in your October 10, 2024 Amsterdam News op-ed, you described your work as revitalizing an agency that has launched innovative practices over the years, but has also been burdened by decades-old, outmoded policies, flawed data, and inefficiencies. You also said that your agenda includes organizational restructuring, optimizing programs, and enhancing operational efficiencies, and that it is not just about setting new goals, it's about improving how the organization functions at every level beyond surface-level improvements. We are interested to learn more about what specific steps you and the department have taken to achieve these objectives. What policies were found to be outmoded, and how was that to be determined?
So that is not my op-ed. That's an op-ed that was written by Mercury, a vendor, never approved by me, never edited by me, and released without my permission. My general counsel is aware of that. The law department is aware of that. But I will speak to improvements with DOP. So since my 2-year tenure, since I've been here, I went in naturally to make assessments. My goal is obviously to streamline, make things more efficient so we can better manage our cases, but more importantly, so the probation officers working have access to the information they need at the press of a button. The systems that were in place were antiquated, no real data really retrievable. As a result of such, I can honestly say, as we sit here today, we created a dashboard that was demoed for our councilwoman. And I think it's a success. It's encompassed all of the information that's included in a case management system that we are requesting funding to grow out of, because that system is suitable for smaller counties in New York City, but not for New York City probation department. Very compartmentalized, just really doesn't serve the efficiency needs that we so rightfully require. So I'd like to just talk about some of the things that's been done. So since I've been here, personnel has been reassessed. Training has grown from, like I said, 12 weeks to 5 months now in the academy. So anyone entering the training academy for probation now comes out well-rounded, well-suitable to perform any position in the Department of Probation. Prior to me being assigned to probation, it was a 12-week training program, and people would graduate, and not everyone became a probation officer per se, meaning we have investigations, we have intakes, we have these different units that our personnel would go into and never being well-rounded. As it stands now, they get the full training, they come out, they also have field training, where they're touching every aspect of the agency. Therefore, especially when we're dealing with attrition, we have the personnel to perform all of the functions under the umbrella of the Department of Probation. But more importantly, let's talk about technology. I came into an agency where I inquired what was the recidivism rate, and it was very challenging. Even on the way it was represented on the MMR report, it was reflected to reflect a small percentage, almost monthly. If you look at the overall number and how we've modified our reporting on the MMR report, you will see a distinct difference in recidivism. Recidivism is the sole purpose of why probation exists, to keep people out of the criminal justice system. And that's what we aim to do. But we can only do that by knowing our data. And so I'm very happy to say that we're focused on 5 pillars: recidivism, employment, education, homelessness, and mental health. We have met with several agencies, DOE, we've met with DHS to address these matters. These numbers, every Monday, we are focused on the trend. We have systems put in place where we're able to follow and see how we're doing. We do what's called probation stat, very similar to CompStat, creates accountability and creates compliance. We recently, when I walked in the door, put in a risk unit. There was no risk unit to ensure what we expect is being inspected. So that has been put in place. I must say we need more people, but at least we have a small entity that's keeping track of what is it that we're doing, how do we get better. Let's speak to policy. I walked in, policy was from the late 70s, early 80s. I can honestly say 80% of the policy, which is very labor intensive, has been modified or amended to reflect what it is that we're doing today. I just believe that we are evolving. The men and women are hardworking men and women, trying to really just give them the respect that they deserve. It's an agency that stayed under the radar for a long time, and I truly feel didn't get the recognition for the hard work that they rightfully perform.
Can you talk about some of the policy changes that you've instituted that are changed?
So
or
it's
making
really
a
not,
difference?
it's really not policy changes other than now we're in uniform. So the uniform description may be different. It's really reinforcing what we're doing. Some of the policy that we created is related to inventory. No true inventory process in place, even if it comes down to simple things such as laptops, tables, chairs. I can really pivot to Mirza, my Chief Information Officer. Do you want to talk about the program that you're putting in place with the barcodes, bringing us into the 21st century?
Absolutely. Commissioner, thank you. Let me just give the overall picture, and your question was more towards that, what we're doing actually.
Can you bring the mic closer?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? So let me just take a step back and give the overall picture, then you'll see where we are improving actually, and that was one of your questions. The idea is that we're improving the transparency of the agency, internal transparency, and there were silos actually when we walked in. Now we're eliminating all those silos. That shows us actually when we're combining all these things together, we're seeing better results. We're seeing that what is happening in all those, and we can combine all those areas and see the output. And for example, some of the outputs that I would like to mention are, like for example, automatic reporting system that we are adding now, automatic notification system we are adding now. So all these things were not there, and manually this work was being done. Technology did it before, technology is going to do it again, we know that. And that's how we can, with the only way we can improve this, or one of the way we can improve this. We did add several e-learning platforms, Commissioner already mentioned that. In the past, actually, the learning process was just we have 12 weeks of the classes. It's a very tailored classroom now where the need is, and we're identifying where the problems were, and we're identifying those, and we're creating a different syllabus now. The delivery of the syllabus is completely different now. It's all electronics, computer-based e-learning system, as needed, when needed, where needed, all those things are actually we are adding. So these are the small changes in multiple pillars we have internally to give the overall improvement for the agency. Some of the, for example, client engagement platform, the automation reminding and notification, even Commissioner is talking about the policies. We're developing intelligent document processing internally that is actually impressively improving the agency's outcome also. There are many more. I can continue to go on and on. The structural changes that we made internally is actually pivotal, and the way we are, and the results are astronomical. I mean, there are, if you allow me to talk about the results that we have, like for example, the completion of juvenile probationers, actually, last year we were at 77%. This year we went up to 90%. That's a 13% increase we have. All these things that we're adding is contributing to the end result that we have. Another one, actually, I have the whole list, but I'm going to point out a couple of them, actually. The adult rate of probationers successfully completed moved from 75% to 78%. That's the 3% increase. So the criminal possession of weapons also, we increased actually, we recovered from 349 to 562. That's 61% increase. When we see the data combined together, we can make the decision, which is actually a data-driven decision, actually. And that is driving us actually towards the policies we're going to make. Or how we, if I have the resources on point A, can I shift the resources because I don't need the resources there? We have improved the visibility, and that was the concept there. I hope I answered the question. I know it's a longer answer, but
Don't worry, there's a transcription. We'll be able to get that.
Also, when I think about policy, right, I think about violations, technical violations for our young people. And, you know, if you read the policy that was in place, it basically said, if they don't show up once, if they don't show up twice, if they don't show up 3 times, then we're filing a violation. Well, if they didn't show up once, what precluded us from getting up and going to their house to visit them? So that's a policy that is being, I don't know if it's a policy, a procedure they had in place that's been modified. So now if a person is told to come in for a visit to a probation facility and they don't show up, well, we get up and we go visit them at their home. And that precludes that. It keeps it from being, oh, well, they didn't show up, they didn't show up. Well, when were we going to get up and go visit them at home, right? So we're not violating them. If you look at technical violations, when I took a look at them, a lot of them were related to failure to appear. So taking a deep dive into this information, statistically and analytically, and just saying, well, what is the process? And then when you read the process, it literally just didn't make sense, right? We get up, we go out, we visit young people, and that's what keeps the violation from happening. So there are a lot of things that, there's so many to speak about, but it's really taking a deep dive at how do we get better, how do we better serve our clients, and what's fair to them. It's essential, and that's why I speak about the employment, the vocational training. If we're referring, our programs and program providers, we're really attempting to be good partners. Yes, it is tasking. We are asking some additional information from them, but it's information that we're asking that should have been asked to begin with. I hope that makes sense. Sure. We weren't in compliance with requesting it, therefore they weren't in compliance with giving it, because we weren't simply following what MOCS had in place to follow with providers.
I appreciate that. I'm sure Chair Nurse and the committee staff would love to see the list of examples and comparative qualitative data that you're looking to make conscious decisions on procedural policy. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Ressler and Palladino have joined us, as well as Councilmember Hanif on Zoom. What, if any, resources have been freed up and how are they being reallocated? And then in terms of restructuring the agency, how was it determined that the organization needed restructuring, and what was the planning process for said restructuring?
Well, I think the restructuring started with the training, right? But the training that we have in place in Academy is not going to do everything, because the majority of our staffing are in-service staffing. So currently, as it stands now, we're developing in-service training. So we're going to create a catalog of scenario-based training for our staffing to make sure that they're brought up to speed. And we're going to do it in the most efficient, effective way, where they can sit at their desk and actually partake in this particular training. It's important. But the notification system, I think, that we put in place is essential as well, because of the fact that this notification system ensures that the policy changes or procedural changes all of our members are aware of it. So it's not where the executives are speaking about it, and myself, I expect my DCs to go and collaborate with their staffing and make sure that they're passing on this message. We actually have a notification system. Whatever changes happen, they're made aware of it, and there's acknowledgement on it, right? So it's where you have to acknowledge it so we know you received it.
Sure.
But training is essential, I think, to the agency. Everyone's doing, what they know to do, right? It's what you're trained to do as a probation officer. And I think it's very significant, the changes that we've put in place, but it's going to be more significant once the members that are already in place are receiving that training. We've even gotten feedback from some of the senior probation officers about the new class that went out and how they felt they were like a well-oiled ship, just ready to hit the ground and running, which is very positive feedback. But where we want to focus at is caseload, right? So there's been some changes made with what probation called as branches when they looked at respective caseloads. One branch would be community development, another branch would be for sex offenders, another branch would be for, what's the other one that you had, the branches that were combined? What is it? Intensive engagement. So we combined two of the branches that were very similar, but more importantly, we parsed out and made a gun branch. Why is this important? Especially with some of our young people in population, so we can give them a more intense engagement, right?
So can I ask about that restructuring and combining or separation of what you're doing? Is there an organizational structure somewhere that the city council can refer to or be found at how you either merged departments or divisions or?
Yeah, they were simply branches, how they were referred to when I came in
Sure.
the door. So they would have a particular, just a number of probation officers were over the gun branch, another number of probation officers were over the sex offenders branch, things of that nature. But the way that it's being structured, and I guess I'm taking up all the mic time. Let me give it to my Associate Commissioner of Adult Operations.
I can speak to that. So we're actually still making some changes. We don't have a final chart, but what has happened in the past through many programs over the decades is that we had different categorization systems. So for example, there was a branch, and let me take a step back. Branches are logical divisions. They're not physical. It's not like a bank branch. It's not a location. It's just a logical grouping. So there was a group by age for a certain age group. Then there was a group by location in the high-risk areas. There's a group by crime, by risk level. So then what happens if you have a particular age, particular crime, and you live in a particular place? Which one do we put you in? So that's what we're simplifying. And generally, the plan is, where we've already moved forward with it, is grouping people by their risk, by who has the highest risk. So gun branch, anyone with a firearms offense tends to have similar risks, although there still is a risk assessment within them. They have similar needs, so that's one logical group. The other is intensive engagement, which tends to be sex offenders and domestic violence groups. It's a loose grouping, not everyone perfectly fits there, but they also have similar needs. And then the two branches that we combined were client development and community progression, which were by risk level, medium and low. So we put the medium low risk groups together. The goal of these groupings is to have fewer separate branches, less fragmentation, and so that the resources that the officers are using can be consolidated, and that we're not thinking, okay, well, this is a program just for young people, or this is a resource that's only for people in this group. And so by having fewer branches and fewer of those little fragments, we can share our resources a little bit better.
So outside of that goal that has been set for the agency, are there any other new goals that have been set? Yes, no?
Just general goals, or still
Yeah.
related to restructuring?
I mean, I'm hearing you're saying that there was a goal, a perceived goal here to try to make sure there's as many groupings of classes of people to put resources in and what officers need to know what they needed to do, but are there any other goals that are new for the agency itself?
The goal for me is to reduce recidivism, reduce homelessness, employment. If you look at, we're managing in adult operations probably almost 10,000 clients. 50% of them are employed. With that being said, I believe 39%, 40% came to us employed. So when they were sentenced, they had employment. But since then, we have, I believe it's 18% of that 50% that are employed through programs. So that's about 1,000 people that have gotten jobs through programs. we are really focused on, I know I am and my team shares my vision, seeking employment for them. And naturally, first of all, we want to make sure they have all the mental health support they need, substance abuse. There's where we're allowed to do drug testing, the Department of Probation. As a matter of fact, it was a procedure when I walked in that was already in place that reflected that they should be drug tested. And then there was, I'm going to turn it back over to him because he's a little bit more intimate.
Sure, I
with
guess
it.
just also, just because in the interest of time and all the questions that I have to ask, I want to be as, I guess, more clear as possible. What I think we're looking for is with the restructuring, with the new buckets, with the goals being set, with the new data aggregation and IE tech tools and AI tools and all, what's your system that you're setting up? How are we tracking these goals? What goals are being set? What are the systems in place? Or are we just incorporating new technologies and new systems and new policies without putting them on paper somewhere in a dashboard somewhere where they exist in perpetuity and can be transferred over? I think that's generally what we're trying to
Right.
get to, is like, it's great that we have goals. Are they written down? Are they going to be tracked? Who's managing them? How are they being met? And if they're not, how are we reassessing?
Absolutely. And I'll pivot to you, Razwan. They are definitely being monitored. So you have adult
Can I get a
operators.
system?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
So you have adult operations and you have juvenile operations. Juvenile is still being built out. Naturally, the IT team is working with them very intricately. A lot of people here with historical knowledge of what was in place and where we're looking to go. Adult operations is pretty much in place, but our goal is naturally, when we're able to see it, we're able to address it. So if we're speaking about clients, we're able to look at our clients' juvenile population in the Bronx. We can layer now a screen and see where they all reside, and then overlay that with where are the programs. We want to make sure that the programs are in those respective areas. They're not logistically challenged with getting there, because if they are, they're not going to go. So those are a lot of things that these systems, dashboards, are going to help us with. Do we have the right locations as far as the programs? Do we have the right programs? We also have data of attendance with the programs. So there was a discrepancy where probation population was under the this opinion that if a judge didn't order a program for a client to attend a program, they weren't mandated to attend.
Sure. How
That's,
is something like this being tracked?
so it's all being tracked pretty much in this IT
How?
system.
I
that
need to
we
know
have.
how. Like, what's the program?
Okay.
What's the system?
Thank you for the question.
Yes.
We understand that the goals are actually, what we wanted to do there is that people should not be on criminal justice system. Keep them out of the criminal justice system as many as we can.
Yes.
That's the ultimate goal we have. We drew 5 pillars. Employment.
Yes.
The data is driving us today and telling us a clear picture, saying that where the problem is. This is the visibility and transparency that we were talking about. We did not have this type of visibility before. So now, where the pain is, that's where we're putting the Band-Aid. We're not just putting the Band-Aid everywhere on the body. So the data is defining us, actually, where do I need to put that Band-Aid, where I need to fix the problem. And some of those pillars, these pillars are defined based on some reasons, because of the data is telling us that these are the problematic issues. And that eventually became our KPIs, actually. So now the dashboard is pointing that Queens is trending positive, Queens is trending negative. So it means that if I have to shift my resources from adult to juvenile, I'll take my resources and put it where the pain is now. Or for example, as Commissioner mentioned there, if we know that the program is the only way we can reduce the recidivism, multiple programs, mental health, education, joining the workforce, all these things. What we did now, we overlapping all these using technology again, saying that where the people are living, are we providing all these resources where they live, or do they have to take ferry cross over the bridge? So we're eliminating all these parts because we have a much better visibility now. Now, in order to make all these things happen, every pillar and every minute parameter has a KPI assigned to it. And every one of our ACs and DCs are supporting in that, are you meeting your KPIs or not? Are you following the matrices or not? Therefore, some of the structures are designed in a way that I need a weekly report on this one. So now you see that, as I mentioned, some of the progress we have from 2023, 2024 is actually tremendous now. because the visibility has been improved.
Okay.
I just want to talk one more thing about the education. We're not providing just a regular course to people. We've identified now, based on all this visibility, that where the problems were, where even our own officers were making mistake in the caseload management. Now the training is tailored to the need, exactly the same way it's tailored to the clients also. Last thing I wanted to mention about that is, I know if there's any follow-up question, probably I'll cover that as well. Referring a client to a program is no longer a success criteria. Joining this and registering is no longer a success criteria. We added several parameters to this and saying that, were you attentive in the class? Were you cooperative, or were you on the phone? So all these thin matrices have been added actually to the dashboard and reflecting the result back to the head of the program director saying that, are these happening or not? And if it is happening, what is the success ratio on this one? 75%, if you're successful, then you pass, we're good. I just mentioned before also that based on all these matrices we are adding, we improved 13% from last year to this year for juvenile. And we're still improving. We did not stop. We continue to move forward in that direction.
Okay, thank you for the responses. Despite objections from unions and the courts, the administration disbanded the court liaison units in family probation across all 5 boroughs, causing disruption in family courts. What is DOP's plan to address this issue?
Right, so there are no disruptions. What happened was the general counsel was informed on January 2nd to inform, this has been something that's been trending. We have a serious attrition problem. We have CLOs in criminal court, naturally, adult operations. They will remain in place. They handle numerous things. We had to take a look at actually what they were actually doing. So with that being said, we saw that they were providing INRs. INRs get provided to the courts anyway. Family court sits within juvenile probation sits within family court. There is nothing that they're ever going to want or need that is not across the hall or on the floor beneath that they would be provided with. With that being said, that total population was then transferred into the adult operations. Like I said, adult operations has the largest population. Juvenile operations right now, as it stands, they have probably 1,014, but 30% of that are family court matters, such as adults that didn't pay child support or have DV history. So those individuals don't tend to reoffend. They require less supervision, but they still are part of the caseload.
So has anyone been in place of the court liaisons for the family probation, for family probation?
No, that position has been disbanded.
Right.
There's no substitutes for that.
Okay, and you haven't, I heard you say there's no disruption in the family courts, but if we're hearing from stakeholders, families.
This has been communicated with Judge Pasademo, Judge Holly, I believe, Jolly, you want to speak to Bridget about the conversation?
So a lot of the work that the CLOs were doing in court was also being done electronically, and that's what we found. And so instead of having a human being there, we're relying on the electronic systems that were in place. INRs, all the reports that are required are all sent to an electronic database that the courts have access to. In addition, DOP was also sending those reports, emailing them to individual judge clerks. What we found was the courts weren't relying on the electronic databases that were in place prior to this administration. They were relying on the human element to give it to them. Because of as the commissioner stated, because of the need to shift resources, we have asked the court to rely on the electronic systems that were in place prior to us getting here. And so all the information that they require has been in place, has been there. They just have to now access it. And in addition, if they do have questions, immediate questions, as the commissioner mentioned, all of our family court juvenile operations are in the actual family court buildings. They have our contact information. We are available upon need. And so the disruptions are coming from, just adjusting to not having the human element there and having to rely on an electronic system. That is what the court is experiencing, and it's a growing pains for them, and I'm sure they'll weather through it.
But in addition to that, the probation officers now are in court. Probation officers were not going to court. So in other words, a CLO would get a script about a probation officer's particular client, and they would stand in court on behalf of the probation officer. No one's going to tell that story better than the probation officer that's managing that young person and supervising them. And the judges have conveyed to me and conveyed to us that they really appreciate them being in the courtroom because that helps mitigate adjournments. Because now their particular client is not saying, well, she wouldn't know that, my probation officer knows. So there are some positives that have come out of it. We didn't just leave them with a complete blank. The respective probation officer who's over that respective client, when they're due to appear in court, is in court now.
I just wanted one more. So
Yes.
the exact same thing that we were getting and the CLO was bringing that data back to us, we're getting electronically 7 times a day. Human can't move that fast. 7 times a day we're receiving every day, including Saturday, Sunday.
Well, we'd love to see the data set of how things are improved now.
Absolutely, yes. We'd love to show you.
Under your predecessors, DOP expanded its programmatic array and made evidence-based practices and robust programming a core part of DOP's mission. How does the preliminary plan continue to place programming at the center of DOP's role in the city's criminal justice system?
Programs are essential to DOP, essential to our clients, naturally. I think what's more essential is getting it right? So I don't think having numerous programs means that it's working. So like I said earlier, when I spoke about we're requiring more information from them, which is part of the contract, and that information is being assessed. So this information allows us to have real-time knowledge of how many slots are there. So if a probation officer is going to make a referral to a particular program, that program is not fully occupied, right? Or if it isn't, they know, okay, I have 2 more slots here, I can refer my client. If not, I pivot to the next program. Programs are very essential, and we have really peeled back on a lot of our programs, including, let's speak to the AIM program, because there was this misconception that there was an AIM light. That was some language used in the previous administration. No formal contract, maybe it was a handshake, I don't know what it meant. But I think that was in place because probation officers didn't realize we can make referrals to AIM. It was always perceived, because it was considered an alternative placement, that only judges can place kids in AIM. From the day I walked in, that's what I was told. When you peel back the contract from 2019 and you look at it, it's not only judges. We can also refer them to AIM. So I think that's why they felt they needed an AIM light, because they weren't aware that if we feel the AIM program would benefit our client, the probation officer has the autonomy and authority to refer that young person to AIM. It's not an alternative placement, so the numbers are captured differently. The numbers are captured AIM, alternative placement, and then AIM, non-alternative placement, but just that what they're providing would better help our, our young clients. So that misconception has been ironed out. AIM has not stopped. AIM is full throttle. AIM is expected to expire end of fiscal year. However, we extended it by a year. So it will end next fiscal year and then be open to, bidding, subject to bidding as well.
So since programming continues to play a central role in DOP's mission, why were programs targeted for savings and reductions in the fiscal 2025 prelim plan?
Why were programs
Targeted for savings and reductions cuts?
No programs were targeted for savings and reductions.
In FY25 prelim
I don't
preliminary
have any
plan last year?
What programs? No programs.
Okay, we'll get that data point to you and follow up.
Right, yeah.
There has been an increase in rearrests and violations of probation in both adult and family court. What has the department done to reduce recidivism?
Right, so that's what we're speaking about. When I walked in the door, I couldn't even get a recidivism rate, right? A true recidivism rate. And that's what this system that we put in place has done. We have also now created a template. So even our probation officers at the macro level, right, and respective boroughs, they can see it. So I always say if you're focused on everything, you're focused on nothing. We have a large population that we are supervising. So as a result of such, we wanted to kind of narrow it down to who do we really need to provide that intense engagement to? So let's use the Bronx Juvenile, for instance, right? We took a look at their numbers. At that time, Bronx Juvenile had 250 clients in their population, 83 reoffended for the year. We took it down another notch and said, how many reoffended more than once? Not that we wanted to take our eye off everyone else, but how many reoffended? That number dropped to 23. 23 people were responsible for the majority of their arrests. I can pivot to my juvenile DC, and you can speak about what that number looks like today. But it gives us that focus where, okay, here's the population we want to make sure are in the programs. Here's the population we want to focus and visit and speak with mom and make sure they're going to school, because they're driving the crime in public. They have a real impact on public safety. But that's a large number, and to shrink it down to that number really makes the caseload more manageable now, right? Instead of the probation officer feeling overwhelmed because I may have 30 cases that I'm focused on. But it may be 5 people you really need to provide that intense engagement to. You want to speak to your numbers?
Yes, I will. Thank you for the question. So currently we have 647 juveniles that we're under our supervision, and at this point we have approximately, ironically, 23 clients who are have been rearrested more than once, which is a small percentage of our total population. And particularly in the Bronx, we have 8 clients who account for that. 4 in Brooklyn, 2 in Manhattan, and 6 in Queens, and 3 in Staten Island. So by doing this, it really we are able to really have a laser focus on these individuals who are continuously getting arrested.
Can you speak to the number of arrests those 23 people are responsible for?
Yes. So those individuals are responsible for 55 citywide.
And the number was larger than that. But I think with the probation stat, I know. I know with the stat, because it forces us to be, to call in different boroughs, similar to other city agencies. When you're asking the question, you're focused and you're looking at the cases, and we're really drilling down on it and making sure that the young person is getting what they need. Where do we drop the ball at? What could we have done more of? Could we have been in a household more? Should we have been in a household more? We've narrowed it down with their visits. We had young people leaving school early to make their visit with probation. Doesn't work like that anymore. Probation gets out, and probation is going to the home. And that's where we're visiting those young people at. We need to see what's going on at home, right? It may be circumstances, I don't know, maybe a parent, not the best parent, but doing the best that they can, right? But we don't get to make those observations of living conditions and the circumstances of the household, which may be contributing to why this young person is acting out. So there's some changes that have been made, and I think for the better.
Can you talk about some of the new programs that the current administration has implemented to foster client engagement?
So we have, like I spoke about earlier, we have the commercial driver's license. I think very positive. The last cohort, we had about 38 individuals that received their permits. We're adding funding now because that's only part of the particular training, but there's also a component where we actually teach them the driving component, where they're fully certified with their CDL license.
So just to double back, thank you for that response. Just to double back on the FY25 preliminary plan cuts, the programs that I was referring to are ARCHES program, eliminating behavioral health units, impact program cancellation, as the FY25 preliminary plan cuts from the previous question. Does that sound familiar?
So eliminating the behavioral health program. So before I walked in the door, the behavioral health people weren't doing behavioral health work. So I inquired of my former general counsel, what is going on? Why do we hire them to do this work and they're not doing the work? So he stated to me there was a law, I believe a DOE law, that said, I don't know how it related to probation, but somehow it did, that if you have a person, more than one person in this particular capacity, then they cannot be accredited for the work that they're doing. So I said, okay, so why are they here? If they're not going to do the work, we need to hire someone to do the work. So at that particular time, it was elevated to outside of my agency, a little higher up, and the decision was made that the supervisor of that particular, those particular individuals is the one that brought it to our attention, and I guess they simply refused to do the work. So we eliminated those positions. We now are in the process and have been interviewing, what's the proper licensing they're supposed to have, the social workers?
We're looking for MSWs, licensed masters of social work, to assume those roles, and so we're actively looking at candidates to begin. the
Right, to
process.
fill that position, because that position is very much needed.
So we cut them from the budget. Are they remaining vacant, or did you cut those roles entirely?
No, those roles were consumed by a PEG.
Okay. Okay, got it. I'm going to, one last question under this bracket, and then I'm going to pause to let my colleagues ask some questions. The department has been requiring weekly and monthly reporting from DOP-funded program providers. What is the reasoning behind requiring this constant level of reporting, and how are you folks utilizing said data from the reports, and have you seen any significant changes or improvements since reviewing them?
Okay, so that recently just started, that requirement. It's always been. So we have a system called DOP Connect, very antiquated, doesn't support the information we need, doesn't support the information that's established in the contract by MOX. So that information we substituted with, I believe, 2 forms where we're getting the information from them, but that's soon going to be consumed, through IT, so it makes it a little bit less labor intensive. We have communicated, thanked them for their patience. It is information much needed. I said, I think earlier, that information helps us see the respective slots that we have left with these particular programs, so we're not referring people and they don't actually have the room or the capacity to serve them. But I'll also pivot to DC of Juveniles. She actually designed these respective reports.
Good morning again, how are you? We have a weekly report, so that's due usually every Monday. That gives us a snapshot of the amount of slots that are available for each particular provider. It also lets our probation officers, as Commissioner Holmes said, know what slots are available. It also informs leadership, like what's available, what's not available, so that we can share that information with our staff.
So are you saying you're looking at this data top of the day of the week and assessing, could we add 3 more people, 6 more people,
Correct.
0 people?
Correct.
Okay, so it's
Yes.
utilized
So it's
weekly for the
utilized
purpose of referral.
Yeah, referrals, which are important. So we have programs to actually refer them to. The monthly report captures abundance of information, such as partial goals met, what type of program, what kind of vocational skills they have acquired or not acquired, mental health also, substance abuse, SOGI, which identifies our youth who identify as LGBTQ. It gives us community districts, it gives us zip codes, it gives us an information that we really need to know what's working, what's not working, how are our youth doing, what areas need more attention, what programs maybe need to develop out of this. You know, data informs practice, and as Commissioner Holmes says, we have been out of compliance with that by, based on MOX regulations of not having KPIs constantly being given to us, reports, and that's also part of every contract, human service contract that we have.
So are you folks adapting to adding more slots if you see an overabundance in
Absolutely.
usage, or creating new programs?
Yes, so this information will give us, especially now that a lot of our programs are expiring, will give us that insight into what else we need to put in. Do we need more mental health? Do we need, more of this, more of that? But we're not going to know that information unless we have a unified form that gives us that information.
Appreciate the response. I'm going to yield my time and pass it over to Councilmember Stevens, followed by Ressler.
Well, hello. Good morning. I think it's still morning, right? Thank you, I know we've been talking a lot more and offline But so I just have a couple of questions that I just want to follow up. And I know I came in and you were talking about programming and how it's definitely a priority. But I definitely have a couple of additional questions regarding the program. And I know we even mentioned AIM Light, which I don't think we were saying was a contract. It was a part of a bigger contract too. And I know it was like some confusions, but we've met several times about it. But I do want to talk about some of the issues that I've been talking to providers about just around the barriers. And these are some things that I think we should think about. I know some of the RFPs are going to be coming out soon and figuring this out. And why we're thinking about this is, you know, the pathways for young people to have access to the programs. And so my first question is just around, as you're thinking about going to develop some of these new programs, one of the biggest issues is that young people, if they're in family court, they have access to some programs. If they're in Supreme Court, it's other programs. And so as you are moving forward, are we thinking about creating programs that would take that barrier away? Because what we're hearing is that is probably one of the biggest barriers, that young people who are going to family court have access to certain programs, and then if they go to Supreme, they lose that program. And so just thinking about, as we're developing programs, what is your thinking around that? And is that a problem that you think that you could be thinking about when we're creating these programs?
Right, so I think it's more age-driven when you look at that than it is court.
So I'm hearing both, because I have a question about age, but I'm hearing both. It's not just age. So I'm hearing that we need to be looking at more programs for the younger youth because there's not enough, but also when you are in adult court or if you're in family court, there are programs that you can access that you can't access. And so with Raise the Age, this is an issue that we've never addressed. So is this something that you're thinking about or looking at to do when you're creating? Because I know you said you guys are looking to create some new programs as well.
So naturally, listen, especially our young people, always at our biggest interest. And yes, so when we are looking at the programs, I noticed when I came in, such as Arches programs and Neon programs, they go from one age to another age, but yet I was always told, oh, but anyone can attend. But if it's not welcoming for that young person, right, because there's a larger age group, then we need something more for that younger person. And we have been researching other programs. Judges, I've mentioned during some of the meetings I had with them.
Do you have the names of some of those programs that you guys have been researching?
I know you have the Google STEM that we're looking at for young people. Also, we're looking for other alternatives to placement, because the same two have been in place for the past 12 years. I believe Echoes is only in 2 boroughs, right? And which is not good, because if a child resides in the Bronx, he has to go to Echoes in Manhattan. But that doesn't make sense, right? And then children, that time of day, this is twice a week after school, should be home doing homework. So not only are we looking at the type of programs, the age groups, and removing some of these barriers, especially logistically, but we're also taking a look at, does it work better for them to go to a longer day on a Saturday instead of after school, when you could be doing after-school projects, or you may have to help with your brother and sister at home, until mom gets home? Why? Because you're less likely to show up if you have those particular barriers in place. And we're seeing some of that, and the data is showing that. So the answer to your question, Councilwoman Stevens, is yes. We are definitely taking that into consideration, because I don't see a lot of programs for our young people.
So, I mean, obviously we need to solve to make sure, one, we should be having programs that prevent them. But don't get me started. That's another fight. I'll have that fight when I have my hearing in a couple of weeks with Keith and DYCD, because we should be preventing. But I am hearing that we do have a lack of programs, but we also need to solve for this issue around what Raise the Age and the different courts. When they're in different courts, they do not have access to certain programs. And if they're in a program and then they get transferred to another court, they can no longer be in that program. And this is something that I'm hearing a lot from providers, and I definitely think that this is something we have to solve for, because with Raise the Age, this has not been addressed. And that right now, they're saying that's a bigger issue than the younger age, because programs, and if you're good, and everyone knows I've been in program for years, so I can stop saying it at this point, but if you have a good program and you're a good program director, age sometimes does not matter, because you're going to set it up to hit all the age brackets and the folks that you do, because you have distinct lesson plans. So that is, to me, is an issue that we can solve for next, but the issue that I'm hearing is with the different courts. So definitely would love to keep talking about that. I'm sorry, I just have a couple more questions.
I will look into that. I do have our Director of Programs here with us, Is that something you want to speak to that you've been hearing from the providers? She's more intimate with them and meeting with them on a regular basis.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Afternoon. Deldrina Peterkin. And so you're right. But we have seen, though, that some programs, they do accept juvenile. And actually, I'm talking about they may be an adult program, but they get more referrals from juvenile operations. So since we've seen that, we've been thinking about that too, how we can make it available for both courts to share that same pie. And so, yeah, we have 19 programs, and in that 19 programs, we have 78 providers. 26 of them are unique. The 78 is because a lot of them have, multiple contracts with us, but we do meet with them regularly. So me and my team meet with them on a monthly basis, and then with the evaluators, they go out and they have these administrative meetings with them. And so anytime they have these administrative meetings with them, they come back, we talk about it, we talk to the provider together to see how we can streamline any issues that they have. We haven't heard that, what you just said, but now that you told me, I'm going to bring it up to them.
Yeah, I don't know why you haven't heard it, because this is one of the things that I have been hearing consistently from the providers, and I meet with them regularly, so I don't know why you're not hearing it.
Yeah.
So maybe the next time we meet.
I'm going to bring it up.
I'm sure. Listen, you can turn around. I see a whole bunch of head nods when I was talking, so I'm not sure why you guys are not hearing it.
So I'll bring it up
this
next
is what I'm
time
hearing.
we meet with them.
And I know Amanda's giving me side eye, so I have another question, and I'll ask again when I take over as chair. But electronic monitoring, we're hearing that we only have about like 90 youth citywide right now, but there's at least 100 more slots that could be used. Do we have a reason on why this isn't being a mechanism? Because as we know, the numbers in the juvenile detentions are consistently increasing. And for me, it's always thinking about how do we get these young people home?
I agree. So, I actually am asking for funding for electronic monitoring unit, right? I believe in it. Not only to assist the young people that are being remanded. We have some young people that maybe they're not reoffending, but mom is calling saying they're not staying home, they're leaving at 10 o'clock at night, they're coming back 4 in the morning. We can't logistically monitor them, and naturally we don't have enough people to do it. But if we create a unit where it's 24/7, very similar to what was in place during COVID, we already have the procedure, we already have, if the monitors goes down, we go out and simply replace it and then send it for repair. You are absolutely right. It is doable, it can be done, and it's something that needs to be done. We currently
So
have
what do you need to get it done, and how do we work to get it done?
money and just people. I really am going to be asking.
So is this a new need we're asking for?
So yes, it's a need, right? Because probation.
Are we asking MOB for the new need?
Yes, it is a new need.
Okay, I
It
just
is
want to
a
make sure,
new
so when I
need.
go
Yes,
speak to him,
yes,
that I can make sure
yes.
that I'm be like, what is up?
It has been requested as a new need. It is definitely something I think would assist in helping moms and parents out, as far as curfews, because let's face it, we work to a certain time. The minute we leave, then they may leave, right? And just not listening. But
do you know why it's down? Because what I'm hearing is it's about only 90 young people citywide, and they were told that there's at least another 100 slots. So do you know if it's not the judges are not recommending, you guys are saying you don't have the capacity? Do you know what the discrepancy is?
So I have no idea. I know we have 19 individuals on probation that are on electronic monitoring. And what that requires us to collaborate with the Sheriff Department, right? Because the Sheriff Department does the actual monitoring. They have the screens, they have the equipment, so we should be conferring with the Sheriff Department on a weekly basis, putting in our case, spoke with them, what are you seeing? Sheriff Department would have to be familiar with their curfew times, when we could simply have it under one umbrella.
Okay.
Have it under one umbrella, DOP, and we monitor it ourselves.
And you said this was done during COVID, correct?
It sure was.
Do you know what the price point is for that?
What was?
The price point?
Oh, what was the?
So I don't know what the price at that time was, but we know what's going to be now, actually.
Well, do you have that?
We have that. It's going to be about $8 to $9 million, actually.
8 to 9 million.
That's what we're estimating. That includes actually the bodies we need and a separate division we need. I just wanted to mention one more thing. The quality of service that our officer is going to provide will tremendously increase with these electronic monitoring, actually. So it's proven, scientifically proven data that actually backs up to this investment.
Great, so we're on the same page, so we'll talk more.
Okay, and ACS monitors the remand. We communicate all the time, so I don't have any idea about, what population they have or what's resourceful to them, or what the number 90, I think you said they, maybe monitor.
No, this wasn't from the ACS. This is when I met with the advocates
Oh, okay,
around
okay.
The folks who are on probation.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Stevens. I'm going to now pass it over to Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Commissioner and team, thank you for joining us today. As I've expressed previously at these hearings, I am profoundly concerned about the crisis at the Department of Probation under your leadership. Since you've joined the agency, the Department of Probation is in dire straits. This had been one of the leading reform agencies in city government over decades. We've had phenomenal recent commissioners at DOP and terrific leadership teams, led by Ana Bermudez, Vinny Schiraldi, Michael Jacobson, Marty Horn, strong, impressive leaders. Since you've come into office, 6 of the 32 most senior staff remain. That is a level of brain drain that has huge negative impacts on the agency. 249 unfilled positions out of 1,100 budgeted posts, 22% vacancy rate. That's one of the highest in the city. It's a serious mismanagement. Extremely high turnover. 394 staffers have left the agency during your tenure. 288 people have resigned, just left because they couldn't take it anymore at DOP. We've seen extreme attrition. The actual headcount has dropped by 145 people, 14% since you took office. The lack of officers in the agency is deeply startling and disturbing. Currently, there are 658 officers, probation officers, supervising probation officers. Back in 2020, just 4 or 5 years ago, there were 949 officers. That is a 30+% reduction in just 5 years. That is devastating. Despite the fact that during the Adams administration, we've seen more people under supervision at DOP, more cases under investigation at DOP. Despite that increased workload, we've seen a 30% reduction in the uniform headcount. And of the 213 people that have been hired during the period that you're commissioner, only 46 were probation officers. You've overwhelmingly hired civilians. And today in the Daily News, there are questions about the Department of Investigation investigating your actions and issues of nepotism. So I'm going to start directly with that question. In reference to Dr. Salib, Dr. Polano, Angelina Puerto, Angel and Michael Puerto, just want to ask explicitly, directly, on the record, are these people who you had a prior relationship with, any of them, prior to the time of them joining the Department of Probation? Is there any familial connection between you, your son, or anyone else in your family and any of these individuals? Is there any issue of nepotism or prior relationship with any of these 5 people as reported in the Daily News?
There is no nepotism. There is no nepotism. Dr. Salib is a vendor that was hired under my former chief of staff, Shamik Walton, who actually signed him up, did the link. He was put in place for one-time support for Father's Day, 60 vouchers for our men that normally don't go to the doctor. In 2023,
Just a simple
we did
yes or
a
no question.
Father's Day event, and he was hired to do that because he has numerous urgent cares throughout the city in the neighborhoods where we need them. We never used all of the vouchers, so they are currently being used for our boxing team in the Bronx. So every time a young person signs up for that program, they actually use the voucher to go to the doctor in the Bronx, get a checkup, and get a permission slip from mom.
I just have a simple yes or no question. Of the 5 people that I mentioned that were referenced in the Daily News today that the Department of Investigation is apparently investigating.
The Department of Investigations, first of all, is not investigating. The only thing the Department of Investigations looked into was the doctor from Shamik Walton. That doctor, when I was borough commander in Queens, attended council hearings, did council events, did events in the community. That's how I know Dr. Salib.
Okay.
He is not my personal doctor. He was a doctor that fit and was suitable, but he had to be vetted by my chief of staff,
Thank you
Shamik
for
Walton,
clarifying that on the record.
who informed him he was qualified and approved by the city to be hired as a one-time vendor for 60 vouchers, $20,000 paid, never revisited again.
For the other 4 individuals who were mentioned in the
I do not and did not, and one is sitting at this table, know the doctor. This is the former doctor here.
And you had no
Who's
prior
doing a fine
relationship?
job.
Commissioner has
Absolutely
already
not.
stated that
I
hiring
already
is not being done by nepotism. You asked whether hiring is being done by nepotism. Hiring is not being
I
done by
asked if there was a prior relationship with
And
the
I just
individual.
informed you that it wasn't.
She
I'm looking
answered.
for answers to
First off,
questions.
She has
excuse me,
answered.
as chair of the hearing, I'm going to recenter us here. Councilmember Restor has asked for a yes or no. Please give a yes or no
Thank you.
on each of the individuals, and then we can move on in the interest of time and of maintaining decorum in this hearing.
Thank you. No prior relationship, no familiar relationship with any of the other 4 individuals who I mentioned? Yes or no? I can go by one, would you prefer? I'll do that.
Dr. Salib,
You explained.
I just
The
explained.
gentleman to your right.
Dr. Polano, no.
Angelina Puerto,
Angelina Porto, I know from school.
no familiar relationship with
No familiar relationship with Michael or the other individual.
Angel? There's
No familiar, nope.
with any of the 3 people? There's no familiar
No,
relationship?
I just stated
Okay,
that.
I just wanted to make sure we got it on the record.
And I didn't hire them.
As-
Okay, thank you.
We will,
Let's
we will
move
let
on to the
DOI
next
take it from here.
question.
Okay.
So juvenile justice, or juvenile delinquency, excuse me. We've seen a remarkable decline in the number of juvenile delinquency cases that are being referred for diversion. At the beginning of the Adams administration, 41% of cases were referred for diversion. Now it's just 19%. So that means many more of our young people are being prosecuted, which of course is a direct result of your decision as becoming commissioner for cutting over $5 million in diversion programs, $700,000 to the Impact Program, $2.6 million to the Next Steps Program, $1.6 million to the Arches Program, evidence-based, effective programs. What programs are you advocating for in this budget to help reduce the number of youth who are under DOP supervision and who are avoiding prosecution?
If you're referring to diversion cases, children, there, I believe it was 12% less. Do you have the numbers for the diversion? Diversion is based on eligibility, not the availability of programs. There are plenty of diversion programs that we use, whether it's DYC, whether it is the courts have diversion programs. That is not why there's a reduction in the number of youth being referred to diversion programs. There are youth that are committing violent felonies is the reason why they're not being referred to the diversion program. And that's why it's important to have not just programs once they're on probation or in trouble, but being proactive and have programs available to them so it doesn't happen, which is another thing that DOP participates in. We have a huge number of young people that attend our programs that are not on probation, that utilize our NEON centers that are not on probation. We are very proactive when it comes to that. So it is not related to any reduction in any program why these young people are not being diverted. You can speak with to the numbers, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the question regarding adjustments. So in fiscal year 23, there was, as compared to fiscal year 24, there was a 12.3% decrease in adjustment. And as the Commissioner said, we are, regarding the decrease in adjustment, the Department of Probation is guided by the Family Court Act 308.1 and the Uniform Rules of Family Court 205.22, which outlines how cases are deemed suitable for diversion.
Yes, and according to the data that we looked at from the MMR, we saw that the number of cases that, juvenile delinquency cases that were eligible for adjustment has doubled as a percentage. So 1 out of 5 cases to 2 out of 5 cases since the beginning of the Adams administration. That's a major problem. We're seeing 13% increase in the number of cases that are sent to the law department for prosecution, from 24% to 38%, 14%, excuse me. So those are major shifts that are leading to more of our young people ending up in incarceration, our criminal justice system. And if we had more diversion opportunities and had the programs that are evidence-based and successful that Commissioner Holmes cut from the budget for no good reason, we would have less young people facing this unfortunate reality. 2 more items I'd like to touch on briefly if the chair will be so generous.
I'm sorry, may I answer, make a response to your question or
Sure.
your statement, rather? I just want to underscore, it's important to know that eligibility and suitability are distinct considerations. While some cases may not be eligible for adjustment, referral to the presentment agency, which you referred to, does not equate to incarceration.
Understood.
Rather, youth may be placed in juvenile detention while their case proceeds. And again, we are.
It doesn't equate to incarceration, but it is a potential outcome. It's a likely outcome.
I'm sorry?
It doesn't equate to incarceration, but it's a potential and likely outcome for the individuals who are facing that reality. And at a time
Again,
when
we
our
have-
juvenile justice centers are overwhelmed with people, kids have been sleeping in the hallway, we have serious problems, we want to make sure that we're sending the people there who absolutely need to go there. So I just have, I'm over on time, I got 2 more items I got to get through quickly. The intensive community monitoring program, is it currently operational?
Of course.
Okay. We've received, I just want you to sense this. This is a pile of letters that we get from anonymous people. I get at least a letter a week from somebody who's worked at DOP or is working at DOP who is deeply concerned about your management of the agency. We are concerned, we've heard information from nonprofit providers that contract with DOP that indicate that the intensive community monitoring program has been disbanded. Happy to hear that that's not true, but we would love more information on how
The
many
number has increased tremendously.
Okay.
With ICM, tremendously. Reason being, because they used to have a smaller unit that monitored only 20 individuals in each respective borough, with the exception of Staten Island was 10. The way I did it is now that any and every probation officer who manages case by risk level, not by classification, can now manage an ICM case. So therefore, allowing for us to take on more ICM cases. As it stands today, currently, we have an increase in that formerly existing number of 90. I think we had over 120 now. The judge is aware of it. They like it.
If the committee council would help us follow up with the data, that would be
Yeah, it afforded us to take on more ICMs with the process that I put in place.
We would love to get some information in writing on that. And then the last item I'd like to raise is something that's come up at each of your hearings, which is your decision to have all of the probation officers carry guns, which I think is alarming. I certainly respect and understand that if a probation officer is going into a home for a search, there may be a need for a firearm for their safety. But why? Why do we want to have, why do we want to send the message of every young person who's doing intake at probation encountering a person with a gun? Why do we want to have every person doing an investigation carry a gun? Why do we want to turn the Department of Probation into the NYPD?
Well, I didn't want to turn it into NYPD, but they are peace officers, and part of their notice of examination is that they carry firearms. Peace officers carry firearms. It's part of their job to qualify for a firearm. I didn't decide this. In 2002, the former Great Commissioner Horn did. He's the one that put in place and implemented that they to carry firearms. So what I did was follow through. We had some probation officers going out to do field visits with others, and they didn't have firearms. That's very, very dangerous. In addition to
you heard me say
that,
I agree.
we had several instances where, let's take Queens, that ended up in the paper. A probationer got into a fight with another probationer, sliced him up with a knife. That same day, a probationer came in through the metal detector and was later discovered by the police responding that he had a meat cleaver taped to his chest. With that being said, at 400 Liberty in Brooklyn, the 7-5, East New York, we had an incident, one of our probationers in a program, he comes out to be met by an individual attempting to rob him, fires shots, one hits the probation officer, car in front, probation officers were still upstairs in that particular office. Yes, it is sometimes where it is dangerous. We don't want to be met with an active shooter, right? And because whatever it is that may happen, but the bottom line is we have probationers that are carrying weapons, even a family court. Do you know how often we get calls from family court that they're hiding weapons in the grounds, on the grounds, they're watching the cameras, and they're identified as our probationers? They're our probationers. So we have to keep our probation officers safe. That's our first and foremost responsibility, because if they're not safe, we can't do the job.
Yeah, under your leadership, there's 30% fewer of them, and we do need to.
I've only been here 2 years. You said over 5 years.
Over
that
5
is
years,
not
that's
under my
right. We've seen
leadership.
it, and it's not
Councilman.
just your issue, but and your plan to restore the head count is not keeping up with attrition. So it's going to continue to go down under your leadership for the months and the years to come. But the key point I want to make is, it sends a very specific message that when every young person comes in for intake at the Department of Probation when they're encountering somebody with a gun. That is not the history of the agency. It is one that you changed. I appreciate and understand that when somebody's going into somebody's home, there may be a need for a firearm for the safety of the officer. But to have every officer in every role in this agency carrying a gun is the NYPD-ification
Is
of the
Commissioner
DOP.
Horn,
And
former Commissioner Horn
you
of the
changed this
Department of
policy when you
Probation's
came into office.
policy.
You changed the policy
Part
when you
of the
came into
notice of
office.
examination. No, just
Yes.
part of the policy wasn't being followed.
So how about this?
So
Our
I
committee council will
enforce
follow up
the
in writing.
policy.
We would like for you to share with us how many DOP officers carried guns the day you came into office, and how many DOP officers carry guns today?
Well, they all carry guns today. It should be unless
and
they
how many
have some
and
sort
how
of...
many carried guns the day you started?
I really have no idea.
Well,
My
we'd
job
like-
was to make sure that they were safe.
Can anyone on the dais
and
answer that question?
And that we were safe and that they were safe.
So we'll follow up
no
in writing
idea.
on that question. We hope you'll provide it, because there has been a significant change in policy since you took office, and I don't think it's the right policy.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much. The council member's time has expired, and I'm going to move on with my questioning on staffing and overtime. I'd also like to acknowledge we've been joined by Councilmember Abreu on Zoom and Councilmember Brewer here in the chambers. So despite such high vacancy rates, 3 training classes, each consisting of 50 recruits, were canceled in 2023, and the most recent probation officer's exam was postponed. Can you folks explain why the probation officer trainee exam was canceled?
Right, so it was postponed due to notice of examination, anticipated notice of examination changes. But with that being said, we still have a pool of over 200 people. We have another class of 50 going in the end of month. We just graduated 40, a great, wonderful graduation, because probation never had graduations before. They have them now. Their families participate. Very motivational. But with that being said, like I said, the actual training time grew from 12 weeks to 5 months, and very much needed. At least they're coming out well-trained, ready to hit the ground and running. And what we're attempting to do is now double the academy training staff, therefore doubling the class.
Do you folks have a new date set for the exam?
I'm sorry? Yes, we do. We have for June 2026, it's a forecast for our next exam.
Great. And the starting salary for probation officers is now $61,386. Has this helped attract more candidates?
Oh, yes, we've been attracting candidates even before the contract was settled. Like I said, we have about a population of 200 individuals. I know we had an existing list where there are 213 individuals on there, which is part of the pool of people that we have. We were actively recruiting, but we were tabling it. So it wasn't so much a commercial or public announcement. It was going out, being part of different events, tabling it, probation officers in uniform, attracting the crowd, and that's how we were able to get several resumes.
And during the commissioner's testimony at a city hall hearing, you stated that the probation officers and supervising probation officers and family court services were down by about 40%. Why has DOP not increased the number of officers in family court, given that 15, 16, 17, and 18-year-olds are driving an increase of arrests?
Right. No, I think we're pretty good with juvenile. Right now, we're carrying an average caseload of what, 20 something?
25.
Right, about 25, which is good. It's great, because if you look at adult, when I first came in, the caseloads were 60, 65, 50-something. So it's great now that they're carrying an average caseload of 25. So they're pretty good as far as the span of control is concerned. We actually have a span of control, if you're looking at supervising probation officers, that is very, very small when you look at it, maybe like a 1 to 3. The average span of control usually runs 4 to 6 in probation, but it can be as much as 1 to 8. But we try and keep it low, so that way it's really intimate follow-up on the respective cases. But they are definitely supported with staffing and supervising probation officers.
Great, thank you. I'd like to turn over to some questions on caseload. We understand that caseloads have doubled or tripled over the past 2 years, with the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens handling the highest numbers of adult services. What's the current caseload count in each borough for family and adult probation services?
Okay, so we'll let adult answer for adult, and then family, I think it's still on average to be about 25.
So the case loads have not doubled or tripled. Although the cases have gone up, part of that internal structuring that we referred to previously, we've moved officers from non-supervision positions to supervision positions. So our overall citywide average is 48 cases, which is actually lower than it was previously. That said, we can go per borough. We have a range between 42 and 49. I think one outlier may be pushing up to like 52. So depending on which branch or which borough we're talking about. But that's typically our range, and again, the average is 48.
Average 48 per borough?
Yeah, that's the caseload per officer.
Okay, and do we
How many
have
cases per officer?
the breakdown per borough?
I do, yes.
Okay.
One moment. Find I apologize. Give me just a moment. All right. So each borough, so our average caseload, we have for Brooklyn 49.8, for the Bronx 46.7, for Queens 53.9. I apologize, I misspoke. It's 53, not 52. Manhattan's 41.1, and Staten Island is 41.3.
Okay, great. And family?
We have, on average, 25 cases per probation officer. In Staten Island, because they have a low, their cases are about 12 to 15 on average.
Okay, so for the four of the boroughs will range around
Yeah,
25, and Staten
correct.
Island is 12 to 15.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. DOP now requires probation officers and supervisory probation officers to appear in court for their own cases, as mentioned prior, including violations of probation. How is this logically feasible when one officer may have cases in multiple courts and locations? And are officers provided any benefits like vehicles for travel or reimbursements for expenses?
Right, so we hear that, but I'm not experiencing much of that, right?
Okay.
So we hear, the what ifs, right? The what ifs are addressed. If they have multiple cases, the courts will cancel. What we've done to address this also is that, it's often mentioned that I come from the police department, yes, and I think in technology it was a well-oiled ship because the actual court notifications goes to the respective member's command. As a result of such, we are now meeting and have met with Sound Thinking, who's putting that in place for us. So what happens is you're able to see, or the respective DA requesting the appearance of the particular individual see that they have another court date on that particular date, and then they would change that respective court date. As far as vehicles, I'm always pushing vehicles. I don't think they have enough vehicles, right? And where I formerly came from, you're tripping over vehicles. But we've requested vehicles, the vehicles that they're allowed to buy, you're buying from a particular vendor, it's a hybrid, it goes out, it comes in. But with that being said, what I did was I put in to get Metro cards for every probation officer, right? So when they're doing their job throughout the city, they have a Metro card. Police officers had it. I had it. You're able to take the train if you didn't have a vehicle. I'll speak with my DC of administration. I think you were overseeing that?
Correct.
Where are we at with that now?
We've been in communication. It's with the general counsel of the MTA right now. I was in communication with her as recently as yesterday to procure, we're going to say travel passes because the Metro cards may be transitioning to Omni, but those conversations are happening right now, something we're actively pursuing.
And that will be every year. So it expires, and then we re-up it, get the old one back, give them a new one, so they have that.
Okay, and, sorry, actually, just a clarification. So if we're given a travel pass, right now it's Metro card, so you're putting X amount of rides on it, or is it?
It will be unlimited. So the ones that we have now are the same ones we use for clients, right? You give it to them one or two. But this will be for a probation officer to use. It'll expire at the end of the year, unlimited, throughout the city. And that way they are free to go and...
And how are we monitoring that they're using that solely for the purpose of?
Oh, it will be, because naturally there will be security measures in place to ensure it's only being used in the city and during work hours. And again, technology.
Sure. And any reimbursements for other expenses that may be incurred?
I'm sorry?
Any other reimbursements for expenses that may be incurred that are approved?
I haven't heard of anything, but it should be. It's something we can visit, if that is an issue. Listen, I am always saying that, I'm one person, I am the commissioner, but these executives that support me here, they know their responsibilities, and any time that there's a question, they have great representation. They have a union president, that's here, that represents them and always concerned about their concerns. As far as DC 37, Anthony Wells, Carl Cook, anyone can come and say simply, here's what we're having, here's what we're seeing, what can we do for our members? I'm all about making life easy but efficient, right? But I always say we still have a job to do.
Is DOP aware that requiring probation officers to advocate for the incarceration of a client in court may put their safety at risk when they must later visit the client's home or supervise them?
No, I'm sorry.
Sure.
You have more, go ahead.
Previously, court liaison officers acted as a buffer between POs and clients. How does this department expect to plan to mitigate these risks? And you can answer on whether or not you think.
Okay, so, no, I don't believe that's a risk. Like I said, I just don't believe that's a risk. I believe that's a positive. I want to tell you why. There are a lot of probationers, clients, that would leave court, especially in the Bronx, especially in Brooklyn. The DAs have spoken to this and met with gang violence, met with being in a fight. When that probation officer is sitting there with them through court and they leave, it's like, come on, get out, go ahead home or whatever, don't get in any trouble. So I look at that as more a security buffer, and it's your person. That it's your person. Like, this is your client. I'm concerned about it, and I'm concerned about the right message being given to the judge. I'm concerned about me as a probation officer. I'm going to know the improvement of this kid. I'm going to know whether they need extra, whatever, prodding or maybe electronic monitoring. I'm intimate with that. There is no such thing as a buffer. Our case liaison officers did great work. I thank them for the work they did. And when it came to family court, like the general counsel said, they were doing the same work that is electronically supported. So, no, I don't think that is a risk.
Okay, thank you. Given the plan to lower the population on Rikers by expanding ATIs and supervised release, does DOP have the resources to take on the anticipated increase of cases and clients?
So we, as I said, we met with attrition, but you can see our caseloads are manageable. According to the American Probation and Parole Association, they recommend 33 to 50-something cases. We're within that parameter. I need more people for those new needs. DOP is growing. We have the Conditional Release Commission. Naturally, we're managing that. That took resources from our existing resources to do those investigations. We have not replaced those individuals. On top of that, as those cases begin to come, as we begin to de-incarcerate, right, and every bed counts, and they're coming under the care and custody of probation, we need more people to manage them. Because right now they're going into our existing caseload. So I'm not going to say we have enough people. I'm going to say with an increase in headcount, which I'm looking for to restore some numbers back to some numbers that were given up, budgeted headcounts, I guess as a result of PEGs or whatever they were given before my time. But I like the way the numbers looked at 2019. I think it's going to help support in-service training. It's going to help de-incarceration. It's going to help electronic monitoring unit and in-service training, enhanced case supervision. So I'm not going to say that we have what we need. I'm going to say I'm going to be asking for what we need.
And my last question, how much funding in the preliminary plan has been allocated for the local Conditional Release Commission?
Ooh, what was that funding? We have that number. Bridget, you should have it, but Andrew may have it. 1, 1, and 5.
It's approximately $415,000 for our budgeted headcount that we got in 2019, and it stayed consistent.
Great, thank you for that response. Seeing no other questions, and I don't have any other additional questions, I want to thank you folks for coming today and testifying and answering all of our concerns and questions for this preliminary budget hearing. I can now dismiss this panel, and we will pause for a second to swap out some of, for the chair to continue on the hearing. But thank you, folks.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good morning. We will now call the representatives of the Department of Corrections to testify. We'll be hearing testimony from
Linnell McGinley Liddy, Francis Torres, Fitz Frege, Sherry Ann Rembert, James Conroy, James Boyd, Faizan Zubair, and Mala Srinivasan. Can you all raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Right, noting for the record that all administration witnesses responded in the affirmative, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice. I am Linnell McGinley Liddy, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Correction. My colleagues and I are here to discuss the preliminary budget for fiscal year 2026. Today, I will provide you with insight on how my team and I are working to address some of our most pressing challenges to ensure our jails remain safe and humane. I will also provide you with an overview of the department's fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget. As we move into this next fiscal year, we must confront some hard truths. Despite any hopes to the contrary, the jail population continues to rise. Between January 1st, 2022 and today, the department has experienced a remarkable 32% increase in the population. In the last year alone, the population has increased over 10%. Thank you so much. Today, the census is approximately 6,900, which is the highest it has been since 2019. This number is not in line with what was envisioned for the borough-based jails, nor our current jails on Rikers Island. The physical plant of our jail system, as it exists today, is not equipped to house an ever-increasing population, especially given our current staffing levels. The department has been proactive in monitoring population and staffing levels, as well as facility conditions and capacity demands. It is our goal at all times to uphold safe, secure, and humane conditions for people in custody and our staff. With this in mind, the department developed and executed a plan to increase bed space in certain housing areas throughout the jails to ensure available beds for those coming into our care. This work remains ongoing as we anticipate further increases to the population in the coming weeks. In tandem with increased capacity, we are exploring every avenue to decrease the population in the short and long term. Recently, the department revised policies and procedures to tackle a long-standing issue and streamline the process by which attorneys can meet with their clients on Rikers and review electronic discovery documents. This will support speedier case processing and reduce lengths of stay. We also continue to meet with stakeholders throughout the criminal justice system to impress upon them the urgency of the situation and to develop collaborative strategies to bring down rates of new admission and safely reduce the population. As the council is aware, the department has been experiencing a continuing staffing crisis. Today, the department employs approximately 6,000 uniformed members of service. That is a 20% decrease from January 2022. Nearly 250 members of service are currently eligible to retire, and 450 more will become eligible to retire by the end of the year. By the end of 2026, approximately 750 more will be eligible to retire. Recruitment and retention of law enforcement staff has been a challenge nationally, and the reality is that the department's recruitment classes are not keeping up with the levels of attrition. For us, it is extremely important to focus on building up our uniformed staff and providing them with the opportunities for support, wellness, and growth. In the last year, uniformed and non-uniformed staff participated in professional growth opportunities to enhance soft skills and leadership development to ensure we have a deep bench of leaders to sustain the agency well into the future. We have also been focused on bolstering our dedicated correction assistance response for employee staff who regularly provide a holistic range of support and resources for all members of service. This calendar year, we are partnering with a vendor to provide training and professional development for our care staff on topics such as resiliency, mindfulness strategies, mental health awareness, and suicide prevention, and more. But training is just one tool we are wielding in our effort to enhance staff wellness and retention. We are also opening wellness centers and other spaces for staff to relax and practice mindfulness throughout the commands. We opened the first wellness center for staff at the Otis Bantam Correctional Center, as well as a staff wellness center in our Brooklyn Court facility, and plan to open more centers in the months to come. Later this month, we will swear in over 100 new correction officers. These recruits have undergone comprehensive training to ensure they are prepared to serve with professionalism and integrity as stewards of public safety. We are excited to welcome the next generation of public servants to the Boldest family, and we are intent on raising them up to be the leaders within our jails and our city. The staff in our facilities work long hours in difficult and stressful conditions. Our actions as leaders must demonstrate to them our appreciation and genuine care. Providing these resources shows our staff that for all they do to protect the well-being of others, their well-being matters to us. When we invest in our staff and give them what they need, they will show up as their best selves and help nurture a culture of service that creates better jails and better outcomes for those in our care. The challenges ahead of us are not insurmountable, and we have the momentum of many great accomplishments in 2024 to carry us forward. Despite a growing population and decreasing staff, the department made significant strides in safety, security, and providing vital support to both our staff and those in our care. These holistic efforts have had a measurable impact on our jails in 2024. Compared to 2023, slashings and stabbings decreased by 23%, and assaults on staff fell by 23%. We have been focusing on modernizing services and infrastructure across all areas of operation. Last year, the department implemented several new technology systems to support increased transparency and accountability, as well as improve our ability to run the jails safely and efficiently. Some of these initiatives include an electronic case management system to coordinate tracking and reporting of incidents across the jails, the rollout of new body-worn cameras requiring all uniformed staff, regardless of rank or assignment, to equip a body-worn camera as part of their uniform, rapid scan drug testing machines designed to significantly improve the detection of drugs via inbound mail, and a new programs tracking system which tracks the progress that people in custody make as they attend sessions and triggers an automatic reclassification when programmatic milestones are reached. We received several new grants last year to support many of these efforts, including funding to expand substance misuse services. The Division of Programs and Community Partnerships has also launched several meaningful initiatives to support people in our care and their loved ones. In 2024, in partnership with the Children's Museum of Manhattan, we launched CMOM Hubs at the Rose M. Singer and George R. Viano Centers. These interactive play spaces promote bonding between parents and children during visits, having a positive and lasting impact on their relationships. In addition, we welcome the council's support in promoting the free visitor shuttle bus we offer to all New Yorkers who wish to visit a loved one in our facilities. We know visits have an immediate impact on people's rehabilitation and behavior while in custody, and whatever we can do to maintain that support is beneficial. We know firsthand that programs are a cornerstone to creating a safer environment for both staff and people in custody, and have been working hard to meaningfully expand services, considering the needs that people in custody have expressed through our focus groups. In January, DOC released a multi-million-dollar challenge-based procurement to solicit proposals to provide expanded programmatic services for people in custody. The 4 challenges focus on finding solutions for supplemental education services, trauma-informed care, substance misuse, and transition planning and transportation. We are excited to welcome a new wave of providers into the jails to provide these critical services. In addition, last year was a year of growth for the department's leadership team. Mr. Fritz Farget, who sits with me here today, has been appointed Senior Deputy Commissioner, overseeing the administration and management of all departmental facilities, security, and field commands. He brings a wealth of law enforcement and innovation experience, previously serving as the Director of Public Safety for the City of Newark, New Jersey. We have also appointed several Deputy Commissioners, including Nell McCarty, our new Deputy Commissioner of Programs and Community Partnerships, and Kevin Doherty, our new Deputy Commissioner of Facilities and Maintenance and Repair and Fleet Administration, who also join us today. We're excited to welcome these outstanding leaders to the team and look forward to their contributions in advancing our mission. Now I will briefly turn to the fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget. As of the fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget, the department's budget is $1.2 billion. The vast majority of this, 84%, is allocated for personal services, and 16% for other than personal services. The fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget increased by $55 million compared to fiscal year 25 budget of $1.16 billion. Some of the increases to the preliminary budget include funding for uniform for persons in custody, with $1.8 million baseline starting in fiscal year 2025. Individuals currently in custody continue to be issued uniforms and undergarments throughout their stay, and some may need replacing due to normal wear and tear. We are also considering the increase in population as well as the increase in new admissions. And food for persons in custody, with $4.3 million baseline starting in fiscal year 2026. The additional funding supports increases food need for the department, resulting from an increase in population as well as an increase in food prices. And the cell door replacement, with $2.4 million baseline starting in fiscal year 2025, and recruitment and advertising, with $4.2 million allocated in fiscal year 2025 and $5 million baseline in fiscal year 2026. The fiscal year 25 preliminary capital budget and commitment plan totals $14.6 billion, which covers fiscal years 2025 through 2035. As of the fiscal year 26 preliminary budget, the majority of capital funding is tied to the Borough-Based Jails program, which totals $13.9 billion over the 10-year plan and is allocated as follows. The Brooklyn facility, $2.3 billion. The Manhattan facility, $4.1 billion. The Bronx facility, $3.1 billion. And the Queens facility, $4 billion. We continue to work diligently to attract and retain both civilian and uniformed staff. The total authorized headcount is 8,806, 7,060 uniform positions, and 1,746 civilian positions. Our actual uniform staffing levels remain well below our authorized headcount, and the department plans to use the new needs approved for recruitment advertisement in the preliminary budget to be aggressive with advertising and marketing strategies to promote recruitment. As we look to the year ahead, we also reflect on a history of individual and collective achievements and innovation. This year marks the department's 130th year anniversary. For 130 years, the bold men and women of this agency have served this city with bravery and resilience. They have dedicated their careers to changing lives by caring for the people in our custody and keeping them safe. Their commitment to this city extends beyond the jails. DOC members of service support critical public safety efforts throughout all 5 boroughs and beyond, and were among the first responders who supported the rescue and recovery efforts following the 9/11 attacks. DOC members of service were also deployed to support relief in New Orleans after the devastation of Hurricane Katrina, and gave back to the communities during the COVID-19 pandemic, donating thousands of pounds of food to nonprofits serving the most vulnerable New Yorkers. This is not an exhaustive list. Members of the boldest family have given so much to their communities and to this city, and they deserve to be celebrated. I have said it before, and I will say it again. Heroes work at the New York City Department of Correction. I am grateful for the heroism they display every single day, seen and unseen, whether it be during their tours or when called to support in times of great need, and I celebrate the difficult work they do. As public servants, my team and I will continue to bring the same unwavering energy and commitment to our work, building on the progress we've made to ensure it's sustainable, and that this agency is safer and fairer for decades to come. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My colleagues and I are available to answer your questions.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am not Councilmember Chair Nurse, but I will be playing her today on this episode of preliminary budget hearings. I'm going to jump right into it because there is a number of questions. Also, let's just also send some well wishes to our chair who's not feeling well today, which is why she's not here. But let's get into the questions. On October 19, 2019, when the City Council voted on the borough-based jails, ULUP, the population on Rikers was around 7,000, with the goal of reducing the population to 3,300 people by 2026. Commissioner, your predecessor testified according to internal forecasting produced by the Department of Corrections, the jail population would continue to rise and this number could climb to over 7,000, and that is by 2027. The date Rikers is legally mandated to close, we will have a population higher than that can be housed in the borough-based jails. After being commissioner for the department for over a year, would you say you agree with the former commissioner when it comes to the city's ability to reduce jail population?
I mean, as of today, yesterday's census, we had approximately 6,879 individuals in custody.
Could you say that again, 6,000?
6,879 individuals in custody. And one of the challenges for us, what's happening upstate right now with the strikes upstate, we're also holding people who are scheduled to go upstate. So we have, as of today, we have 327 people who are state ready. As you are aware, the only ability and tool that I have as commissioner, which, to balance public safety, and look at the individual in our care and their conduct during the time they're in our custody, is 6A. And that is something that I've been doing aggressively, looking at the individuals who are eligible. And as of today, from the time I've been appointed commissioner, I've released 78 individuals. And we continue to work with our partners, which includes the OCA and MOCJ, to work on efforts to depopulate, for depopulation of the individuals in custody.
So you see this as a struggle, obviously.
Absolutely. One of the things, we're looking at holistically, how can we make this work, right? We understand, as a lawyer, we have case delays, case processing, that's an issue. So we looked at how can we eliminate the barriers for that. That's why in the testimony I addressed that, if an attorney needed to come in and go through discovery with their client, they should be able to do so with their laptop. We're also exploring an application where individuals can review their discovery on the tablet, and if they don't have a tablet, that they can go to the law library and review that information on a laptop there. But the issue is case processing. We don't determine who comes into custody, but we're trying to do everything that we can possibly do to assist in this effort.
Okay. At the preliminary budget hearing last year, the department testified that in 2022, 75 people had been released under 6A, and with 5 of them during the tenure. So you said you have 78 now, so obviously you've increased. Can you describe your approach to the 6A program as commissioner, and how do you intend to use these tools in the next fiscal year?
So, I mean, again, we're balancing public safety. We're looking at the nature of the offense, what brought the individual into our care, but we're also taking a look at their conduct while in custody. And with the backdrop of this is all, we have to ensure that public safety is always looked at. And so that is the lens that when we're reviewing the individuals who are eligible, and this is done on a daily basis.
So you do that daily. And so just thinking about that, how many do you think that you have how many cases have you looked through?
We looked at everybody.
So you looked at all 6,879?
Yeah, well, the sentenced population.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not the entire detainee population, because I don't have the authority to do that.
So the ones that are eligible, you're looking at them daily?
Correct. And there's a team that's assigned to look at them as well. This is a multi-cross divisional effort, because we're looking at in our custody management division, also leaning on what programs is saying, if the individuals are engaging in programming efforts. We're also looking at whether that person has a severe infraction history. Again, but balancing public safety to ensure that if we do release that individual, that person will stay in touch with the program provider that we're connecting them with, and that they won't actually recidivate and come back into custody.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously you're gonna balance public safety, so you don't have to reiterate that, because I think that that's the goal for all of it, but I think it's also just making sure we're looking through the programs and using all the tools that we have to ensure, because I'm sure the 78 you released, I'm sure they were people that you deemed qualified. Chief Administrative Judge Zayas released a report in October listing new protocols and aims at reducing felony cases delays as necessary to lower the pretrial detainees at population at Rikers. Commissioner, would you say you agree with the judge's report?
Absolutely. We've been working in collaboration with them and their team, yes.
The reform was launched in Brooklyn this past fall. Have you seen any changes in the population and case processes following the start of this pilot?
I've not been able to see anything at this point in time, but when I do, I'd let you know.
Thank you. According to the jail population forecast terms and condition report that the department recently completed, there were 2 major factors driving the increase in the jail population. Those are individuals with Brad H. and other mental health diagnoses and delayed case time resulting in long stays. The report also stated that the population warrants strategic response to reduce inefficiencies while increasing public safety. Can you share what those strategies might be?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, I'll read a little slower, sorry. I do tend to speak fast. According to the jail population forecast team and terms and condition report that the department recently completed, there are 2 major factors driving the increase in jail populations. Those are individuals with Brad H. and other mental health diagnoses and delayed case times resulting in long stays. The report also states that the population warrants strategic response to reduce inefficiencies while increasing public safety. Can you share what those strategies might be?
So I'm gonna have to defer to our partners at MOCJ, because they've been actually doing the work and leading the work on this, so they will be the best suited to respond to that question.
So we should follow MOCJ. Okay, we'll do so. Multiple sources, including the Board of Corrections and Federal Monitor reports, have drawn correlations between high levels of violence and lack of supervision management that holds staff accountable to be at their posts. Conduct tours at assessment times and general performance and general perform their required duties. How many facilities does one warden currently oversees?
So we have one warden per facility.
One warden per facility. So they only.
And then we have an acting warden who oversees the hospital and transportation and the courts.
According to DOC staffing report, the department is budgeted for 16 warden positions, but you've only filled 7. How does the vacancies affect the operations within the facility?
So I don't believe it is 7. I believe we have a total, I'm sorry? 6? Okay. So we have 6 wardens and 1 acting warden, and we're working on increasing those positions and making them available for individuals to apply. As of yesterday, I also announced for deputy wardens, we're going to start a cohort of a class for 13 deputy wardens that starts on Monday.
Okay. Well, like, what are you doing to kind of like get these positions filled? Because that's more than half of the staff that you're allotted for it.
Well, we're working vigorously to ensure that we are providing opportunities, we're providing training, and ensuring that the individuals at the ranks below are actually stepping up to the ranks above and getting that opportunity.
Do you have an inkling of why folks wouldn't be stepping up to be a warden? Is there not trainings that they don't feel like they're qualified?
The department prior, what was done is that they hired wardens from outside, right? There was a provision in the charter that we had allowed for people to come from outside. Majority of those people are no longer with the department, and so we are investing in the talent and the people that are there, cultivating them, providing them with the training and the opportunities so that they know that they can step up to the next level. So again, I just mentioned that we have a class of 13 deputy wardens. You know, it is something that we're
And is deputy wardens a new line, or is
No, it's not a new line, but they support the warden in the facility. But what I'm saying is that we're working as a leadership team to cultivate the next generation so that 130 years from now, there are other people working in the department and the department is fully staffed, and that the bench continues to be a deep one.
Yeah, I mean, definitely cultivating staff is always to me makes the most sense. I don't
Yeah, but there's been no real investment in the people at the Department of Correction, and so that's what we're taking on and making sure that we're doing that. I mean, even we had trainings for public speaking training, just things sort of to expose people that they know that they have the opportunity, that they can.
And that wasn't the culture before.
Not necessarily. I mean, I think we are just, I think the real focus is to ensure that people have opportunities to do so and that they know that they can take advantage of those opportunities.
There seems to be major vacancies in every supervising rank, including the rank of captain, showing 148 vacancies, captain's position as of November. How many officers report to each captain?
Do you have that?
Good afternoon, Sherry Ammenbert, Chief of Staff. Can you repeat your question, please?
There seems to be major vacancies in every supervisory rank, including ranks of captain, 148 vacancies, captain position as of November. How many officers report to each captain?
Well, that answer is very fluid because there's different facilities. So on the average, in a housing inn, on average, it would be between, per house would be between 15 and 20 officers report to the captain, depending on what the housing areas are and in facilities.
Yeah, I mean, these numbers are pretty high. You're definitely you have wardens and now 148 captains.
Can I just say something? We promoted 50 captains last year.
Okay, so you're more like at 100.
No. Well, at that time, yes. Again, the numbers that you're looking at, there's attrition, people have retired.
Absolutely,
right?
but we have to make sure we are we are preparing for those things because those things are always going to happen. And if you have this many vacancies, that is going to be a deficiency and stretch for more people who are there, and then they're going to want to leave. So it becomes a cycle.
No, I agree with you. And so last year we promoted 50 captains, and prior to that, the year before, we also did a promotion of captains. But before 2022, there had been no promotions of captains in 5 years.
Last year, you told the council that you were planning strategic hiring campaign to recruit new officers and promote captains. What's the result of that campaign?
So we were able to onboard approximately 167 correction officers last year.
167?
Yes, but I can tell you we've just done a print and ad media campaign for our correction officers. Exam 5300, we had approximately 46 people registered to take the exam. This last exam, we actually,
You said how many you had to register to take the exam? I'm sorry.
So
I gotta
for
turn this up.
exam 5300, we had approximately 2,646 people registered to take the exam. And so what we did was we looked at sort of the areas where people were interested in terms of what backgrounds they were coming from, and we ensured that our recruitment strategy was a lot more targeted for this last run that we had. So this last run that we had, it was from January 8th, 25 to February 28th, 2025. We had approximately 3,572 registrations, which is a 35% increase. And so we are working on ensuring that we're recruiting and bringing people in. But the reality, too, is it's not just recruitment, it's also retention. People come in, working in the jails, it's a very challenging job.
Listen,
And
we take their hats off to them because they show up every day to
Correct.
go into a very
Correct. And so
situation.
that's also something that we're looking at as a team to ensure, yeah, we're recruiting, but we're also supporting people when they come to work, because they show up regardless of what they're going through. They show up holidays, they're missing their kids' birthdays, they're missing family arrangements, but they're showing up to take care of the people in our care. So, and we also have a captain's exam that's going to, the current registration period is on, and that will be held in May.
I mean, it's just interesting. They're across the city. I feel like, especially as city agencies, we're having these conversations with folks, and folks are saying they're struggling trying to get staff. And then I know me specifically, I have people calling my office all the time asking for jobs and information. And so
Send them my way.
No, I just want to employ the agencies again, and I know I'm not the chair, so I'm imploring you. If you have vacancies, you should be using the council members, sending them to us, like making sure that we know the information, that we could be kicking it out. Like it is 51 of us, and we should be a resource that you're using, because I know myself specifically, I consistently get people calling my office about, where could I find a job? How could I do it? If you guys are having hiring halls, you should be partnering with us, because these numbers are alarming. And so for me, it's always like, well, if people are looking for the jobs and we have these vacancies, how are we marrying the two? And so I'm speaking for everyone, I don't care. You should be using all 51 of the members to say, we have these vacancies. Can you get this out to your community? And see us as in those partners. And I feel like sometimes agencies don't realize that. So again, send it to us.
We definitely will.
Every one of us, all 51. That means you have 51 recruits on the team. In 2024, how many staff identified as chronically absent?
The staff that chronically absent was, as of yesterday's date, which is Thursday, is 216.
216. And how many of those staff have been processed as and have been processed as chronically absent? So those is different things.
One moment, please. For the year of, excuse me, for the year of 2024, it's ongoing, it's 227.
227.
Medical separation was 149.
Can you explain the criteria and process for a staff member to be identified as chronically absent?
Yes, ma'am. Chronic absence would be, is displayed as 40 or more sick days or 15 or more occasions.
Following.
I'm sorry, that was medical incompetence. Chronic absence is 12 or more
12 or more.
sick days. My apologies.
Following that identification, can you explain the criteria and process for a staff member to be processed as chronically absent? Is that different?
No, it's
Okay.
different.
Okay. What's the next steps once a staff member has been processed as chronically absent?
Once a member of service has returned back to duty, they are given a designation as chronic. That member of service will receive a designation, and he or she can appeal that designation. Once they appeal the designation, then it would go to the format of the warden will sign off. The final recommendation would be our Health Management Division, and our final determination would be the Office of Administration. If the Office of Administration deems that the member should remain in chronic status, that member will remain in chronic status for a period of 6 months. If the Office of Administration deems that the member should not be chronic, that member will be released, will not be on that chronic status report.
I have one more question, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Ressler. How many staff currently on payroll have been identified as chronically absent, and what is the current and monthly annual rate for attrition in the department for both uniform and civilian staff?
While my colleague is with chronic as of today is 539, and DC Saravansa would take it from here.
So, good morning. My name is Mala Srinivasan. I'm the DC of Finance. So, in terms of the attrition for uniform in fiscal year 24, it's 13.09%, and in fiscal year 25, it's 12.41%.
Thank you. Councilmember Ressler?
Thank you so much, Chair Stevens. Thank you for your leadership on these issues and for so ably filling in for Chair Nurse. Commissioner, I want to just firstly state, as I think I've said at other hearings, I appreciate that when you come here, you do your best to answer questions. Don't always agree with the policies of the Department of Correction, but I can't say that about every commissioner in this administration, and so I appreciate that you make an effort to engage with us in a forthright manner. That being said, I am deeply concerned about the dramatic increase of number of people who are incarcerated in New York City during the Adams administration. You know, there aren't many things that you can say unite the Giuliani, Bloomberg, and de Blasio administrations, but in each and every one of them, we saw public safety improve and the population at the Department of Correction decline. Unfortunately, in this administration, we've seen a 27% increase in the number of people who are incarcerated. 1,500 more people are sleeping in the hellhole that is Rikers Island tonight than the day that Eric Adams came into office. And crime has gone up in New York City. So both things have moved in the wrong direction in this administration. But that, I just have to say, and now I want to shift to my questions. ICE. So the mayor made a pronouncement on television that ICE is going to be showing up on Rikers Island. Has there been any communication between your office and ICE about the return of ICE to Rikers Island?
No.
Is it accurate that the mayor's council is drafting an executive order to allow for the return of ICE to Rikers Island?
I've not seen an executive order.
Have you been consulted about the drafting of an executive order?
We've had conversations, but I've not seen a
Can you
copy.
confirm with us on the record who you've had conversations with?
I will not be saying who those are privileged.
The office of the, which office? The office of the counsel to the mayor?
Privileged conversations.
Is it accurate that the law department is not involved in the drafting of this executive order?
Again, it's privileged conversations.
So you've been involved. Anything you want to add?
No, we'll just confirm.
So
So ultimately, any executive order will be issued by the law department.
Any executive order will be issued by the law
I
department.
mean, the law department would have to confer on the executive order that are issued.
So can you confirm that you've been in conversation with the law department about the drafting of this executive order?
I have not been in conversation with the law department.
Has your staff been in conversation with the law department?
We have not been in conversation with the law department on the drafting of the executive order.
So you've only been in conversation with the counsel to the mayor?
I did not say that.
I'm asking it. That's my question. Have you been in conversation with the counsel to the mayor about the office of the counsel to the mayor, the chief counsel's office, about the drafting of this executive order? You said you've been in conversations with staff. You said you haven't been in conversation with the law department. Yesterday, Commissioner Castro and Molly Schaefer testified under oath that they've had no conversations whatsoever about the drafting of this executive order. So we're looking to understand who is drafting this executive order, because any executive
It is
order...
not the Department of Correction.
Understood, but we have to understand that an executive order that allows for a federal agency to show up in your jail complex requires coordination with you, right? You need to know what the terms are and what the agreement is and what space you're giving up and all of the costs associated, right? We're trying to understand what conversations have happened with the Department of Correction to understand where this is in the process and who is driving the train.
Councilmember James Conroy, the General Counsel of the Department of Correction.
Nice
I
to
mean,
meet you.
we'll say this, the Commissioner replied in terms of, like, there have been conversations, not recently. Those conversations have been with just members of City Hall, and we'll leave it at that. You know, again, I don't know how granularly we can get into the details of whom we're talking to, but nothing is in place. We've not seen anything passed or drafts of any level of finality.
So have you seen any draft?
No, we have not yet, just again, conversations only.
So there's been no draft that's been shared with the Department of Correction. There's only been policy conversations about what is to be included in the draft to allow for the return of ICE to Rikers Island.
I would say would be included, but that's correct, yes.
And with City Hall staff, not with the law department. Has there been a conversation about whether the mayor faces a conflict of interest in his ability to legally sign this executive order?
Neither myself or the Commissioner have had that conversation, no.
And I imagine you're not going to share any opinion on that on the record today.
Opinions, no, but no, we've not had conversations.
Okay. Has there been any internal cost analysis by the Department of Correction to bring ICE back onto Rikers Island?
No.
So there's no understanding today in the preliminary budget hearing of how much this may cost and what the operational implications are of the return of ICE to Rikers Island?
Definitely not cost. I mean, myself, I contemplate operational, considerations.
Can you share with us any insight into the operational implications of the return of ICE?
We really can't until and if there is an executive order that's in place.
Do you believe that an executive order allowing for the return of ICE to Rikers Island can be drafted that is not in explicit conflict with our sanctuary city laws?
I will say that much then, yes. In the context of local law, there is a provision within the law that does permit the mayor to issue an executive order that would establish an office on Rikers Island that is for the sole purpose of criminal investigations, not relating to civil or criminal removal proceedings or immigration enforcement.
Relating to people accused of one of the 177 crimes?
No, those are distinct. The criminal aspect of what this office would be allowed to do would be things of pure criminal nature, meaning intelligence sharing regarding narcotics, trafficking, potential organized crime activity, things of that nature. That's what the statute contemplates. So that's just the context that you asked me, what would the executive order entail? That's what it would entail, and that's what the statute allows.
And I just want to, the charter explicitly says that the commissioner, as the commissioner, you have charge and management of all institutions of the city in your purview. Does that mean that you expect to have input and on the content of the executive order as it relates to the operations of Rikers Island, of ICE on Rikers Island?
I mean,
It's a difficult question to answer because this would probably entail multiple levels of input, but we're not there yet.
let me ask this question, considering I think you have a role and a say in whether this moves forward based on your charter-mandated responsibility. Do you support the return of ICE to Rikers Island?
So nothing will take place on Rikers Island unless it fully comports with the law.
Fair. Do you support the return of ICE to Rikers Island?
Again, nothing will take place unless it fully comports with the law.
Okay. Do you know when Deputy Mayor Parker is leaving? Do you know when his last day is?
No.
Do you know if he may be signing the executive order relating to Rikers Island and the return of ICE?
No.
Okay, just asking questions, helpful to get on the record. I appreciate the responses. I'll shift gears to one of the topics that I care deeply about, outposted therapeutic units. In 2023, so just a year ago, over a third of all detainees on Rikers who requested a trip to the doctor, so 37% of detainees who requested a trip to the doctor, were never taken to their scheduled appointment. DOC staff failed over 35,200 times, 35,200 times to get a detainee to their medical appointment that was scheduled with the Correctional Health Services. And as we all know, over 55%, I think 55.6% of detainees have a mental health diagnosis, a Brad H designation on Rikers Island, the largest psychiatric facility in the state. The lack of care that has been provided to DOC detainees has resulted in deaths and serious injuries. Given the inability of the Department of Correction to coordinate care on Rikers Island, could you please explain why the 104 newly created therapeutic beds at Bellevue, with the certificate of occupancy provided, have not yet been filled with DOC detainees? Oh, there's some musical chairs depending on where the question was going. But Alex is on the hook. Thank you, Ms. Maldonado. Did she sign in?
Good afternoon, everyone.
She needs to be sworn in.
I have to swear you in. Will you raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Alex Maldonado, and I am an assistant commissioner with the Department of Correction, and I oversee the borough-based jails program, which includes the outposted units in Bellevue, Woodhull, and North Central Bronx hospitals. I believe your question, sir, was why are the 104 beds in Bellevue remaining empty? The department has not received turnover of that facility. The facility has a temporary occupancy, certificate of occupancy, which means that there is still ongoing construction efforts going to complete final punch list items.
I have to say, Assistant Commissioner, that is in direct conflict with the testimony of Correctional Health Services yesterday before the hospital committee. I went to that hearing, I asked these questions. They said, for the record, explicitly, for a month, the facility is absolutely ready for DOC detainees to be inhabited in this moment in time. So we have 104 vacant beds that you are refusing to fill despite the critical need for acute care and services for people who are facing the most serious health needs. You're failing to get them to their medical appointments on Rikers Island. They can be moved to Bellevue today. Why are you choosing not to do so?
The facility is not ready for PICs or people in custody to occupy.
Oh
There are construction efforts that are ongoing. The emergency generator has not been installed. There are security programming that needs door controls, things like that that are essential for keeping our individuals in custody and our staff members safe.
When does DOC plan to activate this facility?
When the facility is turned over to us, we will be able.
You have a timeline.
We have not been provided.
This was supposed to be completed in 2022, then it was 2023, then it was 2024, now it's 2025. The facility is ready. The Correctional Health Services leadership testified under oath yesterday that the facility is ready for occupation today, that it's been ready for a month and that DOC has refused and that there is no response from your agency about what's going on. Now you're saying there's still additional issues that need to be resolved and you're giving no timeline for when people are going to be moved.
Sir, I would ask DHS what that timeline is, but I invite you to the facility to see whether or not it is habitable by individuals
Let's go.
in
What are you
custody
doing
at
after this?
And also for the record, the State Commission on Correction has not commissioned it as a facility. That process has not been completed either.
Okay, next up is, relatedly, NCB and Woodhull. My understanding is that there's been a lack of cooperation from the Department of Correction to finalize the design for these two facilities. When will design be completed for NCB and Woodhull?
That is absolutely incorrect. We have a dedicated team working with CHS and Health and Hospital, as well as their design and architectural teams, to finalize the designs for both Woodhull and North Central Bronx. These facilities were initially designed as healthcare facilities. We have had to make significant changes to the design to improve the safety and security of the facility and improve what we see as insufficiencies in the original design.
Despite these projects being fully funded from the start of the Adams administration, there had been no progress whatsoever to move these facilities forward for the first 2.5 years of the administration. Thanks to the leadership of Deputy Mayor Williams Isom and others, that changed last year, and an announcement was made that these facilities would open in 2027. But as a result of DOC's lack of cooperation to finalize the design for these facilities, we are rapidly moving toward missing that deadline.
I think
Do you
that's
expect
really-
that these facilities will still open in 2027?
I think that's an unfair characterization. My team is working diligently with CHS and H&H
Okay.
to finalize these designs.
Then give us a timeline. When will design be completed?
CHS manages the timeline for these facilities.
So CHS testified yesterday that they're eager to move much more quickly. So they're ready to go. They are saying that they are facing delays because they cannot finalize the security design for these facilities. When do you expect to have a completed design for this facility? When will we be done?
We are reviewing internally right now, and we anticipate submitting those designs to the State Commission for their review. Those documents need to be approved by the State Commission of Correction before construction efforts can commence.
I want to be very clear that the Department of Correction has been uncooperative in moving these outposted therapeutic units forward. 350 people who are in the most dire healthcare, who are facing the most dire healthcare needs on Rikers Island should not be there. They should be in hospital settings getting access to the care that they need. DOC's lack of cooperation has delayed the opening of each and every one of these facilities, and it is going to lead to more death as a result.
Sir, we
So
support
I am
these
deeply
models, but-
disappointed by the lack of cooperation and coordination by you and your team and the agency as a whole, and it has to change. So you're providing no substantive information about when we're going to have actual progress to get these sites open. And my understanding from everybody I talk to is the DOC remains the impediment and the obstacle to every single piece moving forward.
Again-
And I'm deeply frustrated by it. These are fully funded facilities that I helped push for when I worked in the previous administration to make sure that people who are incarcerated get the care that they need and deserve, and DOC's lack of cooperation has stopped that from moving forward. It is absolutely unacceptable.
Again, I disagree with your characterization. We have been fully compliant and cooperative as of late and under the leadership of Commissioner McGinley-Liddy, and my team is working tirelessly on both the outposted units and the borough-based jails, and I will say that we 100% support this model, and we are working as much as we can to operationalize.
I appreciate you saying that, but the results show a different story. We have faced delay after delay after delay after delay, and there are no clear outcomes that you're willing to testify to today about when this is getting on track and how this is moving forward. And I'm deeply disappointed about it. I'm going to just, if I may, 2 more questions and then I'll shut up. Chair Stevens, you kick me if you need me to stop. I just wanted to ask about headcount. So DOC's budgeted for, I believe, over 7,000 uniformed officers. As of January 1st, I think 5,900 of those positions were filled. Data compiled by the Vera Institute shows that the national average ratio of incarcerated people to officers is about 4-to-1. Yet at the Department of Corrections, right now we have, I believe, 85% of officer to detainee ratio, so much higher than the national average. Almost 3.5 times higher than the national average. Do you believe that there are viable strategies to reduce the necessary headcount at DOC that could achieve savings for the city of New York and safely manage your facilities?
Not at this time. I mean, you rightly pointed out the population, the individuals in custody having mental health challenges, right? And so while we're looking at, these models and they're saying 4-to-1, what they're not accounting for is for individuals who need a higher level of care. And with a higher level of care, that requires additional staff to be on the floor providing that care.
Okay. Last question for me, the BOC variance that you're seeking next week. A variance that from the BOC for minimum space standards. You're citing, I believe, the rising census that you mentioned in your opening testimony, the individuals pending state transfer that are stuck as a result of the wildcat strikes going on. Could you share with us how many individuals, and so you've indicated, I believe it was 78 individuals have been released via 6A under your tenure. There are, 6,700, is that the current census? 6,700 people in DOC custody today. So roughly 700 people are eligible for 6A. Is that right? It's about 10% of your population?
I believe the number is what is our sentence population? You have that, Chief? So there are 498 sentenced individuals, so a very small percentage of the population. And as I explained to Councilmember Stevens, that work is ongoing on a daily basis, looking at who's eligible. And if they're eligible and they meet the criteria, we release them.
Okay.
I mean, there have been instances where we've approached people to release them and they don't want to be released.
I hope
that is the situation.
I
and the
appreciate you
FTC can
taking.
attest to that.
I appreciate you taking seriously your 6A powers. They've not been consistently used by previous commissioners. I do hope that you'll continue to look at every opportunity to safely reduce the population.
We are, and we're working with our partners at MOCJ to address the individuals who we can. If it's electronic monitoring, alternatives to incarceration, that is an ongoing effort because of where we are.
I appreciate that. I think if there are ways that the council can advocate for more resources for EM, for alternatives to ATIs, ATDs, we want to do that and would be happy to, I certainly want to do that and would be happy to advocate for those resources if you think it could help lead to a reduction in the population on Rikers Island. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I think last week, Budget Director, he said fixed posts contribute to your overtime. He was talking about DOC. Last May, I believe you said, Commissioner, that we're looking at it now, the reduction in awarded posts. So 10 months later, where is that plan?
So we have reduced some posts, but we also recognize that if individuals assigned to posts, especially posts with facing persons in custody, there's continuity and consistency, and that they show up, they know every single day where they're assigned, that helps with running a safe and secure jail system.
All right, so you're going to continue that program?
Yeah, and the way how this process works is if you show up for your tour on any given day, you should be able to know which housing area you're going to, and it provides for consistency and continuity in operations. So it's an ongoing process, but it's also, we're evaluating as we go along. It's fluid, things change, and we want to make sure we're doing what's best for our staff and for people in our care.
Okay. Second, we've had some, as you know, discussions in oversight and investigations about the busing going from Rikers to court. Can you update us on whether that is working in the sense of how many people are getting to court on a percentage basis? Is it improving? Is it not improving? What's the status?
So under the leadership of Acting Warden Caputo, we've actually achieved 98% production rate for getting people to court.
Okay, and then and that's something that you feel Legal Aid and others would agree with that percentage?
I do.
Okay. Body cameras, are they still offline? I know you mentioned it in your testimony.
So, as you're aware, what happened last May, we had a malfunction, and as a result, and we quickly pulled them offline, that particular manufacturer. We also worked with the manufacturer to investigate all those cameras. We've now since deployed a new camera, and what's different with the deployment of this body-worn camera is that it's now for all uniform staff, and we continue to roll it out. I believe we have rolled out about 1,500 as of today, and the rolling out process is continuing. But it's important for everyone, for the body-worn cameras to be worn by all of our staff, right? Because it's a means of, it's a protection for them and for the people in custody, that any documented interactions is documented on camera.
Oh, so the old cameras are gone and 1,500 have the new camera?
Yes, approximately 1,500.
And where would everybody else have the new camera?
It's a phased process. We anticipate that it should be done in the coming months. I'm going to turn it over to DC Boyd because he manages this initiative as the DC of Strategic Initiatives.
afternoon, Councilmember James Boyd, Deputy Commissioner for Strategic Operations. So that work is ongoing. We're looking at the first phase to be completed with all the facilities by the summer, and then we'll continue on with the rollout to more ancillary areas that have uniformed staff. So the work will be ongoing. We anticipate throughout the year, by the end of the year, that everybody should have their
By the end of the calendar year.
That's our goal.
Okay. In terms of visitation, I know you mentioned CMOM. I'm a big supporter. They're in my district. I know they're doing a great program. But generally, obviously, other than at Rose M. Singer, you have visitation, I assume not having CMOM. So my question is there any funding allocated? Obviously, visitations can be supportive. They have positive influence, blah, blah, blah. What budget, if any, is allocated to visitation? Are you making any changes to improve it?
Francis Torres, First Deputy Commissioner. Good afternoon, City Council Member Brewer. As you know too well, the only two CMOMs that the Commissioner has referenced have to do with this specific enhancement of visitation areas on Rikers Island. We know too well how important that connection between parents are.
Oh, CMOM is excellent. I'm talking about otherwise.
Absolutely. So, two things that I would like to highlight. Number one, the displays, that interactive display, we will continue to enhance other visit areas within our facilities. But at the same time, CMOM offers an additional service, which is ongoing on a monthly basis, and that is an internal coordination between specific jails and the program teams to ensure that there are visitations at the CMOM Museum. So it is always going. In addition to that, keep in mind that as a division of programs and community partnerships, we do have and have hired visitor coordinators to engage not only the family members, but to ensure that there are structured activities between the parents and their children.
Okay. I won't belittle. What I'm saying is, in addition to the families, because I do believe, having been upstate a lot, to the facilities and knowing that that's better. I'm talking about non-parent visitation. But
beautiful. Okay. Then I'm going to defer to actually Deputy Commissioner Boyd, who oversees that.
Yes, so good point, good question, Councilmember. So we're really excited that we're doing a wholesale assessment of the visit process. And from our
it's not good now, so I appreciate that you're improving it.
Right, so from our preliminary indication, the visits are taking too long for a 1-hour visit. So we want to figure out how we can streamline that process. We know how critically important the visit process is for our detainees on an emotional and behavioral support. So one of the things we want to do is look at a scheduling system, which I think there's a bill that we do support in spirit to try to figure out how we can implement a visitor scheduling system. We're also trying to amplify, and we'll ask all the council members to support that, is that we have a free visit shuttle bus to and from Rikers Island to Harlem and Brooklyn, and we want to encourage people to take advantage of that. But we're still continuing our analysis of the visit process, but we do recognize that it is taking too long in terms of folks connecting to their loved ones on multiple reasons. So it's not just specific to staff delays, there's also sometimes having challenges with the actual visitor and the PIC as well. So we have to unpack each one of those to figure out how we can streamline the process.
Quickly on food, I've been to Rikers many times. I do find the food, even though I know you're making some improvements, to be very challenging. So my question is, tell us how much you are spending, what changes you're making. I know that there is an overhaul going on. My hope would be to have much more fresh fruits and vegetables, working with Grow NYC. I don't understand. Upstate is doing it. Commissioner Ball at Ag and Markets is working with the correction, and they are doing a lot more farm to table at their facilities. We're not doing that here, and I would like to see more of it. So what exactly, dollar-wise and in terms of improvements, are you making? Like I said, upstate, much more farm to table.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Brewer. This is Mala Srinivasan. The budget for food in the current fiscal year is $18.8 million, and we are adding more plant-based menu options in collaboration with Mayor's Office of
I'm not great on plant-based. I want, unless it's fresh. Go ahead. I don't like plant-based. I want fresh fruits and vegetables. Go ahead.
I would defer to my colleague D.C. Saunders to elaborate more on that.
Oh, God. Don't give me no plant food. Go ahead.
Before you begin, will you raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Brewer. I remember last year.
Same question.
You were very, very emphatic about disliking the plant-based foods.
Yes, and I continue.
But let me share this year.
I want local produce and local meat for people in custody. Go ahead.
All right, so let's be clear that nearly all of the department's daily food that is shared and produced locally, it is created in 2 production kitchens, one in RNDC and one in AMKC. So the staff there heroically produce nearly, I would say, 21,000 meals on a daily basis to persons in custody as well as to staff. Now, with respect to providing more fresh fruits and vegetables, as you know, last year I testified that the Mayor's Office of Food Policy applied for and received a grant from the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance Game Changer Fund. That the goal was to increase access to healthy, culturally appropriate, and affordable and low-carbon foods for the New York City Department of Corrections, while positioning the city's food workers with an ability to improve their skills and advance their careers via a plant-based culinary training and certification program. So I'm happy to report that as of today, we have trained, I would say, nearly 100 of DOC cooks, as well as some ACS cooks in preparation for plant-based culinary meals. So today, in concert with DCAS, the Department for Citywide Administrative Services, Hot Bread Kitchen and DOC, as well as the Mayor's Office of Food Policy, we're collaborating on requisitioning, if you will, food and contracting out those foods. Okay. DCAS, as you know, is in control of purchasing and procuring foods.
I'm aware, very aware. That poor commissioner hears about it every single day from me.
Right. So as you know, right, they're responsible for executing those contracts on behalf of several city agencies. Okay. So we look forward to working with them on incorporating these new menus into our...
I'm aware of the Hot Bread Kitchen. That's fabulous. But I want to know if you know, Governor Hochul signed legislation to establish a program to purchase fresh produce from farms in New York State for incarcerated individuals in her facilities. This is a direction for the Commission of Corrections and Community Supervision upstate. Has this legislation impacted DOC here in any way? Are you familiar with this legislation? And then I'd like to know, maybe not today, but what are the dollar figures, if any, the DOC uses, and this would come from DCAS, I understand this, to purchase produce and meat for people in custody, specifically for you. Now, DCAS purchases, I know, for HRA, DFTA, and you. Those are the 3 places. Harder to do for DFTA, perhaps. People are scattered. Senior centers, maybe harder to do for DSS, people are scattered. Not scattered at Rikers, you're in one place. Why can you not purchase produce for people in custody from upstate? Are you doing anything now? Could you please give me any numbers?
So again, we rely on DCAS to procure our foods, right? All of our menu items. So clearly, I think we would support local farms.
So you don't know the answer to that question?
But I don't know the answer specifically to that.
All right,
but I will tell you the following, if I may, Council Member Brewer.
I ask every year this question.
So what I will tell you is that Deputy Commissioner Saunders is presently looking for an assistant commissioner that will oversee our nutritional services unit. And I say that because it is my interest for our menu to be revisited, and DC Saunders knows that, like you, I do believe in the farm-to-table concept. You and I also know how expensive it is and how, as a city government, we need to stay within budget. But our internal goal is to make sure that when that assistant commissioner is onboarded, that happens to be part of the focus.
Okay. I don't know what else to say. I do think, let's keep talking about it. Finally, the Securus iPads contract, can you update that? I know that there's been some discussion about what is or is not available on the iPads. Can you give me any update on that? And that's my last question. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember, is the question specifically towards what's available on the iPads?
Yeah, and also the budget for it. You know, there's been a lot of controversy about it, as you know.
I'll turn it over for the content. I'll turn it over to my colleague, DC McCarty.
Okay.
Oh, I need to be sworn in.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Nell McCarty. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships. And so we are, with our current Securus, well, first I should start by saying there is an active RFP out for the tablets.
So when is the Securus contract up for?
December.
December of this year.
2025. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
So with that, on the current Securus contract, or on the current Securus tablet, we have over 25 free applications available for people to be able to utilize. This includes LexisNexis, which is available for persons in custody to conduct law library research from their tablets. It includes phone capabilities for someone to conduct a phone call, the FM radio station, and over 500 podcasts. 50,000 different e-books in both English and Spanish. There's different applications, one of them such as the Tyro application, which provides access to videos and documents about improving family relationships, motivational content, reentry, life skills, time management. There's a documentary on it called Chasing Dragon, focusing on the dangers of the opioid addiction and the opiate epidemic. Hope Media includes podcasts and content on reentry, self-discovery, and mental health wellness. We recently added Adovo, which has over 25,000 different courses that people can take that they can earn certificates. This, again, cycling from soft skills or life skills to more of like work-related certificates. We also uploaded Essential Education, which allows for people to engage in different educational modules that can also be tracked by the Department of Education and the Department of Corrections. And so again, there are a variety of different free applications. On these tablets, there are premium content as well, which would include movies and additional games for purchase, although I do want to highlight again that there are access to different interactive videos for free, as well as games for free as well.
Okay. So two questions. One is, obviously the controversial one is who can listen in on phone calls or other information on them, number one. And that's been controversial. DAs think it's a good thing. Obviously, legal aid does not. I'm aware of that. And then finally, does every single person, the 6,000, whatever the number was, have access to this iPad?
I can start by speaking to how many people have access to tablets. So at this time, 86% of our population have access to a tablet, or have had a tablet, I should say, rather, assigned to them. And so with that, there are individuals that do not.
The 20%, whatever, who don't because?
Yes. So people who are in new admission housing and people who have not been in custody for longer than 30 days do not have access to a tablet until they've, again, transitioned out into the more stabilized housing unit that they may stay in, or until they've surpassed 30 days. An additional part of that is that depending on somebody's unique situation, if they have, let's say, broken a tablet, and possibly broken more than one tablet, there would be considerations on an individualized basis on if we continue to provide them with a tablet.
Okay, all right.
And then, Councilmember, just to go back to your first question regarding the amount, so the current term of the contract is for $5.7 million. As indicated earlier, it does expire at the end of the year. And I would note that there is actually an RFP, a request for proposal, out for phone services and tablets combined. That's public now, and we'll be assessing the candidates as that comes along. With respect to your second question regarding who, phone monitoring or otherwise, all telephone calls are recorded unless the number and the caller is placed on the privileged do not record list, which it has been documented in the past with the DOI reports and otherwise. So the people that could monitor that in our facilities is very limited. It's only our Correctional Intelligence Bureau. Anyone that requires this from an outside source, such as a DA or otherwise, requires a subpoena. So they would not get any recordings without the presence of a subpoena.
Okay.
And there's a clear message when an individual receives a call, makes a call, that the call is being recorded, and if they are privileged, if they're part of privileged communications, that they should hang up and make sure that their information is registered with the Department of Correction.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer, I would like to turn it over to Councilmember Palladino, followed by Marte.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. I'll just say this quickly because I don't want to get, just wish our veterans were fed farm-to-table food. I think the guy who set the woman on fire on the subway is at Rikers right now. We're going to worry about farm-to-table food and making sure they get fed. This is ridiculous. But now let me get on to what I want to get on to. What's that? I am being nice. Farm-to-table for our veterans would be really, really nice. But we're not talking about that. Let me stay on subject.
Okay, we're gonna level set. Please, no talking in the chambers.
Really? That's absurd. So,
and let's also have decorum, and we could all advocate for farm to table for everyone. That should be the goal. So let's just level set.
That's good out there. Okay, ready? From February 21st to February 24 to February 21st, 2025, 556 assaults on staff. 122 spittings, 225 slashings, 19 sexual assaults, 166 slashings, 109 stabbings, 371 serious injury to inmate, 88 Criminal Act 598 contraband. We know that the population of Rikers is presently 6,994 inmates. Our correction officers are seriously in depletion and outnumbered. We have approximately 5,200 officers. We had 9,000 officers in 2019, and now we are down to a little over 5,000 officers. A 40% decline in staff, while the inmate population has risen from approximately 3,000 to 7,000 in the same time. Officers are now outnumbered by inmates by 2,000 bodies. I have the following questions. With over 550 physical assaults on staff and 19 sexual assaults, how are we investigating the staff's safety? That's my first question. I'll give you two at a time. With a 40% decline in staff, how do we plan on recruiting more officers? What recruiting incentives, Althea did mention one, will be considered? Recruiting signing bonus to incentive future classes. Those are my first two questions. I have approximately 6. I'm going to ask the chair now, because the gavel did not come down on anybody for a time limit of sorts. I'd like to be able to ask my 6 questions. Those are my first two.
Ask your questions. I didn't even say something.
So let's start with over 550 physical assaults on staff and 19 sexual assaults. How are we investigating the staff's safety?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Fritz Frage, Senior Deputy Commissioner.
Nice to meet you.
In reference to all the serious injuries and investigations of staff, when incidents happen in reference to assaults on staff, they are investigated. The PICs are then taken into custody, interviewed, and then they are infracted. And when SIU comes in to investigate the scene, they end up getting charged with assault or some type of aggravated assault. The safety and priority of all of our employees is the most important thing to us. These are the reasons that we're taking these standards to put in a position where they could be safe. As they happen, we do put them in areas, we try and get these members that commit the assaults sent to RESH, which is restrictive housing.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
They get sent to RESH, which is restrictive housing, away from the...
Restrictive housing?
Yes.
Where they stay for how long?
It all depends on the time
30
frame.
days?
Yep. Originally, that's what it starts off at, but then
Yes.
and after that, they'll get sent to another location once they've paid their
And
dues and
restrictive,
possibly
just
go
let me
into trial.
interrupt you 1 second, because I know I'm going to get cut off. So before I get cut off, I want to make it clear. Restrictive
So
housing.
then don't say anything to get cut off.
Oh, well, I'm not. Anyway, here it goes. Restrictive housing for assault on a correction officer. Let's delve into that a little bit. They're already in there for a major crime because we only have the worst of the worst on Rikers right now. So they're already there. They've assaulted a correction officer. Now, they go into restrictive housing. Let's define what they get to, what time, and how is their time spent in restrictive housing. Let's define that. Because they're only allowed to stay in their cell for how many hours? With their bed, their cot.
So under the restrictive housing, under RESH, the individuals in custody, they're placed in there pursuant to an act of violence or an assault on staff. And they are in that unit and they're allowed 7 hours of lockout time. So the remaining time is spent in their cell.
So they are allowed out for 7 hours?
Correct.
And the rest of the 24-hour day, they are
Correct.
in their cell?
That's
Okay.
correct.
That's, okay. Let's move to the second question, because I know with the decline in staff, how do we plan on recruiting more officers?
So we have done robust in terms of our effort to recruit officers. We have evaluated how we can onboard staff members. One of the things I can tell you, just being at the department going into my 10th year, the main individuals who are responsible for recruitment are people who work at the department, right? Because that is a core group of people who would encourage their family members to come onto the job. One of the challenges with DOC, NYC DOC, is just mirroring throughout the country how hard it is to recruit correction officers. And so...
Okay, let me just interrupt you there. Why do you think it's so difficult to recruit a good job? Being a correction officer is a good job. It's a proud job. Being a police officer is a good job. And yet we cannot find anybody to do these jobs. What is the incentives other than their lives being put at risk in the confines of Rikers? We have our cops on the street that are tied up. So I'm just looking for new and inventive ways to create some glamour around being a correction officer. It's a dangerous, dangerous job. I think my colleague here and our chairwoman had the perfect example about hitting up the younger kids in high school, getting out of first 2 years of college is a good way to go about it. We need to make it so this is a place where they want to work.
I agree with you, and one of the things that we've done is just encouraging even high school tours. We just recently had a tour of students from a high school in Long Island, but it is actually socializing being a correction officer from the beginning, from in school. Like, a lot of things are done for NYPD or the firefighters, but correction officers, it's not the same. So we are trying to create sort of pilot programs where people know and they're exposed to corrections at a younger age, and it provides a pathway to becoming a correction officer. Because that's really how we're going to be successful. A lot of people, they don't know what happens behind the gates. They don't know what happens in a facility and how challenging it can be. But I think we, as a team here, what we've decided to do is to make sure we're being intentional and letting people know how it is to become a correction officer, and also just being more vigilant, being more present in the communities, like our recruitment team, having them present at all job fairs, having them present at colleges, letting people know the opportunities, because a lot of people just don't know.
They don't. I agree. Let me go to my next question. With the officers doing approximately 140 hours of overtime a month and working triple shifts, how do we balance their quality of life in order to avoid continued physical and mental anguish?
So that is something
programming officers?
That is something that we're reviewing as a team. What does the staffing model look like in terms of relief? Recently, I proposed doing 12-hour tours in some of the facilities, and we listened to the staff and their feedback and their concerns, and as a result, we're evaluating what is the best path forward. But it is important for our staff to have time that they can recuperate from this work, because it's challenging work. And so
sitting in this position now, going on my 4th year, I came into this job and it was about my correction officers, any sort of law enforcement. And I have to tell you, we're having the same questions here over and over again. It's 4 years later. I'm asking the same questions. So thus far, we have not seen any solutions whatsoever. We put you before a panel, you sit before us, we ask you questions, and yet there's no real improvement. So this is a problem, and it's an ongoing problem, yet I don't understand why, in 4 years' time, we have not yet come up with viable solutions. I don't understand it. Where is the gap? What's going on? My next question. What pension and benefit incentives can we budget for in order to help recruitment and retention? Okay, that's another one. What about increasing the value of an annual pension credit for any officer who stays beyond full vesting? That guy should get a gold medal if he stays beyond that. But give me some answers here.
I mean, that is something that we can explore with OLR, any changes in terms of the pension plan and investment for the staff. This is an ongoing exercise because it is important that we recruit and retain correction officers. It is a difficult job, and it is. I understand your frustration. I am equally frustrated.
I know you are.
I am equally frustrated.
Yes.
And it is, if you see nationwide what is happening to corrections nationwide, it is not unique to here.
No.
And it is because no one has invested in correction officers.
Correct.
And no one has really cultivated them
I'm happy to hear you say that.
and really embraced the work that they do.
I mean, look what's going on throughout the state now. Come on. There's something really wrong here. And you only have 6,000 inmates. Can you
Almost
imagine
7,000.
whatever, 6,700. Can you imagine, 6,900. Can you imagine being back here in Giuliani's day when there was 22,000 on your island? And yet Bernie Kerik kept it under total control. He brought down crime. I mean, come on. We got 6,000 people here. 6,000.
The laws are
Gotta do
different
better.
then.
All right, next question. With the deteriorating infrastructure and cell doors that do not lock, how can we invest in proper equipment and safety tools for the staff?
I'm actually going to have Deputy Commissioner Doherty respond to what he and his team has been doing throughout the facilities. I believe he would need to be sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? You may begin.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. With the deteriorating infrastructure and cell doors that do not lock, how can we invest in proper equipment and safety tools for the staff?
Councilmember, thank you for your question. We've already started this process. We have invested and continue to invest in purchasing enhanced door systems and implementing them in spaces like RESH or spaces like RNDC. We've installed them in GRVC. We've installed them in OVCC. And it's an ongoing, continue effort to replace the antiquated cell doors with an upgraded system.
Capital projects currently not allowed on Rikers Island because it's slated to close in less than 5 years. Except Rikers won't be able to close for over 5 years, so either extend the date Rikers is slated to close by law or create an exception in the budget. This is really, for me, this is personal. So what are we going to do about this closing of Rikers Island in 5 years, supposedly? Can't be allowed to happen because neighborhood jails won't work. But somebody answer that question for me, please. Capital projects currently not allowed on Rikers Island because it is slated to close in less than 5 years. Except Rikers Island won't be able to close for over 5 years, so either extend the date Rikers is slated to close by, or close by law, or create an exception in the budget.
So, Councilmember, that's really a question for the council.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, we are aware of the law and our budgetary constraints for these types of very serious issues. So, that's not something within our control, actually. So, we
It lies
again,
on this council's.
we understand. I'm sorry. Yes. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That's it for me. I'm done. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Councilman Palladino. Councilmember Marte?
Thank you, Chair Stevens, and thank you for being here. Similar question, but asked differently. Are there any contingency plans? You know, Rikers Island has to close by a set date. The Manhattan facility in Chinatown hasn't even started. The contract, I think, is going to be signed soon, but hasn't been officially signed yet. Are there any contingency plans in place, knowing that there's going to be at least a 5-year delay to this? What's the plan B? What's the plan C to make sure that we can close Rikers Island?
Thank you, Councilmember. You know, as I indicated to Councilmember Palladino, you know, this is kind of out of our purview as far as the decision-making process goes and otherwise. What we are focusing on and concentrating on a daily basis is managing the facilities we have now. You know, we encourage any input and you know, assistance with the plans or otherwise, but you know, as far as our day-to-day management of Rikers Island, we don't have contingency plans for what you're postulating.
I'll get to these. Have there been conversations with DOC, MOCJ, and the administration on looking at other facilities? We have an empty decommissioned MCC facility on Park Row. Have you thought of, especially for cost-saving measures and to shorten the timeline, to look at these other facilities, whether it's interim or permanent basis?
One of the issues, no, the answer to that question specifically is no, but you know, one thing I'd like to keep in mind as we have these discussions about alternatives is our continued, you know, again, the census versus what our workforce is. You know, we have a struggle, we have to make sure that the posts are manned, and every time we would contemplate opening up a facility, it's not just for the immediate posts that are in the, you know, what would be the cell areas. You know, you have administration, you have transports, you have programs. So every time you contemplate that, the metric for staffing kind of goes exponentially along with that. You know, it's contemplated in the plans for BBJs, but, you know, these contingencies of what we're managing now, maybe not so much.
And it's great that you brought up cost, because when the borough-based jail plan was approved, the Chinatown facility was under $2 billion. Right now, it's north of $4 billion. Is there a ceiling? Are we going to continue to let it go up, especially when OMB director yesterday said that the price of steel is going to increase the construction of every city project? You know, when do we start thinking about contingency plans or how to deal with the situation at hand?
Yeah, I think, you know, respectfully, Councilmember, that's not a question for the Department of Correction. That really is a, you know, more city-wide budgetary, you know, what the costs and you know, the Department of Construction, you know, all those different agencies that are involved in this project. You know, we don't buy the steel for the project. You know, we're managing the jail.
One thing that the agency can do is apply for a waiver from the Controller's Office under Directive 10 to waive the 5-year lifespan provision for capital projects. Have you done so already?
So, thank you for your question, Council Member. I do want to say that we do have infrastructure projects that's capitally funded in Rikers Island, but we do that with co-certification with DCAS. Yeah.
I guess the question was, have you asked for a waiver for the infrastructure capital project?
No, we have not, because I don't think so that's something that's allowable in Directive 10. We need to have we need to be there on the premises for a longer time, and this is not something we have looked into.
Is this something you have done as an agency in the past, and is this something that you're open to doing in the future?
We can certainly look into it.
We will look into it.
We'll look into it.
I know it's DDC that's mostly managing construction and the community engagement portion of it. I just want to let DDC know and state it for the record is that they've been underperforming. They have dropped the ball in notifying the community and notifying elected officials about contracts, designs that have been shared with the press before they're even given out to community boards. And so, you know, we look to DOC and other agencies that are part of this project to make sure that your counterparts are working with the community and working with stakeholders to know what's happening. This is going to be the most complex facility out of the 4 slated for the borough-based jail program, and there's a lot of major stakeholders. There's even seniors that live right next to the facility that have an average age of 90 years old in trunk pack, and the information is not being communicated to them about what's happening, when it's happening, and what they can expect in a day-to-day basis. All right. Thank you for your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marte. And we are back to regular scheduled programming, but I'm going to request that the answers are succinct because we still have a number of questions to get through, and I want to get through all of them because I do not want Chair Nurse yelling at me later. So, last year, DDC adapted budget included $132.7 million for overtime. At the fiscal year, the department's overtime spending was approximately $281.7 million. In the preliminary budget, the department has budgeted $160.8 million for overtime in fiscal 2025. Year after year, the department spends nearly double of what its budgets for overtime. Is there an explanation of why year after year the DOC under budgets for its overtime by nearly half?
Thank you for your question. The baseline budget for overtime has always been $137 million, and based on the overtime spent, OMB, Office of Management budget, adds funding towards the end of the year to close the gap.
But if that's just the baseline funding, have you asked for an increase in anticipation of knowing that it's going to go over? Because when you create a budget, you're thinking about all of those things, and so if we know that it's increased, why are we not budgeting for that and waiting to the end of the year?
So that is a continuing conversations that we have with Office of Management budget to increase the overtime budgets.
So you are in conversation with
Yes.
that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Has the department recently analyzed how many ununiformed positions could be safely performed by civilians? What did the analyze find? And is there a shift reflected in the preliminary budget?
Thank you for the question. We are internally discussing the number of posts that can be civilianized. That is a continuing conversation, and we should be having some numbers pretty soon.
Okay, because I think, and I've said this even with NYPD, if there's jobs that we can get civilians to do, we should definitely be looking into that because it does save money, and it also puts the correctional officers in the places that they really need to be in dire strength. So I definitely would want to hear back from you all about what that process could look like to help balance some of this out.
I just want to point out really quickly, yeah, you made a comparison to NYPD working in a jail on Rikers Island behind closed doors.
I know it's not the same.
It is, and that's where we've had our challenges. There are people, civilians, who start out behind the gates, but then it's very uncomfortable, hours, whatever it may be, and then we don't necessarily retain those individuals. So it's
Absolutely. I'm not saying it's the same, but I am saying that they also need to work on having more civilians doing some of the jobs. I'm not saying the jobs are the same.
I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. And part of the process that we've engaged in too is just having directors and above touring on the island and understanding what happens, the daily operations, because for a long time we had civilians who didn't necessarily know what was happening in the jails. So that is something that we've done as a leadership team to ensure that there's constant coverage and people are touring and are aware of what our staff are going through and the people in our care are going through as well.
No, absolutely. And staffing, and as you can see, I mean, even Councilmember Palladino, staffing is clearly an issue, and we want to make sure everyone is safe. And so where we can figure out where things need to be shifted, it is a conversation. And so this is just about, like, if there are things that civilians can do, and there are individuals, like, let's not pretend that there are not individuals who are not correction officers who would happily sign up to go there, because whether they have experience or loved ones or parents who've been there, they will also be just as committed. And so that is what I'm saying, of like thinking about how do we expand what that looks like.
I agree with you. We identified some positions in our health management division that were actually, the jobs were being done by officers. They're now being done by civilian investigators. So that is an ongoing process, but we are doing the work.
Yeah, no, we're not saying you're doing the work. We in this together.
Okay.
How has the rule for electronic scheduling affected how the department assigns overtime? Have you seen a decrease in necessary overtime since implementing the electronic scheduling?
Good afternoon. Yes, we do see a decrease. However, the electronic scheduling system doesn't point out everything that needs to see at a forecast. Everything's at a forecast. And with the unavailable categories that we have in our agency, in our department, sometimes the electronic scheduling system will not catch that unless the facilities input it in a timely fashion, so that our Office of Administration will be able to forecast and reallocate our staff to the facilities.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that we're using technology in some places in the city. Does the department require additional resources to adequately staff each housing unit? What is the current ratio for CO to PIC per housing unit?
That's a fluid question. So
Try your best.
I'm gonna try to take it as best as I can. So currently, right now, we are in a staffing crisis, and we're working through a staffing crisis. So basically, in order for us to meet the baseline, we would probably need additional 1,104 officers, on or about, maybe more.
1,000 and
plus 1,100 officers.
1,100 officers.
To meet the baseline, to ensure that our attrition matches the cadence of us recruiting is not on par. For example, for attrition in CY 24, over 674 members of service that retired or decided to leave the job or decided to go with NYPD or another agency. For calendar year February 25th, 2025, 274 members of service can retire. The end of this year, we are looking at another 439. Calendar year of 2026, we're going to be at 734. So the cadence of us hiring, onboarding, retention is not within the required numbers that we need in order to backfill and replace our officers.
Definitely. I have some ideas, so I'm gonna talk offline around, because I know you said you were doing some tours with high school students, and I think that there's some things we can do. You guys know I'm the chair of Children and Youth Services, so I definitely have some ideas around some recruitment and things that we should be doing.
Additionally, we have the SEEDS program, the cadets program. We're working on any pipeline program so we can, expose people to what it is to work in a jail. And I think we need to start in the schools from the very beginning, just like those days when you bring in a police officer, you bring in a correction officer to expose people to the profession.
We're gonna move on to cell doors. I know this was kind of already brought up, but I have some additional questions I would like to ask. In fiscal 2026 preliminary plan included a baseline increase of $2.5 million for cell doors replacements. According to DOC, the plan is to use those funds to replace 200 per fiscal year with the new state-of-the-art doors, starting at GRVC this year, RESH next year, and so on. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
That's correct. How are those doors different from the previous installed doors?
Thank you for your question, Councilman.
Oh, over there.
So the new door systems is reinforced steel door. The locking systems themselves are a willow wedge locking system, which is a electronic locking system that is controlled within the control station within each housing cell. Additionally, because it's on the outside, it allows a very minuscule level of manipulation available to manipulate that door. The lock is quite large. The doors are aggressively reinforced. We have noticed that since installing these, we are having far less complaints of door manipulation, of door damage, and so on and so forth. So,
This is not the first time the department have received funding for cell doors. In fiscal 2023 preliminary budget, $12 million was transferred within the department for cell doors emergencies. In the fiscal 23 adopted plan, $15 million was added and $10 million in fiscal 2024 for cell door upgrades. According to DDC's budget in FY 2023 included $10 million for a cell door project. Can you provide updates for these door projects and clarify why we're still funding doors in fiscal 2026?
Sure. So in previous areas, I don't know the specific allocation per project, but it was with AMKC as well as RNDC. As a department, we have roughly over I have the numbers. Give me 1 second.
If I may, Council Member Stevens, when we look at the budget for cell doors, there have always been different type of cell doors that we've had to replace. When we speak about the current doors that Deputy Commissioner Doherty is referencing, I'll give you a very specific example. In 2019, we went and purchased the model that he's speaking about. Due to COVID, we couldn't complete the installation the way we decided and had mapped out. It is an installation that we did at RNDC and that we completed in 2023. When we go into learning from having purchased and invested in this new type of door and knowing the success and how safe our persons in custody as well as staff remain, because the motors, there's no motor to be manipulated, we have indeed gone and used those same doors to actually be used to replace existing doors in very specific buildings at Enhanced Supervision Housing within Rose M. Singer, presently at OBCC, one specific housing area, as well as GRVC 15A. So when we take a look at where we are with this continued purchasing of doors, is because we are now looking at the larger department and where we have additional needs. Presently, our facility maintenance team, which is led by DC Doherty, is working to install 122 additional of those doors. They are working at GRVC. They're also working at Enhanced Supervision as well as NIC. But if I may go back to the statement that was made by Council Member Marte, when we look at the infrastructure and when we look at where our facilities are, and when we look at the estimated movement out of Rikers Island and whether we can and cannot move, the main question is how do we continue to keep our staff members and those assigned to our care safe in order to continue to reduce violence. And these doors have proven that they actually are able to sustain any of those challenges that we faced in the past. Thank you, ma'am.
That was a lot.
I'm so sorry.
Because I have like so many questions in between. And so remember, I'm not the chair, so some of this stuff is going over my head. And it goes over my head because of a lot of words. And so my question is, you said you got doors in 2019, but the project wasn't finished for COVID. And so the money that's being allocated year after year is to complete that project? Or are these new doors?
So we've completed these projects. The new funding is to continue to target all of these other areas that we have not been able.
So these are areas that have not gotten the new doors. And so these year over year, you're expanding the project to complete.
That's correct.
For the new doors. You know, you could have said that in less words, right?
Well, Council Member Stevens, come on now.
You lost me. I'm like,
no. Let me bring you back.
No, I got it.
We're back?
No, I got it.
Right.
I got it. You are finishing the project. You did not complete all the doors. You could have just said that. We didn't complete the doors, and so we needed the funding to complete the rest of the doors.
There is always that debate on how much information we should share.
Well, keep it simple with me. So.
All right now.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to move on to programming. DOC is still in sourcing programming through the Division of Programming. How many staff currently work with the Division of Programming?
Hello, thank you so much
Hi.
for the question. I just want to make sure I give you the accurate number. All right, so the Division of Programs consists of approximately 353 staff members. 203 of them are non-uniform staff. And then I would like to highlight that some of the other staff, there's about, the additional like 100 and plus staff that are uniformed members of service work within all of our facilities, providing access to services like law library, access to services like chaplaincy services, making sure that people are escorted, just to give the context of why we would have uniform members as well.
Is the division at its full capacity?
We are currently hiring. So although we have this number of staff, we also have about 34 vacancies, most of which are posted, a few of which will come through civil service pools.
According to the PMMR, one of the sessions provided to individuals in custody have decreased by 1,300 and 2,200 fiscal year 2024 and from fiscal 2023. Is this reduction in one-on-one sessions due to the insource of programming?
So while insourcing presented both some successes in that we have, been able to take on the responsibilities of group-based programming, it did present some challenges, and that being the reduction in the one-on-one. That also being said, specifically last fiscal year, we did have attrition as a huge component. Actually, most of our attrition was contributed to people getting promotions, some of them promotions in different agencies. And so as part of that, we did have a reduction in staff, which then resulted ultimately in the reduction of one-on-ones.
The PMMR indicated that the Department Administration administered 1,877 less groups of facilitation sessions in 2024 than the previous year. Could you explain this decrease in the group programming sessions?
Yes, so that number was about 4% of a decrease, and part of that was because for the first quarter of fiscal year 24 is when we experienced the largest attrition, and you notice that in the PMMR that was established for fiscal year 2024, where it was quite drastic, the decrease in group programming. So we spent the remainder of fiscal year 2024 increasing our staffing to increase the level of group programs, which resulted in that 4% reduction in group programs. What I would like to highlight, though, is that what we have seen in the PMMR, so the first quarter of fiscal year 25, is a 44% increase of group programming compared to last year's same time. And so what that says to me is that we are starting to stabilize our services, trying to get back to that less fluctuation, seeing less of a difference between our group programs that have been insourced by our department's counseling services unit.
In fiscal 2024, a number of participants in post-secondary education increased from 39 to 450, a 1,053% increase. What is the cause for this uptick in participants?
Yes, so in fiscal year 2024, we had 3 post-secondary providers that were able to enhance. That was an increase from prior fiscal years, post-secondary opportunities. I would also like to highlight that we actually have seen a decrease this year because we lost one of those providers, so we have gone back down, and that is evident in the PMMR.
Okay. Under the canceled contract, providers served a collective 1,700 people per day across the 200 housing units. Will the services offered in those RFPs reach, wait, hold on, I'm sorry. I want to take a moment to focus on 4 RFPs that DOC issued earlier this year. Those 4 RFPs together amount to $4 million, and the contracts that providers held that were abruptly cut in fiscal 2024, totaling $17 million. Under the canceled contracts, providers served a collective 1,700 people per day across 200 housing units. Will those services offered in those RFPs reach the same number of people?
So we did open up a new RFP on January 6th, which was an investment of $14 million in across those 4 RFPs. What we can say is that those RFPs are not a replacement of the prior contract, so the cash amount is not going to be equal because they are actually uniquely different. They're covering different topics, and this was gathered through focus groups and surveys with people in custody to identify what services they were seeking additional support with. With that being said, the number of people serviced, it's a little early for us to anticipate what the expected outcomes will be compared to the last contract that we had, the targeted jail-based services contract. But we do hope to see an increase in a variety of different opportunities from post-secondary to high school equivalency programming to substance misuse programming, trauma-informed care, and programming that is associated with trauma-informed practices, as well as with reentry planning and transitional services.
We're going to talk about borough-based jails now. Can you please provide me an update on each facility? Has the design been completed for each facility? Turn the mic on, please.
Sorry.
No worries.
Good afternoon. We are at 90% of construction documents for the Brooklyn facility, so that is the most near completion. We're working with the design build teams for Queens and the Bronx to develop those designs, but we have not reached design documents yet. There are 3 phases, SD, DD, CD, so we're kind of in the first...
A lot of alphabet.
Yeah, exactly. The first trimester, if you will, of those facilities, and Manhattan, as you know, the contract has not been registered yet.
Has DOC completed the staffing analyst for the jails based on those designs, and how many officers will be required to properly staff each facility?
So we have been, it's a constant review of these designs to ensure and maximize staffing efficiencies. As we know, we're facing significant staffing issues, and it's something that we do not want to repeat in our future facilities. That being said, for the Brooklyn facility, we anticipate nearly upwards of 800 staff members that would be required to be assigned to that facility, but the designs are too early to say for the Queens and Bronx facilities.
This past November, the mayor referenced turning one of the 4 borough-based jails facilities into a mental health facility. Has there been any further discussions with regards to this idea?
I'm not aware of any conversation.
Okay, well, you're not aware. So we're going to move on to contraband. Commissioner, you have said the department does not tolerate misconduct by its employees. In the last year, multiple Rikers Island staff have pled guilty to bringing contraband into the facility. What changes or policies has the department implemented to prevent staff from bringing contraband into the facility?
So the question about what we're doing overall, I mean, this is overall safety for everyone working and living in our facilities. So when staff enter the entrances throughout our jails, they go through the magnometer, and there is also a body scanner that they go through if it's randomized and they're identified to go through that. In addition, we have our special investigations unit. They're constantly surveilling throughout the facilities to ensure that contraband does not come in. And there are many entry points for contraband coming in, which includes mail, visits, all of those things that we're taking sort of a holistic look at to ensure that contraband is not entering our facilities.
After several detainees died from opioid overdose in 2022, former Commissioner Moreno announced the officers would inspect vehicles and mail entering the island. Are those policies still in place?
We are expecting mail. We're expecting all entry points throughout the island. We have K-9. We have our SIU team. Everyone's deployed. We are working to identify any contraband coming into the facilities from any multiple ways that it can come in.
The Department of Investigations released a report this past November stating that the Department of Correction relies on field tests that frequently yield false positive results from fentanyl rather than looking at their own staff. Are you familiar with the report and the recommendations made by the DOI regarding contraband smuggling?
Yes, I'm familiar with it. I'll turn it over to my general counsel to speak further on this.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. So I'm familiar with the report, and we were familiar with some of the inadequacies relating to the field tests. So now we've moved to, I believe, every facility, and our mail trailer also has now a scanning machines that are used by the TSA as well as the Transportation Safety Administration, as well as by us, which have a much much higher accuracy rate regarding the testing for narcotics and any types of drugs. So that is our new procedure with respect to that. The mandate that I've sent around to our SIU and CIB units is that's to be used. Those machines are to be used for testing. If there's any field testing being used, it's only as a preliminary marker to then have it further tested by the scanning machines.
There were two main recommendations, including placing correction officers' lockers outside of security gates and to place cranes units in the staff entrance gates to scan correction officers and other staff for contraband. Are those recommendations that DOC would consider?
With respect to the first one, it was something that we had partially considered, but because of this, again, the move to borough-based jails, we didn't have the funding to be able to make those infrastructure changes. We have, I think, one facility where the lockers are outside of the scanning gates. I think our borough-based jail designs have that implemented into them, so when that move is made, that will be the way it works, is that the lockers will be outside and the scanning machines. And then, as the commissioner indicated, that our staff is scanned. We have the L3 non-ionizing scanning machines and then the other magnetometers, so that all staff do proceed through those before they enter the facilities.
Okay, we're going to move on to mental health. When we first brought up the subject a few months ago, the department was surprised to hear that there were claims of unauthorized lock-ins, commonly referred to as dead lock-ins, occurring with the mental health units on Rikers. You expressed that you would be conducting an investigation and would discipline any staff involved in these prohibited practices. What was the results of your investigations?
So the investigation is currently being conducted by the Department of Investigation, and we've not received any results from that investigation as of yet. But when we do, we will let you know.
Thank you. Grievances. The Board of Correction recently released a grievance report where they laid out specific recommendations to streamline the grievances process, including implementing digital solutions, increasing the frequency of grievances coordinated and officers' tours, and productively providing daily updates to the PICs on their grievance status, amongst others. Have you read this report? Which of those recommendations have you taken into consideration by the department?
Good afternoon again.
There you go.
Yes, it's me. Good afternoon again. Yes, so we have read the report, and some initiative improvements came out of that report. So in January 2024, the Office of a Constituent and Grievance Services launched a public-facing system where the community at large may attain status and outcome of a complaint. And the complaint matter outcomes are available dating back to July 2023. Thus far, we have 2,633 that came in to the public for the public facing system. In reference to your tablets, in May of 2024, OCGS developed an application enabling PIC to submit grievance via tablets, enhancing access to grievance processes. As of December 31st, 2024, OCGS had received 434 complaints via the PC tablet, averaging on about 54 complaints per month. And we would continue to streamline and review the recommendation and explore all the majority of the recommendations that we can implement in our agency.
Okay. How many calls are made on average each month to 311 about DOC? Who addresses those, and what is the process for resolving those? And how are they tracked to identify patterns and larger systematic issues?
On average, OCGS receives 39,000 complaints per year, performs 30,000 investigations, and to answer your direct question, 10,000 calls per year. The average time to address a complaint is about 14 days from where it's filed, from where about 14 days when OCGS receives a complaint.
How are they tracked and identified to look at any patterns? Like how do you use that information to like guide any new policies or things that you're developing?
So the tracking system is used so that we filter it out to the facilities to see any comments any complaints that is needed to assist us to identify information such as if information concerning laundry, if there's medical, there's food, there's sanitation, any grievous complaints, we use that tracking system to filter it to the facility so that we get a better gauge on what needs to happen within our facility for our persons in custody.
Are body cameras back used by all DOC uniform staff?
No, like I said earlier, we have rolled out approximately 1,500 body-worn cameras, and we're going to be continuing to roll them out. We anticipate that they should be rolled out by the end of the year. But also, just for everyone's clarification, we have approximately 13,000 cameras throughout the department.
Following the death of Robert L. Brooks in the facility, the Department of Corrections and Community Supervision determined the rampant violence of their department policy governing the use of body cameras. Have DOC done any similar inspections or investigations to ensure camera use policies is followed?
So when we actually underwent this process with rolling out new body-worn cameras, you know, we assessed that we didn't really have a current policy. So a lot of things that we've done as a result of rolling this out, we've been thoughtful, and all of these policies are new and in consideration with the team throughout, and the federal monitor.
Are body-worn cameras required to be on at all times while officers are on duty, or only during specific incidents?
It's required to be on at all times.
Since 2018, the department has closed several jail facilities, most recently the Ann Cross Center, AMKC, and the Vernon C. Burns Correctional Center, VCBC. When DOC closes jail facilities on Rikers, is there any kind of analyzation that is conducted to determine the savings to the city?
Councilmember Stevens, I'm sorry, just to roll back on that previous question, I apologize. Just for clarity's sake. So the body-worn camera that are rolled out, they're on and able to be activated anytime while someone's on duty, but they're only actually activated and recorded for specific designated incidents. I just wanted to make that clear.
No, thank you. That's a good clarification, because
yeah.
that's not the same.
Right, it's not recording the entire
time.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you need me to repeat the question again? Okay. No. We appreciate you clarifying for the record. Since 2018, the department has closed several jail facilities, most recently AMKC and VCBC. When DOC closes jail facilities on Rikers, is there any kind of analyzation that is conducted to determine the savings for the city?
So, thank you for the question. So, in previous closures of the facilities, the headcount related to these facilities were taken down. And in relating to AMKC, we kind of look at the post and see and repurpose those headcount to other facilities as needed.
How does this affect the jail population when facilities are closed? Where do the people who reside in those facilities go once they're closed?
They go into other existing facilities.
They go to other existing facilities, okay. At this time, I don't have any more questions. However, I will turn it over to Councilmember Brewer, as she has 3 questions for the second round.
Just quickly, as we all know, we're trying to get the population down for whenever the new jails are opened. My question is, for those, when I see and go to Rikers, and I appreciate the hospitality of the commissioner when we're there, there's just a lot of people who are mentally ill. So my question is, again, this is not your direct responsibility. This is an administrative effort. But what are we doing to have other, perhaps locked facilities? They're not the ones that are at Bellevue. That's a different kind of person. That's somebody who's coming from correctional health to Bellevue. But what are we doing as an administration, if anything, to think of, if necessary, locked facilities in psychiatric facilities? Or what kind of psychiatric support do you have now for those who are at your facility who could then get the help that they need? Because it's my impression when I am there, and you know better than I, that that's not happening. I know that's correctional health, that's not you, but it doesn't seem to be happening. And then finally, when and if those beds are available at Bellevue, what kind of staffing is going to be necessary, and do you have that staff? Those are my two questions.
Thank you for the question. Deputy Commissioner James Saunders, Health Affairs, Compliance, and Quality. So I'm going to address part of that question, and that is what are the mental health services currently being provided by our colleagues at Correctional Health Service? So we have mental observation units where
I saw it.
And we also have another unit, units called PACE and CAPS, and so those respective units provide direct hands-on treatment by Correctional Health Service providers. They help address behavioral issues and provide them the clinical support that certain individuals need.
How many staff people, or if you can get back to us if you have to, what's the cost, how often do people get seen, et cetera?
So I can tell you that CHS has staff that are on those units. They provide medication on those particular units. CHS will have to address the cost and the staffing issue.
Because you don't know how many people per detainee, you don't know the cost. That would not be your bailiwick to know.
Correct. We don't provide the care and treatment.
All right, and you wouldn't know what the administration is doing as a whole to try to find diversion, not putting people back on the street, but finding some other alternative, Creedmoor, Wards Island, I don't know, something else so that they're not ending up at Rikers. Does anybody have that, or is that something that's not your purview?
We don't have any information on that, but I agree that we can all work towards that because that is a need, considering what the majority of what our population looks like.
Thank you for admitting that. And how about the staff that might be needed when and if these beds are available at Bellevue? This is correctional, slightly different. Do you know how many people, and do you have the people to do that?
Yeah, it's approximately, we anticipate from our preliminary analysis that we're going to need 282 staff or uniformed staff members to open Bellevue OTHU. That's something that's an ongoing conversation, as was been alluded to throughout the hearing, is that we have staffing challenges, and it's a very staff-rich model for a very low population. Again, we want to open these facilities as well, but we have to do it in a very strategic and smart way where it's not a deficiency on providing continuing operations on Rikers Island. So we're going to continue to have these conversations with the administration as well as CHS to figure out what's a reasonable timeline, one, for completion of construction, and then actually open it, because it is a two-part process.
And I heard you need the state sign-off also, plus the
correct.
staffing, plus everything else. All right. Thank you.
Well, I don't have any more questions at this time. I hope you enjoyed my chairmanship today.
You did a good job.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I tried. I hope I did Sandy proud, Chair Nurse proud. But with that, I will dismiss this panel. Thank you. And the next chair will be taken over.
Okay. We will now call representatives of the Board of Corrections to testify. We will be hearing testimony from Jasmine George Yila, Melissa Cintron Hernandez, Danielle Ortega, and Katrina Blackman.
Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Noting for the record that all panelists responded in the affirmative, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Ayala and members of the New York City Council Committee on Criminal Justice. I am Jasmine Georges Yila, Executive Director of the Board of Correction. I'm joined today by BOC's Deputy Executive Director of Administration, Danielle Ortega, our Deputy Executive Director and General Counsel, Melissa Cintron Hernandez, and BOC's Assistant Executive Director of Monitoring, Katrina Blackman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Since 1957, the board has exercised independent oversight of New York City's jails, despite operating as a relatively small agency with limited resources. The New York City Charter mandates the board to establish local regulations, investigate matters within the jurisdiction of the Department of Correction, and evaluate the performance of DOC and correctional health services. The board's minimum standards set baseline conditions that must be maintained for individuals in custody. Despite our financial constraints, we have remained steadfast in producing meaningful oversight reports. In the past year alone, we've published reports on the use of chemical agents in city jails, 3 death reviews, 2 borough-based jails progress reports, a monitoring quarterly report, an evaluation of the sick call process, an assessment of heat mitigation efforts, and a triennial review of the DOC grievance process. With additional resources, our impact could be significantly greater. The board's fiscal year 26 budget is $3.6 million, which is less than the $3.8 million budget we were allocated in fiscal year 25. 94% of the board's fiscal year 26 budget supports 30 authorized positions, 3 fewer positions than the 33 positions supported by our fiscal year 25 budget. The board currently has 26 active staff and 7 vacant positions. By the end of the fiscal year, we anticipate filling 6 of those vacancies, amounting to 32 active employees. City Council support has been instrumental in achieving this staffing level. Indeed, the Committee on Criminal Justice's $400,000 in fiscal year 25 allowed us to hire 3 critical positions: a special investigations coordinator, a correctional standards review specialist, and a research and compliance associate. We appreciate the Council's recognition of the board's role in transforming the jail system and the broader criminal justice landscape, and we look forward to your continued support. To maintain our existing staffing levels, the board seeks continued funding for the 3 previously mentioned positions funded in fiscal year 25 only. These frontline roles directly support the board's oversight work. Losing these positions would significantly reduce our capacity to monitor jail conditions, respond to incidents, and conduct critical research, especially as the population continues to grow. To effectively fulfill its oversight responsibilities, the board requires an additional $2.3 million and 20 positions in fiscal year 26, combining preliminary and executive funding requests. For the fiscal year 26 executive budget, the board has identified $1.3 million and 11 positions as essential. Additionally, the board has $1 million in unmet funding needs from the fiscal year 26 preliminary plan for strategic initiatives and staff development. These resources will enhance the board's ability to conduct data-driven reporting, meet City Council mandates, increase public engagement, and improve oversight of jail conditions. The board seeks funding for new needs across the agency. Monitoring staff are critical to BOC's mission. We have only 12 monitoring staff who conduct oversight in the jails, court pens, and hospital jail wards. With approximately 6,800 people in custody, our monitoring capacity remains severely inadequate. While we expect to onboard 2 new monitors this year, further expansion is critical. Specifically, we seek funding for 3 new investigations and compliance monitors who will combine qualitative and quantitative methodologies to systematically assess compliance with the board's minimum standards. Additionally, 4 correctional standards review specialists are needed to improve the monitoring staff to incarcerated person ratio from 1 staff member per 565 individuals in custody to 1 staff member per 375 individuals in custody. Securing this additional funding is essential as both lives and fundamental fairness are at stake. Additionally, the board must have sufficient research capacity to analyze the extensive data it receives from DOC and CHS. By the end of fiscal year 25, the board will have a team of 4 research staff, which will help to strengthen the agency's analytical capabilities. However, we need an additional 6 research staff members to further enhance our ability to evaluate DOC operations and ensure timely data reporting. Of the 6 new positions needed, there is a critical need for 3 senior research and compliance associates who will focus on analyzing compliance with specific chapters of the board's minimum standards. The other 3 additional requested research staff will ensure dedicated attention to Prison Rape Elimination Act compliance, assessing DOC's adherence to PREA standards, reviewing sexual abuse allegations, and tracking housing decisions for transgender individuals. The board also seeks additional legal staff to strengthen its appeals and special investigations units. To support our work on visit restriction appeals, which significantly impact incarcerated individuals and their families, we request funding for an appeals coordinator to expand our 1-person appeals unit. This is a critical need due to the high volume of appeals received and reviewed solely by BOC's appeals director. Indeed, between 2021 and 2024, our 1-person appeals unit received and reviewed approximately 350 visit restriction appeals. This year so far, the appeals unit has handled approximately 42 visit restriction appeals. BOC Special Investigations Unit is a 3-person unit responsible for investigating various incidents within DOC's facilities. This includes deaths in custody, unresponsive persons in custody, fires, or any other incident that falls under the unusual incident category. The Special Investigations Unit would benefit greatly from a part-time doctor or nurse practitioner with the expertise to analyze medical records, give independent advice, and help lead the joint reviews with the CHS staff. Further, our IT team urgently needs a senior certified IT administrator to maintain operational stability of the board's systems. Without adequate database support, the agency faces significant operational challenges. A new human resources generalist position is also needed to improve staff support. Moreover, additional funding is needed to establish a training and development program, which is essential for the professional development and growth of all employees. As our staff located on Rikers Island continues to expand, funding for adequate furniture, seating, and workstations is critical. In 2023, due to construction on Rikers Island, the department relocated BOC staff to 3 trailers, only 2 of which are safely habitable for staffing operations. The move left the furniture allocated to BOC staff in poor condition. Thus, funding for clean and functional workstations, chairs, and conference room furnishings is essential. The board's work is essential to ensuring transparency, accountability, and humane conditions in NYC jails. However, our ability to fulfill our mandate is severely constrained by our limited budget. Receiving just 0.3% of the department's funding is inadequate given our responsibilities and the growing need for independent oversight. An established funding structure will enable the board to meet its mandate and effectively monitor conditions of confinement for the thousands of people in the department's custody. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that testimony. The board has consistently testified that it's been understaffed, but the preliminary plan only included additional funding for one person, an EEO officer. How many positions would you need to be filled in order to be considered sufficiently staffed?
Are you asking if we didn't have any limitations or were asked to just prioritize? I think 60 staff members to start with. We really require a lot more monitors to be in the jails. Like I said, we only have 12 monitoring staff. We also require staff for the research unit, for the appeals unit. Just across the agency, we're very limited. We have 1 to 3 person units across our agency. Compared with the department's billion-dollar budget, it's really inadequate in terms of the money that's given to the mandate for transparency and accountability that we have.
You mentioned that you have 7 vacancies as of today. How long have those vacancies been open?
I'm going to pass it to our Deputy Executive Director of Administration.
Thank you. So the board's vacancies, the 7 vacancies, are a mix. The board had some attrition last year, roughly 6 separations, but we were able to rebound, and so we only had 1 this year. We started FY25 with three additional positions, part of the funding that we received, which we allocated to the Special Investigations Coordinator, the Research and Compliance Associate, as well as the Standards Specialist. And so part of those vacancies were new as part of the beginning of July 1, and then another one of those vacancies is the EEO officer. So at least 4 of those vacancies are new to FY25. Okay.
I ask because when we bring this up to OMB, I want to make sure that they don't come back and say, well, they've had vacancies that haven't been filled for however long. Okay, and how much funding do you estimate you would need to hire these new positions? I think you mentioned a couple of numbers in the report.
We did mention a couple of numbers. So overall, from the FY21 preliminary plan in January, we have $1 million of unmet needs, which supports a number of initiatives, including 9 positions. For the executive plan itself, we asked for, sorry, I'm just having numbers, $1.3 million and 11 positions as essential. So for us, as a incremental stepping stone, $2.3 million in 20 positions in FY26 would get us on the way. And ultimately, the 60 positions overall that our executive director mentioned would help us really reach our goals.
Perfect. In the last year, the board has received restorations and enhancements to fund at least 3 additional positions in fiscal year 25. What is the status of those positions?
Sure. So those positions are part of the 3 positions I mentioned that we started with in July. One of those positions are filled. That's a Special Investigations Coordinator. And then, happily we were talking about hiring an additional 6 by the end of the year. 2 of those positions, a Standards Specialist and a Research and Compliance Associate, will be onboarded in the next 2 months. And so those positions are just about almost filled.
Okay, perfect. The preliminary plan also shows that the board is currently budgeted for 33 full-time positions in fiscal year 25, yet the actual headcount in December was 25. Is there any other reason other than funding that the board has had a difficult time recruiting staff to fill these positions?
So the board has paid more attention has made additional efforts to filling these positions. We have heard the council talk about our vacancies in OMB as well. And so the really major push we have, those 6 additional staff that we anticipate coming on, are part of the efforts for the board to fill our vacancies and get us to where we need to be. The board has made efforts, including postings on Idealist, Indeed, and looking for other measures to widen our outreach in terms of recruitment.
That was my next question. Thank you so much for that. How have resources and staffing levels impacted your ability to fulfill your oversight role, including conducting and publishing reports on deaths in custody, PREA compliance, and other?
I think the lack of resources to be able to hire more staff has severely impacted us. We're not able to put out as much reporting and conduct as much audits as we would like. Because for instance, our death investigations, our special investigations team who investigates deaths is only a 3-person team, and that's recent. It used to be a 2-person team. And so conducting audits and assessments of all of the board's minimum standards will take a dramatic increase in our staff to be able to do that sort of work, which the board's minimum standards envision doing, and I believe the council envisions that being our mandate. So I think we would need a significant increase in our staff and resources to be able to do that.
Has it historically been just 2?
The Special Investigations Unit?
Yes.
Do you want to speak to that? I'll turn it over to our General Counsel and Deputy Executive Director.
The unit started a few years ago, I believe in 2021, with a director. A year after that, we added a special investigations coordinator, and just this year we onboarded an additional special investigations coordinator.
Okay. I mean, because the number of deaths reported in custody have increased substantially. I'm not sure how you're able to conduct your business without the appropriate level of staffing. Okay. I'm going to move on to oversight. At your October meeting, the board heavily discussed involuntary lock-ins, also known as deadlocking. What is the board doing to monitor the use of involuntary lock-ins, and is the monitoring occurring at all jails on an ongoing basis?
Yes, so the special investigations team that I just mentioned has taken the lead on our assessment of involuntary lock-ins. They actually just completed the tool and methodology that we're going to use for a broad assessment, and I can let our General Counsel and Deputy Executive Director speak more to it, but we are looking at it. It is a serious problem, and it's something that we continuously monitor and will be issuing a report on. But more research sources and more staff lended to issues like that would allow us to report out more immediately.
Okay.
Do you want to add anything?
So we expect the involuntary lock-in audit to begin in the coming weeks. It will focus on areas of mental observation, and it will focus on areas where young adults are. And like Executive Director George Gila mentioned, if we have more staff, we will be able to conduct an even more comprehensive and larger audit. But we will start with those areas, and as Executive Director George Gila mentioned, we will be issuing a public report with our findings.
Is that the first? I'm assuming this is not the first audit after the reports of the involuntary lock-ins was reported last year.
It would be the first public report issued publicly, because we want to do a comprehensive assessment. We want to be able to communicate all of the findings with the department and have them have an opportunity to speak to them and address them and to communicate what the resolution is and put that in the report as well. And come to a meeting of the minds of how this practice is going to stop.
Okay, so when do you expect the report will be published?
In the coming months. The audit will begin in the coming weeks. We expect it to take a couple of weeks, and then Our research units and our special investigations units will analyze the data, come up with the findings, and issue the report.
Before the end of June?
Yes.
Okay.
We can safely say that.
Okay. Following the circumstances around the death of Robert Brooks at Mercy Correctional Facility and the multiple lawsuits following that alleged wrongdoing by the facility's CERT team, has there been any discussion around conducting a new review of the OC's emergency response strategy?
On the state level, the deaths that are
At the OC, I mean, using that as an example, has that influenced your position on whether or not you should be conducting a review of the OC's emergency response strategy?
Well, whenever a death occurs on the island, our special investigation team goes out, they request information from CHS, from DOC, from the medical examiners, and evaluates all of the materials that we have to be able to produce an assessment of what procedurally went wrong and what procedurally can be done better. And so that's what our reports address. And it's based on what's written in the charter of what we're able to evaluate. And so if those are conversations that can be had with the council to figure out how we can expand what we're able to look into, then that's something that we're happy and would want to do.
So the board is not able to proactively have a conversation about preventative measures in light of things that have happened on the state level or other facilities?
So our special investigations team does not only look into deaths in custody, they also investigate unresponsive persons in custody. As part of that work, they do have proactive conversations with each facility's wardens. We share our findings, we share our memos, and we have a conversation about areas where DOC can improve. So those conversations have been happening since before the death of Mr. Brooks, and they will continue happening. And I will say that Mr. Brooks' death is illustrative of how important it is that the BOC have access to surveillance footage. And that is essential to all of our investigations of deaths in custody. And in the last 2 deaths, that's definitely something that has aided our investigations.
Just out of curiosity, how long does the surveillance footage, how long are they required to file it for, to keep a copy of it?
I don't have that on the top of my head. Katrina, do you remember?
You don't know?
Good afternoon, Katrina Blackman, Assistant Executive Director of Monitoring. So the footage that DOC preserves lasts an average of 90 days.
Would you agree that that's a short amount of time? Is that too short amount of, I mean, there's a lot of footage, so I could imagine that it becomes a little burdensome, but in cases where an incident has been reported, that footage should be preserved a little bit longer. Does that happen in those cases, in a case where we're talking about specific footage of an incident?
Yes, I believe it does.
It is extended.
I believe it does, yes. And the department, the way when a specific incident happens, specifically a death, they provide the video to us by uploading it to a specific folder, so that's where it lives.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to move on to ICE on Rikers. Has the BOC taken a position or published any sort of statement regarding the mayor's plan to open an ICE facility on Rikers Island?
No, the board hasn't issued a public statement, but I would make the statement that the board would want to remind people of the board's minimum standard of non-discriminatory treatment, and I would hope that that is at the top of people's mind when they're considering this. The standard is people in custody shall not be subject to discriminatory treatment based upon race, religion, nationality, sex, sexual orientation, gender, disability, age, or political belief. And it's imperative that any proposed policy change, including the potential addition of ICE on the island, be implemented with transparency, adherence to due process, and full consideration of its implications for all individuals in custody. As the independent oversight entity, the board will continue to monitor developments, access potential impacts on correctional operations and conditions, and engage with stakeholders to ensure compliance with the board's minimum standards. Our role is to uphold the principles of accountability, fairness, and due process in all matters affecting the city's jail population.
Are you in is the BOC in conversations with the administration about what ICE on Rikers would look like?
No.
No?
No.
They haven't disclosed any information?
No.
All right. Has there been any collaboration or communication at all on this before the announcement was made?
No.
All right. Are there any resources or additional funding requests that you have that were not included in this plan that you would like to speak on today?
So the $2.3 million that was outlined is our needs as of the moment, right? It encompassed what was unmet in FY25 and for FY25 preliminary, and what we recently submitted to OMB as part of the executive plan. The larger conversation, and I think the ongoing conversation for the board, is the expansion, some sort of baseline foundational funding for the board so that we can sustain and meet our goals. But for us right now, that's in hand submitted is the 2.3 million.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the borough-based jails. Will the Board of Corrections office be located, where would it be located once the facility closes?
Good afternoon again, Katrina Blackman. So we've been in communication with the department regarding our office space or accessible space to our staff as it shifts over to 4 correctional facilities off island. So in those communications, though there will not be a designated office space for the Board of Correction, they have agreed in principle right now to allow us to have access to office space where we may need to review DOC footage, have access to DOC computers and database systems, et cetera, et cetera. But I just want to be mindful of the fact that while we are at the Borough J-Spales, and as we shift over there, that our continued presence there will be for oversight. So that means we will be actively touring while in those commands. So it's not necessarily going to be an office space for us per se, because we have to be throughout the housing areas and ancillary areas of those facilities.
Okay. Would you say, if assuming, in a perfect world, and I'm just using this as an analogy, if assuming that we were ready to open the new borough-based jails, next week, would the BOC determine that they are inadequately staffed to fulfill the mandate of oversight in all 4 facilities?
Yes. Yes.
What type of involvement has the board had in the borough-based jail process?
So over the past 2 years, actually even before that, we've held, in collaboration with the department and CHS recently, quarterly meetings. So every quarter we have a meeting with the department, CHS again recently, and we talk about the updates of said borough-based jails. So they can give us everything and anything providing to us expansion of housing area locations, recreation areas. They talk to us about, or they share with us updates about the hospitals and also visit areas, anywhere that people in custody, families can congregate in those settings.
Are you able to give recommendations?
We do give recommendations, and we do have, like I said, quarterly follow-ups with them. Our next quarterly meeting is scheduled for the end of this month. Okay. So we do provide them we do provide them recommendations, and we also have our board members engaged in those conversations with them so they can hear from an oversight lens what some of those recommendations could be.
Understood. Okay. All right, we don't have any other members present to ask any questions, and that's all the questions that I have for you. Thank you guys for coming and testifying, and we look forward to continuing to work together to get you a better budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that the quorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recording as testimony may be submitted, as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card and with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's topic. The Department of Probation, Department of Corrections, and Board of Corrections fiscal year 2026 budget. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony that you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. All right, Delvany Powell and Benny Bascio. You may begin.
Greetings, Chair and distinguished City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am Dalvany Powell, President of the United Probation Officers Association, UPOA, representing nearly 700 supervising probation officers, probation officer trainees, and probation officers assistants. Our members are predominantly women and people of color holding bachelor's and master's degrees. The New York City Department of Probation serves as an alternative to incarceration, providing critical services to the courts, including investigation reports and supervision of probationers. Probation officers are a vital part of the criminal justice system, working to keep the community safe while giving people involved in the criminal justice system a second chance. Yet, despite our extensive responsibilities and educational qualifications, New York City probation officers are the lowest paid members in the law enforcement. According to a recent report from the New York City Controller's Office, the OP has the highest attrition rate in the city at 128.6%. From 2023 to December 2024, 369 employees left the department, of which our members were 103 resignations, 32 retirements, and 25 terminations. During the same period, only 210 people were hired, but only 57 probation officers were of that 57 that was hired. Meanwhile, in 2023, three academies were canceled, and probation officer training exams were canceled, and the class was postponed. Additionally, family court has been cut by more than 40%. Staffing crisis is negatively impacting both our members and public safety. Instead of prioritizing the hiring of probation officers, this administration has reversed years of evidence-based policies that supported lower caseloads and risk-based supervision. Now all levels of supervision, both family and adult, are being consolidated, leading to dangerously high caseload. Furthermore, under this administration, we are peace officers authorized to carry firearms and make arrests, yet we are not police officers. However, this administration continues to push us toward a policing model while disregarding our unique role in criminal justice. Please give me criminal justice system. Our shields are redesigned to resemble NYPD badges, erasing our distinct identity and creating serious safety concerns for UPOA members. Unlike NYPD, probation officers do not receive unlimited sick leave, a 25-year pension, a 3/4 pay in the event of an injury, nor are we compensated at the same level. If the city insists on treating us as police officers, it must resolve our EEO case and restructure our salaries accordingly. All officers are now required to carry firearms, even those who have not handled a fire weapon in 20 years or more without the proper training. I'm almost finished. The academy, there's some points I'd like to make out. The academy has been extended to 5 months. We need more officers, and we need the academy to be doubled. Caseloads have been removed from our probation officer trainees. The commissioner disbanded the court liaison unit in family court against the objection of both the UPOA and the family court judges. This has resulted in delays in processing court orders, hindering case progression and affecting youth moving through the system. The commissioner plans to replace those CLOs with attorneys who will be paid more, despite the fact that the UPOA members have handled this work exclusively for over 50 years. Probation officers are being penalized for failing to manage excessive caseloads caused by staffing crisis. Despite our prior commitments, the commissioner refused to meet with the UPOA to discuss work flexibility. In short, because you have this testimony, the New York City Department of Probation is in worse shape than ever due to the mismanagement and lack of respect for our profession. Probation officers are not just alternatives to incarceration. We play a vital role in rehabilitation, public safety, supporting our communities. Our ability to build trust with probation clients and the courts are being undermined by chronic understaffing and poor decision-making. The continued failure to address this issue not only harms our members, but only jeopardizes public safety. We urge this council to take immediate action to address the staffing crisis, restore proper funding, and recognize the essential role of probation officers in the criminal justice system. I thank you, and I'm available for questions.
I'll ask after. Go ahead, Benny.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Ayala and the members of your committee. My name is Benny Basio Jr. I am the president of the Correction Officers Benevolent Association, the second largest law enforcement union in the city of New York. Our members, as you know, provide care, custody, and control of approximately 7,000 inmates daily. Our members are essential first responders who risk their lives every day to keep our city safe. For many New Yorkers, we are out of sight and out of mind, and often unfairly scapegoated for all the problems in our jails. The fact remains that New York City correction officers protect and save lives every day. We intercede while violent gang members are assaulting, slashing, and stabbing one another to protect the nonviolent inmates they are attacking. We recover weapons and drugs in our facilities on a daily basis. We prevent suicide attempts, and unfortunately, you never hear about the countless suicides we prevent. We administer Narcan to revive inmates who are overdosed from drugs. We ensure the inmates in our custody receive all the programming they are entitled to, escorting them safely to and from court or medical appointments. I want to provide a quick example of just one of the violent population my members must deal with daily. Recently, there was a story in the New York Post that reported on the violent rampage committed by one of our dangerous inmates who assaulted 3 officers in the span of 1 week, including 2 female officers. Since he entered Rikers in 2022, he has attacked 45 correction officers and 3 civilians. His rap sheet includes 30 arrests, including charges of murder, assault, and robbery. Approximately 70% of our inmate population is facing violent felony charges just like this inmate. This is the climate my members work in every day. In the span of 1 year, from February 21st, 2024 to February 21st, 2025, there have been approximately 560 inmate assaults on correction officers. In addition to these attacks, there have been 122 spitting incidents, 225 splashing incidents, approximately 20 sexual assaults, nearly 170 slashings, and over 100 stabbings. During that same period, our officers recovered 600 items related to contraband, meaning weapons or drugs. Our officers continue to perform essential services and maintain safety and security in our jails, all while dealing with a significant increase in our inmate population that is also increasingly more violent. Our headcount is at approximately 5,000 officers. It is the lowest it's been in decades. This is why we continue to have one of the highest vacancy rates of any city agency. The city constantly asks us to do more with less. Over time, that takes a toll on even the boldest of my members. Safe staffing levels matter. Despite the city's efforts to recruit more officers, including the $3 million included in the mayor's preliminary budget proposal, those efforts are falling far short of their targeted goals. The department is not even close to keeping up with attrition. DOC must simultaneously focus on retaining the officers it has, which is our best chance to achieve safe staffing levels soonest. To achieve these goals, the city must make significant investments to support our officers and improve our working conditions instead of disciplining us for everything we do. Imagine getting punched in the face in an unprovoked attack by a person in custody and you getting suspended for defending yourself. This is what's happening to us. The specific use of the money allocated to the problem must be scrutinized more closely. For example, it's outrageous that the city has allocated billions of dollars in the capital budget to fund new borough jails that are nowhere close to being completed, while ignoring our dilapidated current jails and the men and women who work there every day. Therefore, I'm calling for an exception to be created in this budget to allow for capital expenditures to be made on Rikers Island. It is inhumane to leave my members to work below acceptable standards of habitability, simply because the city has an unrealistic idea of when Rikers can be closed. One major capital expenditure needs to be replacing countless dilapidated trailers on Rikers Island that so many of my members are forced to work from on a daily basis. For recruitment, add more financial incentives, including signing bonuses to enhance recruitment efforts targeting advertising messaging towards military veterans and engage with our untapped groups rather than marketing to the same pool repeatedly. For retention, enhanced usage of specialty pay, hazard pay, OT bonus incentives, and increasing the value of pension credits after full vesting, immediately updating and replacing all inoperable cells to keep officers and inmates safe from violent offenders. Allocate significant funding for upgraded sanitary and modern showers in locker rooms for our officers, which many are currently inoperable and in deplorable conditions. We also need the council's support when it comes to providing home rule messages that will help pass legislation in Albany to enhance the pensions of our workforce, to incentivize retainment and establish a viable career path. Almost done. The city's budget is a reflection of the priorities set forth by you and your colleagues on the council. For far too long, your priorities have been focused solely on serving the interests of the inmates in our custody, even the most violent ones. If this committee is genuine about enhancing the safety of everyone in our jails, then this committee must prioritize the safety and security of my members as well. With that said, I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
I think that there's a universe where we can have both, where both inmates and staff can be in a space where they feel safe. But I do agree, I've been to the facility and I have seen the infrastructure has, continued to become worse. And I mean, it is a safety issue, and I get it. I wouldn't want to work there if it was me, if I'm being honest. you mentioned that the capital expenditures would be towards trailers that the officers are using now. What are they using the
There's
trailers for?
Trailers that they're in and mods that are outdated,
What, no, but
falling apart.
what is the use of the trailer? Is that like for the intake when
There's
you
different areas that have trailers.
okay.
You know, on the perimeters of Rikers Island, where Rikers Island security works.
Yeah.
In these booths, some of them don't have heat, AC in the winter. I mean, in the summer, and then there's like holes in the floor on a lot of these trailers.
Okay, I have seen that. And in terms of the attrition, I know you guys have been going through it as well. And again, you know, I think that there's a universe where we could have, you know, both things be true. And how many officers would you say would need to be hired in order for the prison to be adequately supervised?
We believe about 4,000.
About 4,000? What is the ratio from officer to inmate now?
Right now, it's 7,000, approximately 7,000 in custody, and we have about 5,000 officers around. And remember, all officers don't work on every tour, right? You split that between 3 tours daily.
3 tours?
3 tours daily, yes.
Okay.
3 8.5-hour tours.
Okay.
So I know they talk about the ratio, but understand that those 5,000 aren't at work at the same time.
Yeah. No, but I also want to know, like, if an officer is in a specific unit, how many officers are assigned per unit, and for how many inmates are they required to supervise at one time?
It varies. It could be 1 officer on the floor per 60 inmates. That's in one of our dorm areas.
Okay. Is that the same in the units where we have maybe more violent individuals or people that?
No, those are dorms. There will be maybe 30 inmates in another
1 to
housing
30?
area, or 50.
Okay. With 1
to 50,
officer?
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Some of the more enhanced supervision housing you may have 2, 3 officers on the floor, but the way staffing levels are now, no.
What is the average salary starting?
Well, I think we're about 59, close to 60,000. That just started, I think, March 1st of this year.
Okay, and you mentioned that the city continues to, I guess, try to attract the officers from like the same pool. You mentioned maybe offering some incentives. Is there any other recommendation that you would?
I mean, I think we need to go to military bases to try and get veterans to come on the job. You know, I think starting younger, maybe in junior high school, to kind of like talk to the students or let them know that there's a career path there. You know, we're in dire needs right now, and the problem is that they made the job so bad for us, right? Because us and the people in custody are suffering behind Rikers. And as you know, 85% of my members are black and brown.
Mm-hmm.
And it begs the question as to why we're being treated that way. You know what I mean? And I think that we stopped promoting the job to our friends and family because things got so bad for us. We're working 150 hours a month of overtime. I have single parents on this job, and they're spending so much time at work that the streets are raising our children. And that becomes another vicious cycle in itself.
That's a problem.
And 65% of my members come from the city of New York, the same neighborhoods that the incarcerated individuals do.
Yeah. No, that's problematic. And again, I appreciate your testimony here today. And you know, I know what it's like to be on both sides. I've had family members that have worked in corrections, and I have had, you know, family members and friends that have been at, you know, in Rikers as inmates, and it's not good either which way. And we need to ensure that there's, you know, proper staffing ratios so that everyone feels safe and that the conditions there while we're there, because even, you know, even if you were in agreement with the borough-based jails, they're not going to happen for, you know, for a number of years, and we've already been having this discussion for quite some time. So there should be temporary accommodations that are made to ensure that there's, you know, proper heating and, you know, just the basic essentials for individuals that are spending most of their day doing, you know, two tours, and not having to spend, you know, time at the facility. So I really do appreciate that, and I hope that you feel that, you know, we will work hard. We're trying to balance and ensure that There's equity while there's also fairness in the system.
Yeah, we appreciate that. And we know the borough-based jails are just years away. We just don't want to be forgotten about now.
Absolutely.
We believe that investments need to be made
Absolutely, I
in us
agree.
now. Yeah,
I agree.
that's our concern. And I mean, the borough-based jails top out at 3,400 capacity. And right now, we have 7,000 in custody. So nobody's been able to answer the question, what happens with the remainder of people in custody when you go to that system?
Yeah, well, I think we stop incarcerating individuals that are severely mentally ill and put them in, appropriate spaces. But thank you for that, Benny. Okay, yes.
Can I add? As you know, probation is the alternative to corrections. And one thing I wanted to bring to your attention, because I'm listening to Benny talk, right? And I failed to mention that with these changes, my members are now working different tours. We used to be Monday through Friday, right? Okay. And we used to make those judgments whether we wanted to go on the weekends or at night or whatever. So now we got, my members are working, they're working late night shifts twice a week, and they work on the weekends. So also, just like corrections, it's very difficult for us to balance our family work life. Probation has changed significantly. So people think that because somebody's on probation that their behavior changes because they're no longer with corrections or they're no longer with the police department, and that's farther from the truth. We're having the same issues, like the commissioner mentioned. We had a slicing, we had a probationer get sliced by another probationer in Queens. That's showing that the trajectory of probation has changed significantly. Our jobs are getting more and more dangerous, and we're constantly having, the neons, you heard about the neons? Mm-hmm. We're having constant altercations at the neons, gang violence, where our members have to interject and stop, break up these fights on the regular. See, these things that you don't hear about at probation. So we have a need, just like anybody else in corrections, anybody else in police department. If you're hiring, let's do the math. If you're hiring more police officers, which they just did, and you're hiring more correction officers, you're going to need more probation officers. If you're talking about putting jails in the and in the communities, and Benny just said, where's the rest of them going? They're coming to us. They're coming to us. And also, and then earlier they mentioned about these caseloads being at 25 caseloads and 45 caseloads. That's farther from the truth. I have my members doing the research for me, and I can tell you right now, we have blocks of areas, and primarily the heaviest caseloads is in Brooklyn, Bronx, and Queens. And we have members with 100 cases. And if you think about it, if you're losing people, how could you say the caseloads are the same? It's highly impossible. So just like we all...
So it's one officer per 100?
We have one officer, we have them one per 100, one per 70. And it depends, like he was saying, it depends on your assignment, where you're at, how your caseloads are going to look. And when they took away, and then when she took away vital positions, vital titles like the court liaison officers, those officers played a vital role in the courts. Like I said, we work for the courts, but for over 50 years, we had these officers in the courts because they know the job. They talk the talk. She's a supervisor for the court liaison officers. And for her to remove them from the family court is devastating. If you get a chance, talk to the judges and how this has really stagnated and paralyzed the system. And every role that we play in the criminal justice system is very vital. We're in the paper again, twice in one day. That's unheard of. The mismanagement of this agency is detrimental to my members, and most importantly, the community at large. And one more thing before I close. When we keep shifting probation officers like this, it affects our clients.
Yeah.
It affects our clients, and they get frustrated. And every time you turn around, there's a new probation officer. Understand, we have to establish relationships with these people, long-term relationships with them. So at the end, the whole community at large, their community corrections with the gates, we're community corrections without the bars. So you look out the window, that's my jail, and we need the help.
Do you have, how many vacancies do you have?
Right now, we have 582 probation officers, and I'm not really sure. It's probably over 300 vacancies. If you ask me how many more probation officers we're going to need, after listening to Commissioner Holmes today, with all these additional initiatives that I did not know all about, we probably need to go back to 15, 2,000, like we used to be. Because if we're going to carry the caseload of, which,
What is that? What is the starting salary?
Recently, we just negotiated a contract, and our new starting salary went from $42,000 to $61,000. but I don't see the advertisement. I don't see the new advertisement of the new job salary. And I keep asking them, when are you going to put the new job announcement out so that we can start attracting more people? And another thing I'd like to add, 5 months of training is fine once I see what the curriculum is. I really don't know what it is. But every 5 months, twice a year, is not going to work. Other administrators understood the necessity of overlapping the staffing because we have a high attrition rate. So we've been saying through labor management meetings, we've been given advice on how to do this. Prior administrations knew to double up on staff on the classes because it can be done and it has been done. We had one group doing fundamentals while another one was doing peace officer training in another place. It has been done. So we are constantly, I'm not a president of a union that makes complaints. I give recommendations because I can, because I've done the work. I'm a supervisor, civil service title, so I know what I'm talking about. I've worked in family court and adult services, so I'm very well-rounded. I'm confident in what I'm saying. So we're constantly giving recommendations that's falling by the wayside.
Yeah. I was going to ask about the firearms.
Yes.
You mentioned that the training is...
So what's happening is, okay, firearms is at the discretion of the commissioner, all right? But we do have a policy where officers that's hired at a certain point doesn't necessarily have to carry, but the state mandates require that we qualify every year. There's units in probation, supervision, field units, yes, they should be armed because they're going into the homes, right? They're doing consented searches. They're pulling out weapons. They're pulling out drugs and fentanyl. So we're exposed to a lot of stuff. Then there's units that's non-field investigations. There's intake unit. Do they have to carry a firearm? No, they really don't because they're the front end, right? But like I said, it's at the discretion of the commissioner, but they don't have to. They really don't have to carry. But that's her decision.
But the new requirement is that they do.
Now she wants them all armed because of what happened in Queens and then the constant altercations between the gangs coming up in those neons and stuff now. But they don't have to be armed. They really don't. And the other thing is, for those who are being armed now, we have people that's in those units that haven't touched a gun in over 20 years. So I'm saying to them, if you just have to arm them, have them trained properly. Get them reacquainted with carrying a firearm because I went without a firearm for 20 years, and then about 2 years ago, they sent me back to the range, and I'm supposed to go pick up a gun whenever. But I went through a 3-day training. I got familiarized with the gun. Now they're putting my members in the requalification for 1 day and expects for them to be familiar with the guns. And then they're being penalized because they're not used to it. They have their anxieties, and they're being penalized. I just had one that was suspended. And like Benny was saying, I got members being suspended and brought up on charges for a situation that this administration created. And it's just very sad. And the one thing I want to add too, we're predominantly females of color. And I'm gonna say it out loud, nobody get offended. But if we was predominantly men and white, would this be happening to us? And I've written to the mayor, I've met with deputy mayors, and nothing has been done yet, and I'm very concerned.
All right. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. The next panel is Megan French Marcellus, Nadia Shate, Ronald F. Day, Meg Egan, so little, Amanda Berman, and on Zoom, Christina Graham. You may begin.
Thank you so much. My name is Megan French Marslin, and I am appearing on behalf of the New York City Alternatives to Incarceration and Reentry Coalition. In New York City, our dependence on mass incarceration is at once a manifestation and a driver of systemic inequities that have devastated neighborhoods across all 5 boroughs. And yet, this city is fortunate enough to have an ecosystem of service providers who are doing the backbreaking work of resourcing communities most devastated by mass criminalization. This ecosystem of providers who work in front-end ATIs and back-end reentry services has been a model nationwide for how you get to a more equitable, human-centered justice system. And we do this work with pennies on the dollar that the city allocates to the vastly over-resourced Department of Correction. Decades of research demonstrate that ATI programs are more effective than incarceration at improving public safety outcomes, decreasing the chance of future convictions, improving employment rates, and generating significant savings for taxpayers. And yet, I sit before you today representing the aforementioned ecosystem, who are now staring down $12 million of cuts. We know that the expansion of ATIs and reentry services alone will not decarcerate Rikers. However, these programs are some of the most meaningful mechanisms we have to envision and scale a more human-centered approach to public safety. The current administration, as well as the City Council, should be leading the charge to invest in them. And in closing, I will say that we are requesting a restoration of the cuts and an increase from City Council of $2.4 million in discretionary funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Nadia Chait, the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at CASES, and we are proud to be a member of the ATI Reentry Coalition and second the request that Megan just made. We operate a range of alternative to incarceration programs that served over 1,800 people last year, keeping those individuals from the harms of incarceration while improving safety in our communities and ensuring that folks have the services that they need. We heard from DOC and DOP today about all of the challenges that they face in serving folks with mental health challenges. And they're not good at it, but providers like us are. And if we were resourced adequately, we could serve those individuals. So I want to highlight one of our clients, a man named Alfred. Alfred's in our Nathaniel Alternative to Incarceration program, which is an intensive mental health treatment approach. Alfred, before he came into our program, spent 2.5 years in the state psychiatric facility at Kirby being restored to competency. This is a person who has struggled with his mental health for a very long time without receiving the services that he needed. And he entered our program on a violent felony charge. In his time in our program, we've been able to increase his housing stability. Alfred is now regularly taking his medication. He successfully completed his court case and has remained engaged in our services on a voluntary basis and is now looking at enrolling in high school equivalency classes to finish his degree and joining a mental health clubhouse to support his well-being day to day. This is the kind of transformation that we can achieve when programs like ours are resourced instead of a correctional system that is unable to, not only unable to provide mental health care, but unable to maintain the basic safety of the people that it serves. And so we urge the council to restore the $3.8 million for ATIs, the $8 million for reentry, and to add in the discretionary dollars $2.4 million for ATI programs. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Meg Egan, and it is my great honor and privilege to lead the Women's Prison Association. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Throughout its 180-year history, WPA has been a force for change, challenging systemic inequities that criminalize and marginalize women, particularly Black and brown women, at disproportionate rates. For these women, incarceration is not merely a consequence of a single event, but a result of compounding systemic failures: poverty, housing instability, trauma, and lack of meaningful opportunity. The harms and failures of Rikers Island are real, and the cost to families, communities, and the city is immeasurable. Mothers are separated from children, communities lose contributors, the cycle of inequity perpetuates and deepens. But what if there was a different way? A way that prioritized prevention, provided support, and treated justice as an opportunity for restoration rather than punishment. WPA envisions that path forward. By meeting women where they are, WPA fosters trust, connection, and agency, empowering each individual to reclaim her future. Rooted in New York City, WPA serves as a lifeline for women navigating the criminal legal system, working alongside them to dismantle the structural barriers that have kept them in the margins for too long. There are just over 400 women held on Rikers Island right now. We believe that together with our partners, we can develop the service and support to make the community the public safety-minded default rather than Rikers Island. And to realize that vision, the city must not just restore the funding currently cut, again, $3.8 million from ATI programs and $8 million from reentry, but expand these essential and effective programs. Our work will center on the following priorities to develop this infrastructure. I will very quickly close. We are focused on restoring the ATI Reentry Coalition funding, funding to support creating a practical pathway to make incarceration obsolete in New York City, expanding clinical services for women in the community, and expanding robust discharge planning services. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ronald Day. I'm a senior vice president at the Fortune Society. I've been with Fortune for over 10 years, managing various units, including discharge planning, employment services, education, our research and policy centers as well. I also oversaw Fortune's programming in the city jails that was terminated in June 2023. My professional experiences, as well as my personal experience serving 1 year on Rikers Island and 15 years in state prison, inform my understanding of the critical importance of investing in alternatives to incarceration, reentry services, and supportive housing, because these help reshape lives and contribute to community safety. The Fortune Society has been around for 56 years. It is committed to supporting successful reentry and providing alternatives to incarceration. Our mission aims to strengthen the fabric of communities by instilling a belief in the power of individuals to change. Through programs shaped by the experience of our participants, we help rebuild lives. We also seek to change minds through education and advocacy to foster a fair, humane, and rehabilitative justice system. In fiscal year 24, we served over 13,000 individuals. To fulfill the legal mandate to close Rikers, City Council must secure a budget that prioritizes community safety and invest in effective ATI reentry services and supportive housing. Right now, the administration is calling for a cut of $3.8 million in ATI and $8 million in reentry. And Fortune is asking City Council to work with the administration to ensure that the programs, ATI, reentry, and supportive housing, are not actually decreased, but increased. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker Ayala and committee staff. My name is Amanda Berman. I'm the Senior Director with our court reform programs at the Center for Justice Innovation. At our organization, we develop and implement creative approaches to public safety across our city and across the entire spectrum of justice system involvement, from community-based prevention efforts to pre-arraignment diversion, pretrial supervision, and alternatives to incarceration. But not only do we provide these services, we also evaluate them to identify what works and to share best practices across the field. So after nearly 3 decades of doing this work in court and community, we know what works. And it is also what all of my esteemed colleagues up here have already shared, who are in this work beside us. Achieving true safety requires sustained investment in community-driven solutions that are focused on prevention and fair intervention. For the upcoming fiscal year, we're seeking support in response to a growing need in the following areas. First, our ATI programs continue to connect individuals to the vital resources that they need to reduce recidivism and support reintegration, and also save taxpayer dollars. These programs also play a critical role in our collective goal of closing down Rikers Island. I want to point for a moment specifically to our Brooklyn Mental Health Court. That program provides rigorous treatment and monitoring to individuals who are living with serious mental illness, who are facing felony charges, and but for our program would often be jail or prison bound. It is precisely the population that we've been talking about for so long, who are being failed by our jail system, but can be safely monitored and serviced in the community if the right resources are in place. In our program, we are currently managing a caseload that has doubled if I may, I don't have much more, thank you. It has doubled in the last 4 years without the accompanying funds. Funds are urgently needed in order to hire more staff to bring down caseloads, better serve our participants, and also to reduce the backlog of people who are sitting on Rikers Island waiting to be evaluated and accepted into our program. Second, our programs that are addressing gender-based violence, as we know, are especially vulnerable during these times. Our programs have seen a rise in female-identifying participants in the justice system. And to meet those needs, we're hoping to develop a new initiative within our Queens and Staten Island sites called Empower Her, which will be designed to provide targeted support for that population. Lastly, we seek funding to sustain our diversion programs that work to provide accountability while also reducing the justice system's footprint. And these include citywide initiatives like Project Reset, Driver Accountability, and our Bronx DWI initiatives, all of which are a critical part of bringing restorative solutions into the court system and reducing financial barriers. Thank you so much for your time and your indulgence, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Christina Graham will be joining us virtually. Christina?
You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the Criminal Justice Committee, for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Christina Graham, and I am a mitigation specialist for the Osborne Association, specifically Court Advocacy Services, CAS, providing defense-based advocacy for indigent clients that have cases in New York City's 5 boroughs, Westchester, Rensselaer, Columbia, Albany, and Greene counties. As part of the CAS team for the last 6 years, I get to know individuals beyond their charges and develop an individualized plan to address the root causes of their involvement with the criminal justice system. This approach promotes public safety while saving public dollars spent on pretrial detention and prison sentences. Last fiscal year, CAS prevented 1,411 years of incarceration at a cost savings to the city and state of $162 million. To understand our impact, I want to tell you about Miss Miller's case that was referred to us by a defense attorney. She had 3 active cases in 3 different boroughs, and they were all for the same charges, petty and grand larceny. She was facing a potential sentence of 2 years for each case to run consecutively, amounting to a potential 6 years of incarceration. Miss Miller was in her late 50s without stable housing, battling long-term drug addiction coupled with unresolved trauma, a lack of natural support in the community, and constant involvement in the criminal legal system. By that point in time, she accrued over 45 arrests for the same charges she presented with. Through an extensive interview process, I learned the intimate details of Miss Miller's life, which detailed extensive trauma from childhood all the way through adulthood. These interviews were the first time she had a chance to tell her life story. Viewing her story through a public health and social work lens, including our legal understanding, CAS concluded that Miss Miller's constant arrests were not a disregard for the law, but a desperate plea for community support. It was evident that she had complex mental mental health and drug addiction issues that were triggered by her past trauma. I wrote a comprehensive and in-depth report that was accepted by the court, and we secured Ms. Miller a 2-year sentence.
Thank you. Your
to cover
time
all
expired.
cases. I'm sorry?
Can you wrap up?
Yes, two more sentences. Last year, she returned to the community and CAS connected her to services. Currently, she's engaging in an internship, a part-time position, receives weekly addiction and therapy services, and we're moving out the shelter in her own apartment in the next 30 days. And this is just one of many cases. So we urge City Council to expand support and fund, not cut, investments in ATIs and reentry services. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Guys, well, thank you guys for coming to testify. I don't have any questions because I think you guys are all fantastic and are doing a really great job. I'm very familiar with all of the services that you're providing in our communities, and I want to say thank you because I know it isn't easy, and obviously you know that the City Council has been championing a lot of the ATI programming, and so we will continue to do that. Thank you. Our next panel is Helen Skipper, Darren Mack, Jamil Wright, Glenn Williams, Tammy Reed, and Edwin Santana. You may begin. Oh, do we have everybody? Hold on. Helen? That's okay. You're Helen? Wait, hold on. I'm just trying to make
Yes,
sure everybody's
sorry.
here. Okay, Darren. I see Darren. Jamil?
Helen Skipper.
And no, I'm just going over the names. Glenn Williams? Okay, wait. So who's Jamil Wright? Okay. Glenn Williams? That's you. Tammy Reed and Edwin Santana. Okay, no worries. Thank you. You may begin. Whichever one you want to begin first, go ahead.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Helen Skipper. I sit here today not only as the Executive Director of the New York City Justice Peer Initiative, but also as a member and Vice Chair of the New York City Board of Corrections. As a member of the board, a position you nominated and appointed me to, I'm here to speak, shed truth to light, and urge you to divest funding from the Department of Corrections and its home base of Rikers Island. Additional funding is a complete waste of resources that are desperately needed for housing, treatment, education, and other investments. It is time to use our precious resources to fund the things that work. Funds diverted from this cash cow that is perpetually hungry could be used to decriminalize behavioral health. Where is it okay for Rikers Island to be the largest behavioral health facility in the country? A facility that does not afford the necessary treatment and support needed. Diverted funds can be spent on housing such as GIST and other supportive housing modalities. We need more intensive, mobile, and forensic assertive community treatment teams to counteract the behavioral health crisis our city is currently in. The closed Rikers Island plan also promised a new community-based mental health safety net. The administration has clearly fallen short of that goal. The number of people in Rikers diagnosed with serious mental illnesses has increased more than 60% since January 2022. These teams incorporate those of us with lived experiences who have successfully navigated these traumatic systems and stand at the ready to support and mentor individuals so that they too can be the best they can be without interception from the criminal justice system. We need to restore funding to the Office of Criminal Justice for ATI and reentry programs. We somehow seem to forget it that if we keep incarcerating folks, these very same folks are going to come home eventually. And to what I ask, we need to go further, higher, and deeper and increase discretionary funding for alternatives ATIs. Recidivism is very real in this great city, and I can definitely speak about this. I'm almost finished. From a personal lived experience view, as I cycle on the hamster wheel of recidivism for 25 years, suffering from mental illness and addiction. I am not going to read the rest of this, but I want to let everybody know that I have invited you to my Justice Peer Conference, where you can see firsthand the organizations that should be receiving funding, the good work we're doing, the work that we're doing that is literally outpacing and outlasting what DLC is doing. Please, I urge you all to look to fund the smaller organizations that are crawling around, boots on the ground, hands in the mud. We are crawling around. This is where the funding needs to go to. Thank you very much for the additional time.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify. I think I got it. Thank you. My name is Tammy Reed. I'm testifying on behalf of Freedom Agenda and a member of the campaign to close Rikers. I want to start off by saying that as a taxpaying citizen, I am astounded by the fact that we're paying a little over $500,000 per year to house one individual on Rikers Island. I'm a senior citizen. I live off of less than $25,000 a year with minimal outside assistance and have never missed a meal. I have adequate housing, utilities paid, and so forth. We can do better than this. It is my understanding that the mayor has proposed that $2.87 billion be spent on jail operations in fiscal year 2026. And if I'm understanding the budget correctly, this figure is leading up to the time that Rikers should be closed by law, August of 2027. I'm proposing today that this figure be adjusted to be in line with Rikers closing. I'm requesting that instead of passing this over-bloated budget, that the City Council adjust the budget to reallocate funds to areas where we truly do need funding, such as mental health, housing, and community services. It just baffles me as to why we keep continuously dumping money into a facility like Rikers Island that is a disgrace and stain on our city, instead of addressing the real issues that's plaguing our cities, mental health, housing, and so forth. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that we're in trouble, and that to continuously fund essentially a non-functioning organization such as Rikers is not the answer. And to give you a clear understanding of what I mean by non-functioning, my son was incarcerated at Rikers. He's a severe hemophiliac. Documentation was submitted to court by Long Island Jewish Medical Hemophilia Center stating what his disease is and how to treat it, which is an infusion every other day or every 2 to 3 days. Did Rikers follow the procedure? No. Unfortunately, during this 2-year period while my son was there, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. After surgery and as I was preparing for chemo, I was warned to be vigilant about my environment. And unfortunately, because Rikers is filthy and unsanitary, I had to cut off visits to my son. Just one more sentence. I would like to see an additional $39.8 million to be addressed to the housing and mental health needs. More funding for the justice-involved supported housing, intensive mobile treatment teams, forensic assertive community treatment teams, and monies for a new crisis respite centers in compliance with local law 118/2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Ayala and council members, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Darren Mack, and I'm a co-director of Freedom Agenda, and we're one of the organizations leading the campaign to close Rikers. Our members have both experienced Rikers and been impacted by crime, and they know what works to create real public safety. It's things like housing, healthcare, work opportunities, mentorship, and safe community spaces. While Mayor Adams has said he wants to close the pipelines that feed Rikers, his proposed budget would do the opposite. We're calling on the City Council to ensure that the adopted budget paves the way for New York City to deliver on the legal and moral obligation to close Rikers. Instead of allocating $150 million to hire 1,100 more correctional officers, the city should invest in helping New Yorkers thrive, including allocating an additional $39.8 million to meet critical mental health and housing needs, restoring $11.8 million in planned cuts to the Office of Criminal Justice for alternatives to incarceration and reentry programs, restoring proposed cuts to the Board of Correction for jail oversight and increasing their head count, allocating $3 million for DEP, to begin a master plan for the implementation of the Renewable Rikers vision. We know our city can afford these investments because the mayor plans to spend nearly $150 million to hire 1,100 more correction officers this year, increasing DOC uniform headcount from approximately 5,900 to 7,060. For the past 3 years, vacancies have been growing, millions of more money has been growing in DOC budget, and they will not be filled. These vacancies will not be filled. The administration has tried to justify the out-of-control spending at DOC by saying that they expect the jail population to rise, but it's rising because of their warped budget and policy priorities. DOC recently added beds to already crowded dorms at Rikers out of concern they would exceed capacity. Both advocates and uniform staff spoke out against this. What if the city treated preventive investments with the same urgency? This administration is choosing to budget for more harm and incarceration instead of making the investments that could prevent it. This city council has reaffirmed its commitment to closing Rikers, and that commitment must be backed up by this year's budget. We will submit, along with this testimony, a full budget analysis that outlines the amendments needed in fiscal year 26 budget to pave the way to closing Rikers and passing a people's budget. Thank you for your participation.
My name is Glenn Williams.
Could you make sure that your mic is on? The light is red?
I gotta press the button. All right.
Yeah,
Testing. All right. My name is Glenn Williams. I'm 25 years old. Thank you for having me here today. I'm a victim of the system, but also benefited from programs. I grew up in the Bronx with a single mother and 8 siblings. I was always taught to be polite and treat others with dignity. But like many other young men in this city, I found myself caught in the system, facing consequences for mistakes I made in my youth. When I was 20 years old, I was sentenced to 3 years of probation after serving 45 days for a misdemeanor. The harsh reality of the court system and probation easily pushed me further into a life of frustration and failing. Between being denied by employers, being homeless, and living in the fear of being arrested again, I felt defeated. The extended probation kept me in a state of constant stress, fear that I could easily be brought back behind bars. I grappled with the difficulty of not getting a job because of my record. For 3 years, I was rejected from every employer I applied to. The frustration of being denied over and over again chipped away at my self-worth, making me feel discouraged and mess with my character. I continued to have encounters with police where they would use excessive force. I experienced firsthand and witnessed how the police are overly aggressive with black men, with black and brown men in my community that look like me, and how they treat us badly growing up in our neighborhoods by physically and sexually harassing us and then claiming it's a part of their job. What helped me move forward was my involvement in numerous programs and resources that changed my perspective. These re-entry programs such as Youth Rap, Health People, Bronx Connect, Youth Represent, Rosboro, and Drive Change were all life-changing for me. There also needs to be more resources for housing. When I was living in the shelter, I often had interactions with police simply because I was homeless or because I would have to carry my belongings with me everywhere. This pulled me back into the system and interrupted the progress I was making in building my life. Young people like me should not have to get arrested to be on probation to get access to programs. Instead, money should be redirected to programs that provide actual support, guidance, and give everyone a chance for a future. Endless punishment for young people needs to end.
And look at you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You are what happens right when we invest in the proper programming and services.
Yes, definitely.
To help support our youth. Thank you so much for being a voice for so many in our communities that are probably terrified to come and do what you just did. It's very brave to tell your story, and I really, I'm super proud of you.
Thank you.
For being here today.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you guys so much for coming. Our next panel is Norma Gaines, Damon Gilbert, Mei-Ling Eng, Judy Lay, Vic Lee, Kashul Chawla, and Tammy Meltzer. I'm going to call out your names just because I want to make sure that everybody that I called. Norma? Okay. Damon? Maylene? Judy? Vic? Kashul? Tammy? Tammy Meltzer? Tammy Meltzer? No? Okay. You may begin. Just make sure that the light is on. Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. My name is Norma Ginez. I'm a single mother. I have 3 children. 2 of them are which of the spectrum, and my children's father is a formerly incarcerated individual. He told me about the horrific stories that he shared with me 15 years ago about how his time in Rikers was, and just hearing the young man's story right now too get me a little bit emotional because of the fact that, living in the Bronx, I used to live in Long Island. I never had experienced or known of anybody that experienced Rikers or just the injustice that are generally done in the 5 boroughs of this New York City. And so I just wanted to express that, I wanted to say that, to defund like Rikers right now. We need more funding for organizations like, for example, what my baby's father was involved in, which was Osborne, yes, association, and he took advantage of that program. He was part of, he was able to get his construction license and all this OSHA testing, and it helped him. They provided him with housing, and I feel that there's more success stories out there through this particular organizations and more organizations like that. And I would really appreciate it if we can try to have more funding for that. Again, thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for letting me testify. My name is Damon Gilbert. I'm an Equal Justice Fellow at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. We are a civil rights nonprofit organization that has been advancing environmental, health, and disability justice through community lawyering and
Damon, could you put the mic a little bit closer to you?
Oh, yeah, of
Because you're a
course.
little bit softer spoken. Yes.
How's that?
There you go.
Sorry about that. Okay, I'll just start here. NILPI is a civil rights nonprofit organization. We advocate for environmental health and disability justice through community lawyering, and we've been partnering with the private bar for over 50 years. I'm also here to talk about Rikers. It's been an environmental injustice for as long as it's existed. The penal colony is notorious for its poor air quality. It's literally built on a landfill, as well as being situated by multiple major polluters. It's incredibly unhealthy to both the population, those who work there, and the surrounding Bronx community. On top of that, it's infamous for being the most dangerous jail to be inside of in the nation, most likely. Despite that, and despite the fact that it's being required to close by 2027, this administration seems unconcerned with taking the necessary actions to enforce the law to shut down Rikers. And we see that through the DOC's actions and the proposed budget of $2.87 billion for jail operations for 2026, that the prioritization of mass incarceration over other vital services for New Yorkers is still in place. Far from actualizing the vision to close Rikers, the DOC seems intent to keep perpetuating these environmental injustices, as well as the human rights crisis that is currently ongoing there. In the past year alone, New Yorkers Chima Williams, Manuel Luna, Roy Savage, Charisma Jones, Anthony Jordan, and Ramel Powell have all lost their lives due to the horrific conditions there. Despite the serious threat to human life and dignity, Rikers costs over $500,000 per person to hold there each year, making it the most expensive and least effective tool that we have to protect our community's safety. In conclusion, we just want to support our peers at the Freedom Agenda who are fighting to close Rikers, who have come up with concrete, serious recommendations to fix the budget and reduce the amount of funds allocated towards the DOC and hopefully reallocate them towards desperately needed services like housing, mental health treatment, education, and other investments that are critical to the safety of all New York residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wan Si Marilyn Wu. And I speak on behalf of the Syria who live in Chong Park who are here with me today. They live right next door to the south side, and I want to share some of their feelings. Thank you. The past 2 years had not been easy. There's always noise, and the building is always shaking. The construction company starts super early at 7 a.m., waking them up, sometimes even as early as 5 a.m., and they cannot go back to sleep. The noise lasts for a very long time until nighttime. Why are we building a zoo in this beautiful Chinatown community? They don't like it. They do not want the zoo. They want more affordable housing. Thank you so much.
Okay, now it works. Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilwoman, and thank you for letting me testify today. My name is Judy Lay, and I work with the Immigrant Social Services as their Community Engagement Manager. We provide after-school programs for first and second generation working class immigrant families in the Lower East Side and Chinatown, and we also host events and programming for seniors living at Chong Park. And Chong Park is the site right next to the old Manhattan Detention Center. And as Mei Ling described earlier, their lives have been affected greatly for the past couple years. So I've been working at ISS for almost a year, and one of my first assignment was to translate for the New York Times reporter who came after the demolition that caused the cracked wall inside the seniors building. And this was almost exactly a year ago. When we interviewed the seniors about how they felt about what happened, they shared that they feel overlooked and they feel neglected. They constantly express their fear, anxiety, and concern for their aging health due to the ongoing noise and vibration caused by the demolition work. And now that it's all done, they're afraid of what's to come when we continue to build a mega jail next to their home. They don't deserve a mega jail in their backyard. They deserve a safe community where they can live out the rest of their lives. They deserve peace. We urge the committee to refocus their efforts, discard the idea of building a mega jail, and build housing for those in need instead. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Councilwoman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Vic Lee, and I'm the Executive Director of Welcome to Chinatown. Some of the, Judy, who has spoken about some of the unbearable construction that the seniors have been facing, those just represent a small fraction of the complaints that our organization has fielded from both residents, small businesses, those that are visiting the community. What I really want to focus on during my testimony is the cost overruns of the borough-based jail program. We are a nonprofit that has worked with city contracts, and from my personal experience, we have strict reporting deadlines, as well as there's zero tolerance for cost overruns with our contracts with the city. And I want to ask why this project has been allowed to balloon 79% from $8.7 billion to $15.6 billion, with no little accountability from DOC and DDC. So this budget overall ignores the economic realities that will push costs even higher. On top of, there's currently a 5-year delay with no contingency plan for Rikers 2027 as their 2027 closure looms. Overall, there's been a lack of transparency and little response as to why we continue to pour billions into incarceration instead of the critical social services, education, and economic development. We really believe that there's still opportunities to course correct, especially looking at the size and scope of the Manhattan Borough-based jail program, given that that contract has not yet been signed. The Manhattan jail is going to be one of the most expensive buildings in Lower Manhattan at a staggering $4 billion just on the structure of the jail, not on the services, rehabilitation, and education that actually make for safer communities. This just isn't an investment in economic growth, nor the opportunity to create pathways for the underserved communities. So I ask that the committee imagine Imagine if those funds were directed towards affordable housing, mental health services, and job training, all of the solutions that those previous that were giving testimony, those are great examples of programs. And last is, I really urge that the council have the courage to rethink the existing plan by reassessing the size and scope of the Manhattan Borough-based jail program while still meeting City Council's criminal justice reform goals. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kaushal. I'm the CEO at the Charles B. Wong Community Health Center. We provide medical care to 65,000 New Yorkers every year. Our mission is to care for all, regardless of income, insurance, language barrier, any other barrier. Most of our patients are low income, non-English speaking, and many are uninsured. My comments are about execution. Our oldest site is 125 Walker Street, which touches the jail site, same building as many of the senior citizens that were mentioned earlier. 10,000 patients get their health care here every year, especially pediatrics and dental. In 2023, the building conditions got significantly worse. There were leaks, there was water damage, it affected many exam rooms and waiting areas, while the construction noise and vibrations disrupt. Imagine getting a shot while there's jackhammering, that kind of thing. We had to make the difficult step to relocate pediatric services at our own cost while trying to fix or cover up the damage. But this reduced our capacity to serve patients with 10,000 fewer visits and a financial loss of over $2 million. So despite requesting on-site monitoring for noise, air, vibrations since 2023, those requests were ignored with support of groups like NUBC and Welcome to Chinatown and many local officials. Monitoring was eventually installed on the same block, but still not on the floor where we deliver care. We have made fixes to the damaged areas, mostly cosmetic, again, at our own cost, in order to expedite resuming healthcare services. But we've been told that those expenses and lost revenues are not eligible for claims or reimbursement without a clear explanation. The purpose really of my testimony is to highlight the negative health impacts that the project has already caused and the potential for further damage if the services must relocate again in the future. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry to hear about all of the construction inconveniences, and I'm happy that at least you're reaching out to your local elected officials for help in remediating some of those concerns, wherever possible. But because I agree that you should not be impacted negatively by the construction. We should be taking whatever measures we need to ensure that your lives are not disturbed. Thank you so much for coming and testifying today.
She just walked in.
Okay. Our next panel is Tammy Meltzer, Jennifer Parrish, Alicia Thomas, King Downing, Gordon Lee, Sharon Brown, and Christopher Leon Johnson. All right, I'm just making sure that everybody's here. Tammy? Okay. Jennifer? Alicia Thomas? Alicia Thomas? Okay. King? Gordon? Sharon? And Christopher. Okay. All right. I think that Tammy was going to start, right?
As you wish.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tammy Meltzer. I'm chair of Manhattan Community Board 1. Therefore, I'm chair of the area where this new jail is proposed to be built. We have egregious numbers of resolutions and concerns that have been brought to City Hall with nary an answer for the most part. There were working groups set up with no information given, no input to the contract, no conversations as promised by City Hall. The original budget was $8.3 billion. We are currently at this day looking at $16 billion. That alone should be egregious and a concern for where the ceiling could be on this. But I want to bring back some really salient points. As far as we understand, none of the findings of the Littman 2.0 Commission have been reflected in this contract. A group that was meant to oversee this entire process, we have no understanding of the connection between the contract and the commission, and to our understanding, there is actually a disconnect between the two. Part of that comes with the fact that we were promised back in 2019 that there would be robust programming that would lower the jail populations, and therefore the building that is being squished, a hippopotamus-sized jail being squished into a mouse footprint in Chinatown, would be more as contextual as it could possibly be, and they would lower the height and density and bulk to try and fit into said mousetrap. However, the hippopotamus has continued to grow and grow and grow, and so is the budget for this. And yet, none of the findings of the Littman Commission, none of the programming that were for justice reform that we all supported and begged City Hall for, have done anything to reduce the population. So we have zero faith that this will not be a repeat of Rikers, and that once this building is built, there is no faith. The budgets have blossomed and bloomed, the populations have bloomed, and there has been nary an oversight. The connections that were given with the community have not been had. There's not been a working group meeting in over 2 years, and I've been chair the whole time, and so I can tell you there's not been a meeting, right? The lack of public comment, review, input, and City Hall proceeding on with no ceiling for programs, people, or the city's public dollars is egregious. Before this contract is signed, please, let's have a great public discussion and understanding. Thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is King Downing. I'm the director of the American Friends Service Committee's Healing Justice Program for New York and New Jersey. We're an advocacy group. I'm a lawyer, but I'm really here as a member of the Close Rikers campaign. And I want to, a lot of people gave data and statistics, but I just want to tell a story. Years ago, so far back that Wendell Foster was a city council person, I ran a GED program in El Barrio. At that time, half the students that I was working with, half the students were not graduating from high school on time. And so the overflow was coming to us. My youth and I testified right here, all those many years back, for money for schools and money for summer youth employment programs. And just like now, we're still seeing the same kind of problems. We're trying to lock our way out of the problem, just like those many, many years ago. And we're trying to lock our way out of poverty. And instead of creating opportunities, the money is going back into prisons while everything else is being cut. So where are we now? Lack of school funding, once again. Still low graduation rates, no summer youth employment jobs. And at that time, my students couldn't get the summer jobs, and guess where I found them? They found jobs in my neighborhood. They were lookouts for drug dealers. And a lot of that is still going on now. So where are we now, and how are we going to make these changes? So we want to see that the youth that I was dealing with don't find their own kids in the same boat that they were in when they all came here to testify back then. So where does it all end? We're still looking at mass incarceration. We're still looking at the policing solution and cutting away the ones that are actually making another difference. So we want to see money move from corrections to communities and restore the cuts and add some more. The more we keep doing the same thing, the more we're going to get what we get. Thank you.
Amen. Good night, people. My name is Mr. Gordon Lee, a former Nixon protester, but you can also call me God. I'm with all groups, including Close Rikers and Neighbors Together, because I want to fight for causes that nobody can live without, and I want to fight everything that everyone fears, including myself. And I was one of the newborns under the Nixon presidency of June of 23rd of 1973. Now, I also don't agree with the extra money to build more jails, like the new jail proposed in Manhattan, and the plan to rezone all of Chinatown to build a 50-story jail or prison. Now, I'm not going to ask that there be, I know that jails are needed to hold people who are a threat to the community. But also, we should also try to save money for other things that will, prevent crime and drugs, including affordable food security, affordable education, child care, mental health services, affordable health care, affordable housing, and, all of that, any basic essentials. And also, I have been hearing that Rikers Island is the largest psych ward in the country, and it's not really a jail in a way. The purpose of it, an evil purpose. Today, I'm hearing people want mentally ill people to be criminalized instead of treated, and they want, and I got the impression that mentally ill people are accused of crimes get worse treatment than people who are truly criminals and who are normal, who have more ability to know right from wrong and more ability to control their behavior. And to me, that looks like a gross injustice. And I happen to have a mental health history, autism, elective mutism, speech problems. I sometimes read a little bit slow, and I'm some degree of mood disorders, and I also have a medical condition. Someone wouldn't survive incarceration because they're saying there's no health care in the jails. They don't allow health care. Inmates are not allowed to see their health care providers, so I was told, and so I wouldn't survive incarceration. I have sleep apnea. I rely on a breathing machine at nights.
Gordon, can you wrap up, honey? I'm sorry that we have other people waiting.
Okay, time's up?
Yeah, it was up a little while ago. I'll let you go over.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Parrish, and I'm the Director of Criminal Justice Advocacy at the Urban Justice Center Mental Health Project. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. And I'm here today to urge the Council to oppose excessive spending on the Department of Correction. Year after year, the city pours billions of dollars into this agency, which cannot fulfill its fundamental obligation of keeping people in its custody safe and healthy. In fact, its decades-long track record of failing to meet constitutional standards, even with years of outside oversight, has led to the possible appointment of a receiver to take control of the jails. I want to highlight for you a recent example that makes clear why funding for the department should be reduced. Despite the mayor's repeated claim that solitary confinement does not exist in the jails, in October, former Correctional Health Services social worker Justina Rizwinski revealed that not only does solitary confinement in the jails exist, but that it's being used in the most egregious ways, notably in the specialized mental health units where people with the most serious mental health needs are housed. She documented, and the CHS leadership confirmed, a practice referred to as deadlocking. in which correction officers lock people with mental health concerns. These are people with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, schizoaffective disorder, in their cells 24 hours a day for weeks or even months on end. And correction officers engaged in this practice despite CHS staff advocating for these individuals to be released, despite it resulting in those individuals not receiving medication, and despite them becoming more symptomatic as they mentally decompensated in the torturous environment of solitary confinement. And this was not one egregious incident, but a practice that's been going on for years, despite regulations against it. In fact, the Board of Corrections outlawed placing people with serious mental illness in solitary back in 2015. Sorry if I could just have a moment. But that's what New York's tax dollars are funding: cruel and inhumane treatment of people with mental health needs. That must end. We can use that funding for actual treatment of people with serious mental health needs in the community, to provide them with housing, mental health supports, and other services that promote recovery. And we have that funding. Simply by eliminating the department's uniformed vacancies, we could save more than $149 million. That would allow for funding for justice-involved supportive housing, intensive mobile treatment, forensic assertive community treatment teams, crisis respite centers, ATI, and reentry programs. It would also allow us to fully fund the Board of Corrections. You heard them say that they can't even complete their investigation of this deadlocking practice until June because they simply don't have the funds, despite it being revealed at the October meeting. So please use the money that's currently in the DOC budget for these other important priorities.
Hello, Chair Alea. Thanks for hosting this, and thanks for Sanders hosting this too. I know she's not here, but hope she's doing well. But I'm here to advocate for the restoration of funding for $3 million back into Safe Horizon. I'm calling for restoration and more to keep on getting funding from the City Council. That was wrong of how the Speaker and the Mayor defunded Safe Horizon. They do a lot of great work for the city, especially in the court system and the jail system. Now, I'm calling on the City Council to allocate $3.7 million into various sexual, $3.7 million, this is to the Speaker, Adrian Adams, $3.7 million into any sexual assault, domestic violence assault organization that Sandy Nurse has want to allocate that money to, because she was sexually assaulted in Rikers. Like last year. I mean, that's sad. I know a lot of people don't like her, but no woman should be sexually assaulted. While at the same time, we just heard Benny Biasco crying for the past hour about what his officer's been going through, but he have not said not one thing about Sandy Nurse being sexually assaulted in jail. He would say, oh, she just got slapped in the butt, but it didn't matter. Like, she still got sexually assaulted. She should have never been sexually assaulted. Yeah, correctional been sexually assaulted in jail too, but she been assaulted too. Just like he want to complain that how they matter all the time, they do matter. But at the same time, Sandy Nurse matters too. So Benny Biasco should make a statement saying that he condemned about his inmates, because I have a big feeling that he sent that off to try to show to the City Council, like, oh, this is what the council, this is what the corrections officers go through. You guys don't know, so I'm gonna get one of these guys to sexually assault one of your council members to show what we go through. So until Benny Biasco, the council, the corrections union condemns Sandy Nurse, condemns the situation that Sandy Nurse ever been through, I have a big feeling he set that over with his members in the union, because that union is corrupt, really corrupt. You know, a lot of people, to keep it real, nobody's going to really give a shit about what these correctionals go through. These COs go through. They won't care what these COs go through. I care what they go through, but to keep it real, you know, you guys go through a lot of things. Other people go through a lot of things. You gotta be fair with them. You gotta be real fair. Until, like I said, you condemn Mr. Garcia for sexual assault of Sandy Nurse and say, look, we stand with Sandy Nurse. She didn't have to go through that. Nobody's going to care. Remember, she the chair of the corrections committee. She the chair of this committee. I know you're here today. I know she's not here, but she the chair. She had the right to say what money goes to what. So
I appreciate
that's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
It's on my language, but I mean,
No, I appreciate it. Thank you,
thank you. No
Christopher.
problem.
Sharon, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sharon Brown. Before I get started, remember Israel, release the hostages, let Yahweh's people go. Okay, we need Bible-based programs to help people out. Some things that come out of the church, the synagogue, they usually have programs and things to help people to restart their lives, to get their lives back on track. There's not enough success rate in the programs that they're using, so I think they should try something that works. Even psychiatrists, psychologists, and the like note that there is a benefit with biblical or people going to church and doing things from the church. Their lives are different. And many people you talk to, whether it be drug abuse or addiction, whatever it is, they say dealing in the church, they found themselves on a different path, they got better. If you called people like that who went into church programs and things like that, you'll find a higher success rate than the success rates that you find here. So Rikers Island must be closed ASAP now. There's even someone on the dais whose brother was stabbed or something like that. I don't remember exactly who it was. What's happening at Rikers is deplorable, and it's dangerous. And the legal aid should be defunded, or at least their funding should be withheld or something, because they're standing by passively as things like this are happening to their clients. They can't see health care and things like that. And the legal aid are not filing motions and things. They have the leeway to file motions, habeas corpus, to try to get them out immediately. A habeas corpus gets them out. There's so many different things that the legal aid can do, and yet they sit and complain and they don't do anything. If you shake up their funding or something, you threaten to take away their funding, maybe they'll fight for them. But close Rikers now, defund Rikers.
Thank you so much, Sharon.
You're welcome.
Thank you all for your testimony
Thank you.
today. We are going to move to Zoom. If there is anyone that we inadvertently missed who wishes to testify in person, please see a sergeant and fill out a witness slip. Okay. All right, seeing no one, then we will move on to Zoom. We will be hearing from Zachary Katz Nelson, Hannah Mae Powers, Corinne Conrad Santiago, Kelly Grace Price, Daniel Gerard, Roy Waterman, and Dr. Vanda Seward. Zachary?
You may begin.
Zachary, are you there? Okay, he's not on the Zoom. All right, we're moving on to Hannah Mae Powers.
You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Hannah Mae Powers, and I'm here on behalf of the Brooklyn Borough President, Antonio Reynoso, to call attention to the ways in which the mayor's budget fundamentally undermines safety and the mandate to close Rikers Island. The DOC is in desperate need of right-sizing. The city could save $149.6 million without a single layoff just by eliminating uniform vacancies. As of February 27th, the ratio of uniformed correctional officers to detained persons on Rikers Island was 0.8 correctional officers to one detained person. This is vastly higher than the national average of one correctional officer per 3.6 incarcerated people. There's an issue with both culture and practice at the DOC, which continues to ignore the abuse of its unlimited sick time system. Overall, the DOC is set to receive a 9.2% budget increase over last fiscal year. This increase comes as agencies that seek to address the root causes of incarceration are facing cuts. As of March 2nd, there were 6,866 New Yorkers detained on Rikers. This is drastically higher than the 4,160 person population needed to transition the population to the borough-based jails. Mayor Adams is again attempting to cut some of the most critical programs keeping New Yorkers out of jail. Unless the funding is restored, ATI programs are slated to lose $14.4 million. Stable housing is also one of the most impactful ways to address incarceration. And we know that homeless and housing insecure individuals are drastically overrepresented in the criminal legal system. Though the JISH program expanded in 2019, the expansion has largely remained stagnant due to a lack of provider funding. The FY26 budget must include expanded funding for JISH. Another agency facing budget cuts is the Board of Corrections, a critical body that helps keep people safe. This proposed budget cut would lead to a 5% decrease in funds for this body. The city can and must do better for thousands of people impacted by incarceration every day. We know that social determinants of health, such as safe and dignified housing, stable employment, food insecurity.
Your time has expired.
Education.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Corinne Conrad Santiago.
You may begin.
All right, Corinne doesn't seem to be on. Kelly Grace Price.
You may begin.
Hi, it's Kelly Grace Price from Close Rosie's. It's the end of the day and I'll be quick. Please excuse my very low broadband. I'm going to keep it on just audio only. The first thing I'd like to address is this notion that everybody on Rikers is the worst of the worst. I want to be very clear. As of today, there are 427 women, girls, trans or intersex people held on the Rose M. Singer Center. Looking down the list of top charges that they're held for, 25% of these women, girls, or trans, intersex, or gender nonconforming people are being held on misdemeanors. If you look across the hall and you look at what the men are being held on, less than 3% of the total charges that they're held on, top charge, are misdemeanors. So still we have this gross inequity. Every year I come to this hearing and I testify about the same thing. Women are being over-criminalized in this town. No one seems to be doing anything about it, regardless of all the gender-informed ATI programs floating around out there. We're still hauling people in there for stupid things like petty larceny. One woman is in there for trespassing. There are 9 people in there on fugitive warrants. Okay, we get that. But why are people in there on subway jumping? Yes, there is a 70-year-old woman currently sitting on the Rose M. Singer Center accused of turnstile jumping, and she was charged with the forged instrument. I'm going to quickly move to the things that I always talk about in this hearing, if you don't mind. We definitely need parity with the Board of Correction and the Department of Correction. We ask for that every year. Please emphasize the Board of Corrections needs. We have not had a PREA audit. We just had a hearing where Councilwoman
Your
Sandy
time has
Nurse,
expired. Thank you.
asked about why sexual assault wasn't being addressed because we don't have anyone in the Board of Correction to audit PREA. I'll turn in my written comments. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for going over.
No worries, Kelly. Thank you so much. We're moving on to Daniel Gerard.
You may begin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Ayala and committee members. My name is Danielle Gerard. I'm a senior staff attorney at Children's Rights. We are a national organization that advocates on behalf of youth and state systems here in the city on behalf of young adults on Rikers. We cannot incarcerate our way to public health and safety. We must invest in our communities, not continue to throw money at the humanitarian disaster that is Rikers Island. We urge this committee and the council to cut the Department of Correction proposed $2.87 billion budget and redistribute funding to programs that actually work to improve public safety. If the city eliminated the more than 1,100 current vacant positions for uniformed correction officers, we could save almost $150 million next year alone to reinvest in the programs and services recommended in the written testimony I filed with you yesterday. This savings will also help the city close Rikers by the August 2027 deadline in accordance with the law. And although the department testified that they need more staff, they already have approximately as many staff as incarcerated persons. Absenteeism and lack of appropriate training are what keep posts unfilled, medical appointments missed, and violence escalating. We call on the council to ensure our communities have adequate, supportive, and affordable housing and mental health services before New Yorkers interact with the criminal legal system. This is especially critical for our children and youth. Evidence shows that incarceration reduces youth success in education and employment, leads to lasting damage to their health and well-being, and that alternatives to incarceration lead to better outcomes for them, all while costing far less than incarceration. Underfunding alternatives to confinement and proven services makes no sense morally, ethically, or fiscally, especially in the face of the federal government's rampage against the most vulnerable among us. We look to the City Council to do right by all New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much. We will now be moving on to Roy Waterman.
You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Speaker. I'm sorry, the technical Deputy Speaker Ayala, members of the Committee of Criminal Justice. My name is Roy Waterman. I am the program coordinator for the Arches Program and Youth Justice Initiative Division at Good Shepherd Services. Good Shepherd Services is a provider of community-based youth justice programs, a family enrichment center known as The Crib, partnerships in Brooklyn, Cure Violence in the Bronx, so we're throughout New York City. Just want to thank you for advocating for the reinstatement of the Next Step program, which was abruptly brought to an end by the Department of Probation over a year and a half ago with short notice. Youth need educational, vocational opportunities, but they also need positive adult relationships and mentoring programs like Next Steps. Many youth will never make it to an educational, vocational opportunity without the assistance of credible messengers. At a time when young people are in crisis and under attack, we should be removing services from the youth programming, and we need the city to invest in young people and communities to support them. I want to thank the Department of Probation for reinstating AIM Light program known as non-ATP and acknowledging the value of connecting every high-risk young person ages 13 to 18. Regarding the pending request for proposals for AIM Work Plus programs, while we have heard from the DOP that these contracts will be extended for one more year, the RFPs will be released next year. Providers want to ensure that the funding for the RFPs are included in the fiscal 2026 fiscal budget. As a part of the Youth Justice Coalition, a group of 20 DOP contractors, Good Shepherd signed a letter which sent to Commissioner Holmes expressing a concern regarding the Department of Probation's request for information and documentation for several weeks. We're committed to providing the department with information that demonstrates the value and impact of vital programming in the community. However,
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Consideration provides the nature required to ensure. We look forward to continue to work with the council and DOP as data needs. Thank you again for this testimony today.
Thank you so much. I love Good Shepherd.
Thank you.
Dr. Vonda Seward.
You may begin.
Okay, seems like she's no longer on Zoom. So with that, we have no one left to testify. Thank you all so much, and with that, this hearing is concluded.